Hall of Fame Friday at historic Saratoga Racecourse, where today the 2022 class will be inducted across the street from the racetrack. Two great race mares honored this afternoon. Beholder, Tepin as well, and in today's feature, Tiz the Bomb, after trying this year's Kentucky Derby, back to where he has been best on the lawn in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. And the best turf sprinter in the sport, the brilliant Golden Pal, will try to make it a third straight summer with a stakes win at Saratoga. Great to have you with us, everyone, on this Friday card. From the premier meet in the country, it's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hello, everybody. Welcome to those joining us on FS2. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you today. Very special weekend, of course, Whitney Week, where we remember the late, great Queen of Saratoga, Mary Lou Whitney. And of course, today it is all about Hall of Fame Friday and inducting that next class to be immortalized in the Racing Hall of Fame. Let's take a look at the group that was honored earlier this morning just across the street. We mentioned the great Beholder and Tepin. Tepin beating the boys on several occasions, including across the pond in the Queen Anne. Hillsdale, the first Indiana bred ever inducted into the Hall of Fame. Oscar White, the trainer, honored. And three pillars of the turf as well, part of that 2022 Hall of Fame class. With me, champion jockey, Richard Migliori, Paul LaDuca. Good to see you both. And this Friday, always a very special Friday leading up to the Whitney on Saturday.
It's just fantastic, and I love the history of our game, and Saratoga is just abound with the history and the emotion that everybody shows during the Hall of Fame induction. Nobody gets there without help, and it's just so nice to see in the speeches the humility and the humbleness of all the people involved.
And so special, too, that at this racetrack that embraces history, you probably feel it here more than any racetrack in the country. This is where we induct everyone into that Hall of Fame to continue and look back on the great history of the sport.
Yeah, and you know, we obviously focused a lot on Tepin and some of the other horses in there. And like you said, Hillsdale was such a great horse. There you see the great Tom Durkin. Royal Heroine was an amazing horse. So a lot of amazing horses getting in, and there's probably still a lot that are still on the waiting list, but it's hard to get into the Racing Hall of Fame. But now you can watch all their replays and watch all their races if you're a fan of Tepin. I was a giant fan of Tepin. I actually went over to the Hall of Fame and went and rewatched all of her races, and I wish I had her at 11-1 when she had her coming out party.
Yeah, we all do, don't we? Hillsdale, how about the best year he had as a 4-year-old? As we take a look at what's coming up this afternoon, 10 for 13. All 10 of those stakes wins, including 7 in a row when he beat a Hall of Famer roundtable and 2 champions in Bald Eagle and Jules Reward, among others. Incredible year. So congrats to Hillsdale and everyone else getting inducted today. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Early pick 5 right off the bat, which we'll get to in a moment. That Hall of Fame stakes. Witt gonna take to the turf for Todd Fletcher. Sounds like he has in the morning.
Some snappy works in the morning. That 1 and 47 and change is certainly eye-catching, and if Todd Fletcher saw enough in him to run him on the turf, I'm not gonna question it.
You can play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Toga 200, that code to use for new members at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus at nairabets.com or on the app. So we kick off this Friday card on a Hall of Fame Friday with a 7/8 of a mile, $25,000 starter handicap, and well spent. Javier Castellano having a terrific meet, as we've talked about, trying to pick up the 14th win of this meet.
Riding in terrific form, found his Hall of Fame form again.
Definitely the horse to beat, too.
There he is. I should say, 5-year-old mare, 6-time winner. Let's check in for more with Acacia Clement. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg. As the rain just starts here trackside, we will check in with the Hall of Famers. Mount Javier Castellano aboard well spent. Claiming off of Robertino Diodoro is no easy feat, but one thing that I do find encouraging about this horse is that this is actually a reclaim by Bentley Combs and 10 Strike Racing. Really sharp claiming outfit. They had a win with this mare as well, and I'm sure claiming with the expectation of trying to have another win up here in Saratoga. She looks terrific. She's really strong, has the physicality of a horse horse that wants to go the 7 furlongs. There's a little bit more length and stretch to her frame. She framed up beautifully on track, and great energy today. No problems with your favorite. One I'm intrigued by, though, is the 5 Customer Experience. Been a bit of a tough meet and a tough stretch here for Chris Engelhart, but this is another new claim. She will stretch out slightly once again to the 7 furlongs. Had a nice warm-up under Dylan Davis. I liked the way she was moving on track, and she looks like she has come in looking strong. Yes, it wasn't really the best race last time out. She flattened late, but we'll see if a change of scenery and coming back into the new barn will help her to take a step forward. The 6 Indian Bella, I like the cutback for this one. She did run once at 7 furlongs. That was against the very impressive Witch Hunter that day at Aqueduct back in March. Last time out, she was using her speed. She had a couple others pressing her the entire way. She's pretty game to hold second. She's a big, robust mare, as you can see. She's 7 now. As they get older, they carry their weight a little bit more, but she's built more like a horse that wants to go shorter, and certainly should be fit and strong after that 1.70-yard try at Monmouth last time out, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, Indian Bella, the 6. Neat 7-year-old mare who's been first or second in 21 of 44 starts. Rain lightly starting to come down. Hopefully it's here and gone in a flash.
Hopefully. This is an interesting race. You see the selections. You have the 1 and the 5. They are the clear speeds in here. You have the 6 cutting back. You have the 2 cutting back. And you have the 3 that's going to be in that right spot. But can the 3 pass horses? Are the 1 and 5 going to cancel themselves out in this race?
When they're both horses that have to respect each other, that's when it's more likely they get hooked up. I found the 5 intriguing. Customer Experience. She's been claimed 12 times in 25 career starts.
Wow. And here is Indian Bella, that 7-year-old mare looking for the 12th win of her career. We kick off our Friday card. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Indian Bella breaks well from the outside. Now moving up is New York Banker as the field leaves the chute, moves on to the main track now. New York Banker has taken the lead. And Indian Bella on the outside runs in second. Down at the rail is Well Spent next and third. It's a length and a half to Customer Experience, 2.5 more to the gray. Mia Be a Star in fifth. It is New York Banker who has the lead here by a length through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. New York Banker on top, right behind the duo of Indian Bella and Well Spent. And then it is Customer Experience and Mia Be a Star. New York Banker continues to lead here by a length. Then it's the trio of Customer Experience, Well Spent down at the rail, and Indian Bella is there. And the trailer, Mia Be a Star, who's also beginning to pick it up. The half went in 47 and 1, and they're moving for the top of the stretch. Customer Experience on the outside has now taken the lead from a New York Banker who's dropping back down at the rail. Well Spent looks to come on through. Indian Bella is there, and Mia Be a Star out in the middle of the track. There's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish now. Well Spent comes through down at the rail. Now to take over. It is Well Spent in front and clear. Mia Be a Star moves to second. It is Well Spent, the 6-5 favorite, to take the Friday opener. Mia Be a Star was second. Indian Bella finished third.
Well Spent, back-to-back wins first off the claim for trainer Bentley Combs, and Javier Castellano moves into fourth all by himself here in the jockey standings.
Yeah, she bobbled a little bit leaving the gate, Paul. He was sitting right behind the pace, Javier, and you knew leaving the 3H, Paul, he had 2 handfuls of horse, and watch how he skims the fence, turning for home, finding that inside track.
I think what helped him and help me out if you think this, I think Irad when he hit the front on the 3, he was almost trying to get his horses to go out and look and compete with the 6 and the 5 and kind of open up the rail for the 1.
Absolutely, and that's something that you'll see Irad do a great deal. He'll go out to horses to try to make them engage, but knowing that that's a habit of his, Javier sits right in behind him and takes advantage. Yeah. It's like knowing an athlete's habits and know what they're going to do before they do it.
Let's go back to the beginning. It did not start great for your eventual winner.
Yeah, keep your eye on the inside filly. Well Spent. She kind of, see, Brown broke away from her there. She did really well to keep her feet and kind of get up and go forward. But it did cost her a little position. Might have done her a favor, Paul, so she wasn't involved in the pace. She had a rate right in behind it.
This is why I don't ride. I'm yelling here, come on, Javi, send her underneath, send her underneath. But what does Javi do? Whenever a horse breaks slow, Mike Smith always taught me, Paul, you got to let them settle. The worst thing you can do is rush a horse that breaks bad out of the gate. Let them settle. They might have to change their style. And what Javier did is he saved every inch of ground, and he had the best horse. But he got her to get back, get some wind back into her, because that will take wind out of their sail out of the gate like that.
Was that tough for you, Mig, when that happened to you early in your career, to have that patience to be able to do that?
Yeah, when you're a young rider, you want to make up all that ground in the first eighth of a mile, and basically you spend all your energy. You think about it as like a gas gauge. You only have so much gas in the tank. Don't use it in that first quarter of a mile. Just take your time.
Javier Castellano, he's been one of the great stories of this Saratoga meeting through the first few weeks. Won 4 straight Eclipse Awards, of course, at the peak of his career as the outstanding rider. He is having a revived Saratoga, no question.
Look at the percentage he's winning at. I mean, nearly, over 28%, nearly 30%.
Highest percentage rider of any one of the meets.
Incredible, but he's delivering good rides. It's not that he's just riding the best horses. He's winning on horses that maybe aren't best, but giving them the best trips. And you got to give his agent, PJ Campo, a lot of credit, too.
No, I said this yesterday. Listen, we were all about the flavor of the month when it came to Irad and Jose Ortiz and Flavian Pratt. But I think a lot of the bettors are forgetting about a lot of the other sports. Justin Verlander at his age. Tom Brady still playing at his age. John Velasquez and Javier Castellano are just reminding all of us we've won a lot of Eclipse Awards, okay, here?
Indeed.
Yeah.
No question. Feature race later today, Grade 2 Hall of Fame. Mile over the inner turf. And there's been quite a bit of talk that Witt has really taken to the grass, as we mentioned at the top of the show. 'Tis the bomb, though. No question, his best surface has been grass. He proved that early in his career in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. They tried him, though, on dirt. They wanted to get him the Kentucky Derby. They got him there. It didn't pan out. He's been good on synthetic as well, where he's a stakes winner. Back where he belongs today.
Who knew that this was going to be maybe the most key race of all time? Tawny Port second, Rich Strike third. And I think some of the horses that ran 6th and 7th in the race came back to win. But your Derby winner comes out of that race, and he's very, very talented. You wonder if that last race took some spirit out of him, because he ran against such a tougher field, but he gets a light field today.
And I just think he had a no-chance trip anyway.
Yeah.
Being caught 4 or 5 wide throughout with a very slow pace, not a recipe for success in turf racing. There's much more pace signed on today on the turn back to the mile.
Well, big scratch, too, that we should say for Tom Amos. The 2 comes out. Paulie, what does that do to the pace in that race?
Well, I mean, if you look at the field, I get it, but how do you say it? Chancey?
Chancey?
Chanceau? The one's going to be on the lead by himself. I know there's no other pace in the race. Dowager Chief was the other speed in this race. So now this son of Speightstown that has taken fields gate to wire, and we saw it happen yesterday with Spicy Mark. A lot of people were looking at the after that race and going, how is Spicy Mark 9-2? Well, she was lone speed, and your lone speed on this racetrack, you could be tough.
Back to the opener and well spent, 6-5, and now back-to-back win. Took a huge drop in class. Last time out, that equaled a win at Churchill, and now backs it up with another win for these new connection here. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Please be joined by winning trainer Bentley Combs, as these were actually former connections with the win as well. Bentley, you reclaimed this mare for Tin Strike Racing. Was it with the thought of trying to come up here to the spa and get a winner?
No, we had kind of looked for a starter 20-25 for her because she was eligible for it. Honestly, I never really thought she was going to get claimed. Kudos to Diodoro for making a smart move at Oaklawn, and then he put her back in for 32. And I mean, she's a really nice, honest filly, so we decided to go back and get her.
With a horse like that she really seems to just take her show on the road, and reclaiming her, what was the thought process there and trying to win some more with her?
Honestly, the initial thought process was maybe a 2X at a smaller track, maybe Indiana or something like that, and then maybe put her back in like an open 25 or something with a bigger purse for Churchill coming up in September. But, this starter 25 came up, and we said, let's take our shot.
And she finished up so well. Talk about her trip today. Game coming up the inside as well.
The one hole scared me, really, it did, and then all of a sudden she stumbled coming out of the gate, and I was like, oh, this is really bad. And I was kind of worried, coming around the turn, whether she was going to go through the hole, and then she did, and just opened up on him and really run a really nice race.
A nice win indeed, Bentley. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you, thank you.
Bentley Combs, winning trainer, reclaiming this mare, and he was doing everything down here in the winner's circle too, Greg, hosing her off, picking up all the equipment, and making the most of that victory today.
Line up the shot classes. 10 Strike Racing. $4.40 for the win. Well spent as the favorite kicks off our Hall of Fame Friday card with a victory.
Just love how patient Javier was after the stumbling beginning, sitting behind the pace. You could see he had horse just waiting on that spot to present itself, Paul.
Yeah, no, I thought it was just an absolutely tremendous ride, and the best horse won the race.
We'll get into the pick four coming up in a moment. The second at Saratoga, and let's do it right now. In fact, inner turf, mile and a 16th, 50,000 claiming race for non-winners of 2 lifetime. And favored right now, Command Point, Arad Ortiz Jr. That meets leading rider. For Rob Atras, figures-wise, looks very tough in here.
She does. And making her first start for Rob Atras, you would worry about the layoff, but we've seen Rob be very successful with this move.
Yeah, she's a standout when it comes to numbers-wise. The worry that you have, she runs her races upside down, Greg, so she comes from way out of it.
Speaking of Arad Ortiz Jr., he'll have this mount coming up. The best turf sprinter in the game, Golden Pal, looking for a 3rd straight summer with a stakes win at the Spa.
Eclipse champion Blame ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
When I first saw him in the spring, an alarm kind of went off in my head. This is one of the best horses I've seen this year.
Hip number 202, a colt by Gunrunner, selling August 9th at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale. With a meteoric rise up the sire ranks, Gunrunner is off to one of the hottest starts of any stallion in recent memory. The number 1 first crop yearling sire of 2020, the number 1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2021, and the number 1 sire of 2022 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Now, hip number 202, a striking colt by one of America's most sought-after stallions.
What I like about this colt is his size and scope. He's got a beautiful long neck with a deep girth. He's highly intelligent and has a lot of class. One of the best moving horses on the farm, just unhinged through his shoulder, pushes off with his hip with strength, and really reaches with his front end when he walks.
This horse has a really floating, flowing type of walk. He has a great presence about him, and when you watch this horse go by, you definitely will stop and take a second look.
He's the second foal out of the Malibu Moon mare Heavenly Love, whose victories included the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades.
Some of the best brood mares and producers in the world were mares that were fast at 2. She won a Grade 1 at 2. Gunrunner himself is an obvious sensation. He's got 3 of the highest rated 3-year-old colts. Early Boating, Taiba, and Cyberknife are all Grade 1 winners. He's a remarkable stallion that looks poised to take over.
Set your sights on this high-caliber colt by Gunrunner with a fully loaded pedigree and the looks to match.
I think that he'll do himself and his sire proud once he starts racing. And I just feel privileged to have a horse like this that we can send up to Saratoga.
Hip number 202, selling August 9th at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale with Gainesway Agent.
Well, it's always the talk of the town. Fasig-Tipton's 101st Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th at Saratoga Springs. Where will you be? Gainesway, we appreciate their support as well. Should we start the bidding on that Gunrunner?
Why not? I just tell you, it's a great thing to go to. It's so fun it's kind of a party. Then you go in there and you have a little fun. Just don't raise your hand. Don't raise your hand.
Yeah, I keep your hands in your pocket.
Refill on my wine. I wound up with a $500,000 Gunrunner. It is a tremendous, just to witness and be in that auction ring when horses are coming through there. It's so exhilarating.
It kind of is. The first time I've ever experienced it, and I know, Mick, you've been inside those rings many times, but the first time you really experience it, you're like, your eyes are just going up and you're watching this horse go through the ring and he's calm as can be. And you got 40 to 50, 60 people, and people aren't raising their hands. They got little triggers, they got little signs, and they're saying the bids are going up, and you're seeing 500, 600,000. You're just in amazement. It's pretty cool.
Dwayne Lucas was legendary with the little tap on the chair, right?
Yeah, I mean, you get guys that a bid in the outdoor ring, they get the spotter's attention, and they've all got their little subtle moves. They don't want anybody to know what they're doing. It's a lot of fun.
Guys are on phones too, right, Mick?
Oh, they're on phones. They're doing it online now. Yeah. But to see the history of Fasig-Tipton and the champions that have been sold at their sales, and particularly the one here in Saratoga, is pretty amazing.
Well, that's coming up again August 8th and 9th. There's always a buzz in town when that is happening. Take a look at our stakes schedule. Big weekend coming up. We'll have that Hall of Fame later today, and the Troy, which we're going to take a look at in a minute. Tomorrow's Whitney Saturday. That showdown with Life is Good. An Olympiad, strong supporting cast as well. Longines Test, Caesars Saratoga Derby. Fantastic weekend, Whitney weekend. And later today, Grade 3 Troy, the best turf sprinter in our game right now, Golden Pal, back for one more go-round for Wesley Ward.
He's just so fast. He just devastates his competition with that blinding speed. Now, last time at Royal Ascot, unfortunate, Irad Ortiz didn't realize that they would start the race leaving a horse behind the gate there. They wouldn't do that here. You would have an idea. He was looking back and wasn't prepared for the start. He got completely left off.
Yeah, and that's not him. He's the kind of horse, if you look, it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 2 out of the gate. He's usually very sharp, and like you said, he's got blinding speed. I mean, he was 20. He can go sub-21 like it's nothing. I mean, he's so fast. And he got left at Ascot. And then when you have to rush up in a 16-horse field, it becomes very, very difficult.
You wouldn't know he's that fast watching him. So he's got his head rested on his hay net. He's
cool
just chilling.
Customer.
Listen, maybe we should go on Shark Tank. Hay pillows, right?
I like it.
Troy, so you look at this field, and he is special. He means a lot to Wesley Ward. Says he's the best he's ever had. Can anyone give him a test in this race?
Well, I mean, our Zach is in very, very good form for Michael Trombetta. This is a horse that has been coming in from Canada, was second in the Highlander. Now, the Highlander is a very, very key race, but watch the beginning of this race. Got out of the gate, did not break great at all, and Kimura actually rushed this horse up a little bit and was wide most of the way. So you can argue that Arzak was best on this day, but now ships in and has tried this circuit before. I know it was going a mile, but an optional claimer and got beat by Public Sector. Does he belong with Golden Pal? I don't know.
Huge figure he earned in that race that if he can run to that number again, at least puts him in the ballpark. But this is a horse that's at another level, Golden Pal, he's going up against.
Well, you know, when we look at this race, you go, well, there's speed in here, right? But the thing that differentiates Golden Pal from everybody else is usually the way he leaves the gate. He jets away from there. Yeah. Most thoroughbreds break with a 1-2 action. They drop and they jump out. Quarter horses break with a 1 action. He's more like a quarter horse. He leaves with the doors.
1-2, you very likely will not get that in the Troy on Golden Pal. Looking to win this year as well, not just at Saratoga Stakes race for the 3rd year in a row, but a Breeders' Cup race for the 3rd year in a row, and then he's going to head off to stud.
I mean, he's a dynamic horse. He's fast. And when you look at this race, maybe it is Arzak is the one that can only maybe make up any ground, but this is the kind of race that, and he's the kind of horse that he breaks your soul. So I think if he goes to the front end in this race, if something crazy would happen, and Arzak would be the only one that can maybe make up any ground, but I just think that he's just going to run them off their feet.
Race 9 on the card, Grade 3, Troy and Golden Pal looking for a 3rd graded stakes win here at Saratoga later this afternoon. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll take a closer look inside the Hall of Fame induction ceremony from earlier today, right after this.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire, who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Experience the new Paddock Suite at Saratoga Racecourse. Enjoy Saratoga's newest hospitality area featuring a climate-controlled bar, lounge, and balcony overlooking the paddock. Reserve your table today at naira.com/Saratoga.
Back on Saratoga Live for our Friday card. We have the Pick 4 coming up. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Second race from Saratoga. 1/16 inner turf. Again, non-winners of 2 lifetime, and that's our current favorite, Command Point, making her 5-year-old debut. She's moving to the Rob Atras barn. Can she get it done off the bench of the meet's leading rider aboard? And Irad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Acacia.
And she is a handful today in the paddock, Greg. Really, really sharp off the layoff. And Command Point, she does look fit. She takes that drop in class into this non-winners of 2 condition after facing tougher before the break. She's well tucked up. She's got a lot of good size to her. She's gotten herself pretty warm here in the paddock, and thankfully the rain has subsided, at least for the moment. But it is a little bit on the humid side, and given how sharp she is, that's something that you could see the connections trying to contain a little bit, because you just don't want them to get too hot, too revved up prior to the race, especially off the layoff. I do remember her from last year being an energetic type prior to her races. She's really doing a lot here in the paddock, so I'm going to keep my eye on her as they head out onto track, and hopefully she'll be able to conserve a little bit of that energy. Once again, she looks fit. I like what I see from her physically. Just would like to see her settle a little bit, especially since she hasn't run since November. The number 9 Fairy Cakes to the outside, on top of having a fun name, is also off of a layoff and a trainer switch. She moves into the Brendan Walsh barn, and watching her races out in California, she was one that would really pull early on. She was really keen to kind of be more forward. She was wearing a shadow roll in that it was a piece of fleece over the noseband, as she was a little bit of a higher-headed type of runner. She comes back here making her first start for Brendan. No shadow roll, no equipment of that sort. She's actually not wearing a noseband at all, and sometimes that sort of equipment change can kind of help just a horse relax a little bit. Some of them just don't take well to more equipment on their face, so we'll see if that does help her. She is also fit coming in here, first time on the East Coast and first time with Brendan, a big leggy type of filly as well. She's pretty forward. We'll see if she does show any speed. The number 5 Quaria Thunder showed some speed in her last couple, and she's first off the claim for Mertcan Cantermasi. Javier Castellano looks to sweep the early double. She was one that really kind of struggled with her weight and her muscle mass behind the saddle. She had looked stronger last time, and that rewarded her with a win. She is even stronger once again today, and the Cantermasi Barns runners typically do tend to carry really good condition, and I like what I see from this filly off the back of that win last time out. She is stepping up to face winners for the first time, which is a tall order, but she does look like she's doing incredibly well going out for her new connections. As Greg, they're having a bit of a tough time with Command Point getting the rider up now, so hopefully Irad Ortiz will be able to get riders up, but she is very, very rambunctious here in the paddock.
Acacia, thank you. There's Irad waiting to get aboard. She's right behind us. And Mig, what do you do in this situation?
Well, first of all, you want to put the crop down in your left hand. You don't want to put it over the saddle because she's going to react negatively to it. She's already kind of showing Paul that she wants to leap forward. So it's difficult for the rider to get up when the pony has a hold of them, too. There's only so much space between the horse and the pony, and sometimes you kind of get caught in the middle.
Yeah, and explain to everybody how big this paddock is. Usually horses do settle in this paddock because they're around the trees and they're kind of away from the people. Most paddocks, there's a lot of people that are on top, so this is not really a great sign, right?
No, it's really not. To see her she's kind of come a little bit unhinged. It's off a layoff, and it's a warm day, and she's using energy unnecessarily.
Yeah.
And this is the first start back for her since November. So long layoff to exert this kind of energy before you even get onto the racetrack. Not a great sign. We'll see if she settles. We'll keep our eyes on her as we get to our post parade in a moment. I want to remind everyone you can play along without risking any of your own money, and you're competing for real prizes in the process. Showdown contest. Get involved. Make your selections and see if your name's on that top 10 board at the end of our program at NYRA.com/showdown. Here's our post parade. We start with Art Jessica, David Donk, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, and they've been hot of late. Blinkers go on in the 5th try. It finally paid off. 1 for 8 lifetime.
And gets Jose Ortiz.
Blinkers go on the 4.
For Horacio De Paz and Ricardo Santana.
Gate to wire win for this one last time out.
Yeah, Quarry Thunder got a loose on the lead last time. Think she could have company today.
That was for Mike Maker. Now for Mertcan Cantermasi was claimed. The favorite just coming onto the racetrack, Command Point, but we'll get to her in a moment. Maybe not. Here's the 8. Sorry, Laugh and Play.
Yeah, this horse won last time out with Irad Ortiz Jr. In the irons. Got claimed by Mike Maker. Now gets Louis Saez. Mike Maker dangerous off the claim.
It was a favorite sprinting 6 furlongs last start. Here's the 9. Fairy Cakes, Brendan Walsh, who takes over training duties.
I'm very interested in this. I think turning back to the mile and getting some pace, she could sit a nice trip.
I thought might take more attention than this on the board. And then here's Command Point finally on the track now.
Yeah, and again, I'm just really not crazy about her energy. She's using a little too much of herself. I would love to see her get a canter in and settle in, but she's become just a touch unhinged.
She looked like she took dance lessons in the offseason when she was...
Yeah, she's doing the samba there.
Yeah, right?
Strut there. Want to remind everyone, bet with Naira Bets, and you'll get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today gets 10 times rewards points on all wagers on Del Mar and Emerald Downs. Everyone gets that bonus. There's no opt-in required. Earn more today with your Naira Bets account. Start betting at NairaBets.com. What can you do? What's your role now as you take a look at this great crowd on hand on this Friday card, make as a rider to keep this horse now calm and settled before she loads?
Well, I like the fact that they're galloping her off. Get her away from the crowd. Let her expel some of that nervous energy. And I'd take her to about the 3/8 pole away from the grandstand and see if then she'd stand and kind of collect herself and not bring her back towards the starting gate until the horses start onto the turf course, Paul. I want to get there late.
And you want her to, as you see the Saratoga jockey standings, as Rad Ortiz 25 to Louis 20, and Joel, those 3 riders. And look at Javier having a monster meet. Javier had 3 wins last year in the first 3 months. He's got 14. It's unbelievable, the first 3 weeks. So now I was talking about the 7. You're going to keep her with the pony. Obviously, you don't want her to warm up by herself because then she might run off on you.
Yeah.
Now is the next move. I see a lot of jockeys take their feet out of the irons. Why?
Well, a lot of times when they feel that your legs around them, it's almost like a security blanket. You relax, they feel that your seat and your legs around them, and they'll tend to relax. Personally, I would have taken her away from the grandstand. I don't want to be near people at this point. I would have gone about another 1/8 of a mile up onto the turn to stay away from, because you see, every time she turns towards the grandstand, she settles a little bit. Now watch when she turns the other way, she'll start jiggy-jogging because she hears the noise and the crowd behind her.
Warm day as well, so you do see a little bit of sweat there, but we're going to see that on a lot of these runners. Not as warm, I guess, the last couple of days. Still warm, but very humid today.
Yeah. I mean, she looks like she's settled down. I almost think Irad's thinking, okay, maybe let's kind of try to save some energy and just stay around the gate. She's already warmed up already. But the public's still sticking at 9 to 5 as of right now.
So there's the meet's leading rider, Rad Ortiz Jr. His brother, meanwhile, will be on the filly who has the rail, the 2 right there, Art Jessica. He's going to team up with David Donk. And this is a filly who put it all together last time out, and she easily handled a state-bred 40 maiden claiming field.
Yeah, but this is tougher now. She's facing winners. All of these horses have just 1 win to their credit, but now it's open company.
Yeah.
Not restricted to New York breds. But sometimes horses win and they decide they like it.
Yeah. And you know, when horses win here, too. So for some reason, we've seen horses win multiple on the turf course here or multiple races on the dirt course. And she's got 1 win by many lengths. And when a filly wins by open lengths on the turf like she did, she's dangerous right back.
David Donk, her trainer, by the way, what a tremendous start for him at this meet.
Tremendous start.
Yeah, hitting it better than 24%. And he's a trainer, not afraid to run his horses. When they're in good form, he will run them.
Taking a look at the 5 there, Quarry Thunder, claimed off of Mike Maker and claimed off a win as an odds-on favorite. Let's go back to Acacia.
Circling back to Command Point, as Richie and Paul were discussing with the warm-up, they actually got over to the top of the stretch, and on the turn, the rest of the field continued on to warm up and going on towards the backside, and Rad Ortiz just basically stopped her back to a walk there, and they've just been circling with the pony, and I love seeing the circling motion because that's one thing to keep a horse's mind moving forward and keep them a little bit almost distracted. She's trying to jig jog a little bit, especially as the field is coming back to her now, but I thought what Rad Ortiz did, and I do agree with Richie, she seemed to really be reacting to the crowd quite a bit, but Rad brought her back to a walk and they just did big circles, pretty much walking. The pony also seems to settle her quite a bit. They weren't able to get riders up at all until an outrider pony came over to help her quiet down a little bit. So she's a little bit better now, but she's really, again, expended a lot of energy prior to the race as well. The number 4, Massabee, another new claim, this one going out for Horacio de Paz. They added blinkers onto her, just a really short cheater cup, about ½ an inch, as far as kind of limiting that vision does go. She never switched leads last time, and she looked a little bit uncomfortable in between horses. She's a big, solid type of filly. She is stepping up just a little bit off of that last effort. Her energy is good today, and I'm wondering if those blinkers will help her to have a little bit more focus during the race. Maybe not necessarily even more speed, but just maybe a little bit more courage, and again, responding to her rider and hopefully being able to switch leads today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up for the start of our pick 4. You know, pace-wise in this race, Quarry Thunder the 5 went gate to wire last time. That was at a mile and 16th, but you have Laugh and Play the 8. coming out of a 6-furlong sprint in which she was forward and has the aggressive Luis Saez. Gotta think she's going to be the one leading the way.
She had sprint speed last time. I'd be very surprised if she's not on the lead here. Quarria's Thunder got to set a moderate pace for Belmont Park. We had a very baked, kind of hard turf course. Yeah. And we'll keep an eye on the 8-horse, too. She's like she's really sharp, like just at that simmering point where she might boil over.
I think the 5, if you look back at the filly and the 5, her first start ever was around 2 turns at Turfway, and she came from off the pace. So she can pass horses, the 5, and I'm wondering Javier Castellano pushes out of the gate, and the 5 and the 8 sort of spread this field out a tiny bit, and the 5 may lay off the 8, and he might think he'd be able to outfinish. I think the 5 is live as can be. This horse was 10-1 on the line, and is your second lowest payout in the doubles.
These connections, too, so sharp. Those purple and black silks, Robert Amendola and Mercant Cantermasi, the trainer. Amendola is the one who gave the Cantermasis really their first shot on this circuit, and they've been a formidable team.
Absolutely, and Bob Amendola has always been a very sharp, hands-on kind of owner, and I'm a big fan of the Cantermasis. I think they're terrific horse people, just really nice people, too.
What do you think of the 7 now, Mick?
I mean, she has settled a bit. I really didn't like all the energy she was showing. Listen, she's the best horse on paper as far as her figures. I'm taking a shot against her because I think she might have used too much of herself, and off the layoff, maybe the tells on her late in the lane. I think your horse is very live, Quarria Thunder, and I like the 9, Fairy Cakes. I like her turning back to the mile.
You looked, I mean, coming out of 50,000 starter allowances, you got several, just broke their maiden and maiden claiming in here. Much easier spot for Command Point. We'll see if she does it here off the bench with a meets leading rider set for the yearly pick 4. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
They're all in. And they're off. There goes Quarria Thunder, and on the outside, Laugh and Play. Laugh and Play grabs the lead. Quarria Thunder down running in second. And then Massabee next in third. Fairy Cakes is on the outside in fourth. The favorite Command Point in fifth here in the early going. And Our Jessica. The field moves into the turn. And it is a Laugh and Play. A bit tough to handle there. At the back of the pack is number 2, Our Jessica. Laugh and Play is the leader as they head for the backstretch. Quarria Thunder runs in second. Massabee is next in third. And Fairy Cakes is in fourth. And the quarter over the firm turf in 24 and 4/5 seconds. And now they head up the backstretch. Laugh and Play challenged here by Quarria Thunder. Laugh and Play by a head. Quarria Thunder on the outside, second by 2. Massabee in third, right alongside is a Fairy Cakes next in fourth. And then it is a Command Point who has dropped further back in the field. She's at the back with Our Jessica. The half mile in 49 and 2. Laugh and Play, Quarria Thunder, they are heads apart as they begin the run around the far turn. Quarria Thunder on the outside, Laugh and Play down at the rail. The two of them are heads apart. They've got 2 lengths on Massabee in third, then Fairy Cakes, Our Jessica, and Command Point. They head for home now. It is Laugh and Play on the inside with the lead, but right there is Quarria Thunder on the outside. Command Point and Massabee are third and fourth, and now there's a 16th to the finish. It is Laugh and Play and Quarria Thunder, Command Point in third. They're coming on for the finish, and here is Laugh and Play with a narrow lead, ends in a photo with Quarria Thunder. If Laugh and Play held on, it is a milestone victory for trainer Mike Maker, but we're going to have to wait on that photo.
It looked like Laugh and Play does hang on for this victory. And if, in fact, she did, that's number 3,000 for Mike Maker.
Yeah, I believe she won the photo, but I also am interested to see a head-on because it really looked like she took a big step out into the 5 mid-stretch. She even jumped back to her left lead when Luis Saez corrected her, and it looked like it mitigated a bit of Quarria Thunder's forward progress, her momentum. Be interesting to see if we get that photo.
Wow. She dug in. I'll tell you what, the 5 got every bit of the bob. The 8 was always in front the whole way. Good job by Luis Saez. Good call by Acacia talking about, hey, they're going to be aggressive with Laugh and Play.
And it is the 8.
Yes, and the race played out perfectly. I thought Javier rode the race perfect. I wanted the 5 to sit right outside the 8, and he just couldn't outfinish the 8 at the wire. and it looked like at one point your thinker was going to go by it, but I don't know. You'd have to see a head-on. I don't know where they end up finishing.
Keep your eye on the inside Philly laughing play. Watch when she's going to jump back to her left lead. He's getting at her with a left-handed crop right in here.
That little bump right there,
And
yeah.
sometimes that's because there's some kind of, now, we don't know. I mean, maybe I'm making more of it than it is, but it did seem like something happened there.
All right, we'll get a look at the head-on here in a moment. Unofficially, 8-5-4-7, and aggression paying off for Luis Saez. So keep your eyes on that gold cap, the one in front, obviously, and does this one come out?
Yeah, and, you know, like, there's some separation there. A little bit of a steady drift. They haven't made any contact, and we know the stewards here are very liberal with what they do. Well, they did make contact there.
Wow.
And it did knock her off to her other lead.
And
now,
Saez with a left-handed crop.
Now, we've seen things happen here that maybe looked worse than that, but this was a very narrow margin of defeat. She definitely came out into it, Paul.
And now the inquiry and objection just went up. So now, okay, here's the deal that we're dealing with now. Javier Castellano 2 days ago was in question of getting taken down.
Yeah.
Did not. Now, is this going to be in favor of him or not? Did this cost him the race? He lose the race by a little bit of the nose. Great eye by Mig that the 5 lost the action for a split second. Now the stewards have to decide if that cost the 5 the race.
Now, if just what you're talking about, Paul, if we go by the incidents that we've seen so far, you'd have to think they'll leave this alone. But there definitely was contact here.
But they've been consistent on if it changes a position or not, okay? If there's a foul, there's a foul. Did this cost the 5 winning the race, in your opinion?
Yes, it did. Because I think he had momentum to go by, and it mitigated that forward momentum. And if you look at where they started and where they wound up, by the time they made contact, there's no doubt that the winner, the unofficial winner, the 8 laugh and play, came out to cause the contact.
And took away the path of that runner that horse was established in, right?
Absolutely. And when the 8 got bumped, it actually knocked her forward onto her left lead. So if anything, it kind of pushed her forward and gave her a little bit more of an edge.
So if you're a steward, you think, no question, I'm taking the 8 down.
If I'm a steward, there's no question this number comes down. But if I'm a steward, I would have taken the number down the other day.
So let's look at the lanes here. Again, gold cap, and here Saez switches to that left-handed riding crop.
So
and
2.
Comes over into that next lane.
3, 4, 5, goes over 6 lanes. How many lanes do you want? 5 lanes? 1 to the 5 lane?
Oh, we lost our lane. We'll try and get a look
But
again.
honestly, even if it's 4 lanes, but the fact that there was contact at the end of that.
And the race was decided by a nose, yeah. If it was decided by a neck, they leave it up. Decided by a nose, it's a different ballgame?
For me, this definitely affected the outcome of this race.
Saez is smiling right now. We'll see. I'm assuming he has not yet talked to the stewards if he's still smiling.
I don't get. Listen to me. I'm not even.
And
how about
I'm
this?
a former
How about
rider.
this? I'm pleading the 5th.
There's Javier Castellano on the phone.
I'm a former rider, and it always benefited me, Paul, to talk to the stewards because I could talk, right? I have the gift of gab, obviously, guys, right? Why talk to the riders at all? That's like throwing the flag in football and asking the defender, did you hit him before the ball got there? No, of course not. And then asking the receiver, oh, did he hit you before the ball got there? Of course he did.
So
everybody's going to plead their case.
One more look, and here's the lane. So again, gold cap.
Okay, starts in the 1.5 lane. Where's the end up, Greg?
So they're nothing yet. They're over 1 lane.
4.
Over 2
5.
lanes.
Hold on, it keeps on going. It's the 5 lane. You go 1 to 5 to get your horse to compete. I get it.
If he doesn't make contact, there's not an issue. It's the contact at the very end. And again, watch the inside horse jump back to her left lead after they make that contact.
It is pretty crazy because the 5 re-rallied after the bump. The 5 re-rallied after the bump. I mean, like,
Is that ever something that, do the stewards ever take a look at, and maybe this is a question for them, past the wire, what happens if a horse has big finish afterwards, or is that not part of it?
Nah, I don't think they really take that into account. But, I mean, the fact is that she lost about a neck there, and then she's coming on again after the bump. You can't say that bump didn't cost
That is
her
a
ground.
nose.
Actually, you make a good point. If you go back to that, she's heads up. When the bump happens, she's a half a length back, and then she gets back up.
Let's check in with Acacia.
Oh, they changed it. They put the 5 up.
Wow, change is made. 5-8-4-7. And as we looked at that head-on, it looked like it was pretty damning evidence against Luis Saez and Laugh and Play. So, wow, that's a big win you take off the board. We said it would have been a historic win for Mike Maker back to 2009-99.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's I'm sorry for Mike Maker that way, but he's going to get his 3,000. It's just a matter of time.
Let's go back to Acacia.
It's certainly a tough situation for Mike Maker, but I did speak to jockey Javier Castellano, who was aboard your new official winner, Quarry of Thunder, and he said, I got beat by such a slim margin. If it had been a half a length or a length, I wouldn't have claimed foul, but I really felt like my filly was traveling well, and as soon as Luis Saez went left-handed, his filly came out into mine, and he really thought that had halted her momentum. He said it was because of the margin of loss, really, that prompted him to claim foul, because it was so close, and really thought that it inhibited her momentum, and clearly the stewards agree, Greg.
So first two on this Friday card go to Javier Castellano, Quarry of Thunder, and it seems like the right call after we show you that head on. That certainly Laugh and Play took away the ground of Quarry of Thunder.
Well, I think when you watch it closely and you see that they're head and head, the bump happens, she drops back a neck, and then comes on again to miss by a nose. You had to absolutely make the determination that it cost her more than what she got beat.
Here's another look at it, and it's just this simple little bump right here, knocks her off stride, and then she comes back on. Now the difference is, Mig, and we've talked about this, Greg, too, as well, if she does not come back on, you got to give Javier Castellano credit, because if she does not come back on and lose by a nose, if Javier quits riding, he doesn't get put up. The reason why she came back and kept on riding and came back to a nose, that the stewards decided, well, you know what, she probably was going to win this race.
Ride to the wire.
100%.
Makes a difference. Let's go back to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning jockey Javier Castellano. And Javier, you told me it was because of that slim margin coming down to the wire. You felt like this was really the right call and that your filly's momentum was stopped.
Absolutely, Acacia. You can see the head on the horse, he coming out a little bit. And you can see the jockey, he hit the left hand, and the horse, he drifted, he reacted through when they hit the left hand, he had a contact with me, a little bit light touch. And I lost the momentum of my horse, and it just kept beat right the wire. I think that's would have been a bit different if my horse is going to go by. He's going to win the race. I believe the best horse in the race. But I think it affected that. It should have disqualified the horse. It was the right call.
She was very game, all things considered, too. You rode her last time. It seems like she's a filly that's just doing well right now.
Absolutely. Every single race, you can see he improved a lot. The way he's been trying, the way he's been performing the last two races, I think it's going to look more in the future.
Javier, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Javier Castellano, as I know they have him waiting for a photo presentation in the winner's circle, Greg, but getting the win and the right call here.
Hall of Famer and Hall of Fame Friday kicks off this card with the first two races. And, you know, going back as we look at the prices, Mig, Saez, it's when he went to that left-handed crop that Laugh and Play started to come in and made that contact. Did he have to do that?
Well, he didn't have to do it, but, you know, his thought process was probably to get her to get out, to engage that filly and make his filly gamer. If he had straightened up one stride sooner, there's no contact, there's no change. It was that last little step that made the contact and kind of propelled that filly forward and stopped the momentum of your eventual official winner, Quarry of Thunder. Good call by you, Paul.
But let's make a good point. Luis Saez was not trying to do this on purpose at all. He was trying to get his filly out there to see the other filly, and that's a fine line. When you're going 40 miles an hour, you got to be able to get to that filly and then stop. He just went just a tiny bit too far. I mean,
it's a fine line, but yeah, you want to engage to get a little extra out of your mount.
It is a fine line, but I will say this, that when stewards are consistent, you know exactly where the line is. When stewards are inconsistent, there's more gray area. You don't know exactly where the line is, and these guys are good enough to ride right on that line.
Yeah. And you'll maybe take a few more chances.
Well, if you think you can get away with it, just human nature.
Yeah.
Pick 4 underway. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. We have the third ahead, of course, and we'll tell you the 2022 class inducted into the Hall of Fame earlier this morning across the street.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hall of Fame there in the background, and the 2022 class earlier today across Union Avenue inducted into the Hall of Fame, including those two great race mares, Beholder, Tepin, James Cox Brady, who oversaw that huge revitalization of Belmont Park back in the 1960s. Oscar White, his career spanned from 1940 to 1978, won 104 stakes races, including the 1945-1952 Belmont Stakes. 1952 with a Horse of the Year, one count, had a champion 3-year-old filly as well, Kiss Me Kate. Here's more on this year's class of the Hall of Fame.
She was an 11-time Grade 1 winner. She was the third all-time highest earning dirt female with over $6 million in earnings. One of the only thoroughbreds ever to win a Grade 1 stake every campaign from ages 2 to 6. She was the Eclipse champion 4 times, matched only by Azeri and Zenyatta among females all time. She was the fastest female since 2009, the fastest 2-year-old filly this century. In fact, no 2-year-old has run faster in the last 15 years, regardless of sex. She's one of only 2 horses all time with 3 Breeders' Cup victories. There's one person missing. He should be standing here right now instead of me. His name was Wayne Hughes. We lost Wayne in August of last year. And while we're sorry he didn't get to see Beholder win her final honor, we take solace in remembering how much Beholder meant to Wayne. You see, Wayne never really got too attached to the racehorses, and they meant a lot to him, but he wasn't the type to allow his emotions to come along for the ride. Until Beholder, that is. She changed him in that regard.
But the one thing about Tepin that I really admired was the more she raced and the more success she had, the greater the following she seemed to get from the people. The fans seemed to start to really love her. The first time I recognized it was when she overcame a 13-link deficit to win the Grade 2 at Tampa Bay Downs. When she crossed the finish line, there was just this eruption of applause. It was like a crescendo in a concert. It was so good. And then when she won up in Woodbine in Canada and she beat the boys in the grade 1, we're having the trophy presentation, and we stopped the trophy presentation to recognize the fans shouting loudly, "Tepin, Tepin, Tepin." It was such an appreciation from the Canadian fans. And then again, when she finished second at the Breeders' Cup, when she was leaving to go back to the barn, the grandstand started going, "Tepin, Tepin, Tepin." And again, I think that was because she finished the last quarter in that Breeders' Cup, the fastest quarter ever recorded on the grass at Santa Anita. And the fans really appreciated that, even though she came up a half a length short.
And there they are, immortalized in this sport. Tepin, we got to see a couple of times here in New York. Unfortunately, didn't get to see Beholder here on this side of the U.S., but look, what a great class this year.
And Tepin also going to Europe and winning over in England, you know, it was a phenomenal feat to win going a mile straight away. And our horses are used to running around turns, so for her to adapt to that, too, just speaks volumes about her class and ability to adapt.
One of the great stretch stools in Breeders' Cup history. Beholder just out finishing Songbird.
Yeah, and best friends, too. Mike Smith on the inside on Songbird and Beholder with Gary Stevens on the outside. They both had a cold champagne, as Gary explains it right after the race. Songbird give it all she got. That was a great stretch stool. But her finest day was that Pacific Classic. That move she made was breathtaking.
Dominant. And that occasion beating the boys in the grade 1 by more than 8 lengths. That speed figure she earned that day, that was the best of her career in a 114 buyer. Sorry. Yeah, it was the best, 114. Yeah. What a resume. 18 wins, 6.1 plus million in earnings, and a 3-time Breeders' Cup winner. As for Tepin, she beat the boys on several occasions, as Mig mentioned, including overseas. Woodbine Mile did it as well. Breeders' Cup Mile. What a runner.
You know what always impressed me about her, too? She didn't need any particular type of ground. She handled firm ground. She 100%. Handled soft ground. She wasn't a horse that needed things to go her way to get it done.
But you made such a good point, Meg. She's winning here at Keeneland. She went over and wins the Queen Anne. She went over Woodbine over that big, long stretch, which sort of plays like Belmont a little bit. It did not matter. And I'm kind of with you. I think she liked the softer ground. And what she did over in Europe to beat them at their game over the heavy ground, I don't think we'll see it again for a long time.
No, I don't think so as well. And also, you know what? It was just released this morning. Her rider, Julian Leperoux, was named this year Mike Venezia Award winner.
Oh, congratulations to Julian.
Yeah, and then Julian got his 1,000th career win at Churchill Downs. We know Johnny V's going for his 1,000th career win at Saratoga. But yeah, Julian did a good job with that mare, Tepin. She was some kind of mare. For a good 2-3 years, man, wow. Wow.
Congratulations to everyone in that class of 2022. Always a very special day here in Saratoga Springs, and two that we will not forget for a long time, obviously on the racetrack at Tepin and Beholder. We get set for the third coming up next. Here's 6 furlongs on the main track. New York Preds trying to get that first win. $25,000 maiden claiming race, and there's the current favorite, Devil or Angel. David Donk, Jose Ortiz. We'll be back.
On the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the field.
Life is good. Next goal, superstar.
Go to
comes Taba. Taba in the center of the track with good-looking strides, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Taba going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Taba. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
Gun Runners on top of the world!
Come dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I was born and raised in Maryland. My father used to take me to Bowie Racetrack when I was little, just enjoyed the time with him, enjoyed the time watching the horses, and always had a goal that when I was older and I was going to build out a racing stable. And then as I got more and more into the sport, realized I also wanted to build out a broodmare band. We ended up purchasing a phenomenal farm down in Kentucky. We now have Determined Stud in Lexington, Kentucky. We've got 22 mares, 20 yearlings, most of which are headed for the sales, including Saratoga. The Saratoga sale, it's a great environment. They're phenomenal horses, great mood. All the key buyers are there, all the key sellers are there. For Determined Stud, it'll be a big jumping off point. We're selling 2 horses. We've got a great Candy Ride. We've got a great City of Light we're looking to buy as well. And Fasig-Tipton is just always there to help service the needs that we have as a growing top-end breeding entity.
Fasig-Tipton 101st Saratoga sale, again August 8 and 9, right across the street from the racetrack here in Saratoga Springs. Where will you be?
I'll be there. I love that sale. And I love the people at Fasig-Tipton, just tremendous people that run Fasig. And
fun to catch up with people, too, because it is a big social event.
Listen, the jockeys aren't going to be there, but another part of this business that you want to see some of the trainers or meet some of the trainers, all the people that are on Twitter and get upset at some of the trainers, go to the sales. You can say it right to their face.
Or you could just all get along as well.
Yeah, or you can get along at a party, yeah.
Exactly.
12 minutes to post in the third. Let's go to Acacia.
And it is the most stressful week for my husband, an assistant trainer, leading up to these sales with everyone in town. But so much excitement, so much to look forward to with Fasig-Tipton as the showing did start today across the street. But talking about horses in this race, we'll take a look at Devil or Angel for trainer Dave Donk, as this one comes off of a 4th place finish last time out. I do like this turn back to the 6 furlongs. He's a horse that just is always a little bit all over the place prior to his races. He's really sharp once again. I always wish that he was carrying a little bit more condition on him. He's certainly very, very fit. There's no excess weight by any means, but he's, again, just always one that lacks some focus prior to the races. And I'm not sure, as I wasn't in the paddock for his last 2 races, but he does now wear those short cut blinkers with a hood attached and that his ears are covered. As we've talked with trainer Dave Donk, he brings virtually all of his horses into the paddock prior to the races wearing a hood, keeping them settled, and then for most of them will take that off before heading out. But this guy today will keep the hood on attached to those blinkers. So just another means of trying to keep him a little bit more relaxed prior to the race. The number 3, Barone Marchese, is second off the claim for the Noda Barn and second off the layoff as well. Really didn't run at all last time out, but I do think it's encouraging. He's taking some attention in here, and he seems to be one that's done well, that has continued to strengthen up. He's on the small side this gelding and just never really showed a lot prior to his races, but he looks incredibly fit today. He's really, really well muscled, balking just a little bit there with his handler, but overall he's been very professional, very focused here in the paddock, and thought that he was one that had license to improve. if maybe you are a little bit reluctant to take some of the horses with experience, a first-time starter could be the way to go. And the one to the outside, My Slick Nick, was taking some attention. This gelding goes out for trainer Joe Taylor, who, if you're not familiar with him, a very, very sharp trainer who has been leading trainer at Parks. And clearly Steve Classer is helping him out, saddling him as he is wearing those SK blinkers. Does debut with short cut blinkers on. He got a little bit revved up here in the paddock when there were a couple cracks of thunder, and he's been pretty sharp ever since, but he has relaxed a little bit more once they put the tack on. He's a good-looking son of Frost Giant. Now, there is some turf on the bottom side, and he actually has a turf hoof. He actually looks like he's a horse that could handle the grass, but he's very fit for his debut. He's got good energy. They do opt to debut him here. I would expect them to show a little bit of speed from the outside, especially with Kendra Carmouche, who is well familiar with Parks trainers and the Parks circuit as well, climbing aboard, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 4-year-old debuting by Frost Giant. As you look at David Donk and his rider on Devil or Angel, the favorite right now coming up, Jose Ortiz. Get signed up, started, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, Toga200 at NYRaBets.com.
David Donk with Zach Wilson on the other line, never without his Jets hat on. It's almost like you. I never seen you with your Rangers hat, but.
No, but I've got a new hockey puck here, a Rod Gilbert hockey puck given to me by Nick Fatillo as I was coming on the set, former New York Ranger.
Most people would say Rod Gilbert. See, you know your hockey.
Yeah, I grew up with him.
Yeah.
I stayed online at Green Acres Mall with my brothers trying to get his autograph. We got about 8 away, standing there 2.5 hours, and they closed the line.
Oh,
I had a problem with Rod Gilbert for a number of years.
Now you got his puck.
Nah, but
it's crazy how you grew up doing that. I remember I chased Paul Molitor down in his Corvette, and we got to a light, and he looked at me like I was an alien. I'm like, Mr. Molitor, can I get your autograph? And he rolled down the window, and he signed my autograph.
Did he really?
After that, he was my favorite baseball player of all time.
That's
I love
cool.
Paul Molitor.
I wrote a letter to Jack Clark. My sister wrote a letter to Kenta Colby. She didn't hear back. Jack Clark sent me back an autograph.
The Ripper sent you back?
Yeah.
He's the best, Jack. Wow.
There is, right now, the man of the hour. That was Javier Castellano on the 6, Captain Remington. He's taking the first 2 on the card, 1 via DQ. Got a big chance to make it 3 straight to start this day. Captain Remington drops out of straight maiden races at Finger Lakes, and he'd been in for maiden claiming before, but absolutely fits in here. Co-favorite right now.
Well, he's definitely improved, this horse. I mean, maybe getting up to Finger Lakes, getting a little bit of confidence, a little more experience, but he has definitely raised his game and is definitely a contender here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, his race here at Saratoga last year, Greg, I would think puts him right there at the wire, no? I mean, he didn't break well. He made up some ground, but the speed number that he got fits right with this group.
I'm with you. 3-1 right now. Slight second choice. It's a nice-looking horse making his debut coming in from Parks. Kendra Carmouche for Joseph Taylor, Lamarcus Stable, as Acacia was talking about. So this horse can make an impact.
Yeah, and listen, Kendrick goes on Monday and Tuesdays, and he rides at Parks here and there. So very familiar. Great information by Acacia, because she's dead right. Kendrick is very familiar with Joey Taylor, and Joseph can train, and he can get one ready. I know it says he's 0 for 7 with the first-time starters, but this group, a first-time starter can win this race.
So here we go. We're going to get the post parade in a moment. 5-2 favorite. There's that 2-horse making his way down Champions Way. He showed speed and was on the lead for the first time in his career last time out. What do you expect today tactically?
Well, I thought that was a pretty tepid pace, even though it was, maiden claimers. You got to go a half in 47-1 at Belmont, going 7/8. I think there'll be a bit more speed signed on here. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the first-time starters is the main speed here.
Call to post for our third coming up. Again, 6-furlong sprint, this maiden claiming group. The other Chad, trained by Chad Summers at 9-1.
Big drop in class, came out of a tough maiden allowance race, is coming back as a gelding. Could improve in his second start against a much easier field.
And there's the favorite, Devil or Angel.
2 starts back, this horse came from off the pace. Then they took the horse to the lead. I think they're trying to figure out the running style of the 2.
It's going the wrong way right now. Here's Barone Marches for Orlando Noda.
Yeah, he has races to go back to that would be good enough. I thought his last 2 looked pretty hungry, though.
Makart, Jimmy Ryerson trains, dropped into this level last start, did not make an impact.
Yeah, and maybe it speaks volumes for the 7, because Kendra Carmouche was on this horse the last 2 times that she's run, or he's run.
1 of 2 first-time starters in the field. Here's Jay Stalker.
Owned by Jay Provenzano of Flying P Stable. Bruce Levine can get a first-time start already.
Captain Remington, Javier Castellano looking to sweep the first 3.
Yeah, and this one, Edwin Davis owns and trains, and yeah, I think I'm in agreement with Greg. The horse to beat.
And the Parks Shipper, first-time starter. Here's my Slick Nick.
I like what I saw from him in the paddock. He's definitely sharp on the racetrack, and outside post with a first-time starter could be a benefit, because if he doesn't break super sharp, at least he's not going to get pinched between 2 horses.
So, Jose, what's Jose doing here? Just taking this horse away from the rest of the group?
Yeah, obviously this horse is a little bit, keyed up, and you have to get permission to break out of the post parade, because he didn't even stay in the post parade. He came out, made a right, went directly off.
What do you mean you have to get permission? Who do you have to ask?
The stewards have to allow you to break the post parade.
And you have to know this before you get out? Oh, beforehand, okay.
I mean, if you make the left in the post parade and your horse acts up, you can say to the outrider, hey, I need to go, and they'll let you go. But if you come out on the track and make that immediate right and don't partake in the post parade at all, you need permission beforehand for that.
What do you see from him right now? Looks pretty good to me.
He looks good. I thought he was over the boiling point a bit in the paddock. I, kind of like the filly we saw in the last race that we, didn't like with Falea.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's settled down more, and obviously Jose knows him because they made that move right to the right.
And has been on him 5 prior starts of his 7 to race, so he's gotten to know this son of Shackelford pretty well. As we look at the 4 here for Jimmy Ryerson, Jose Lezcano on board, and this one at 6-1 right now.
Yeah, and this is a race from June 18th where I thought he ran a really good second that day. Now, I know it was only a field of 6. He was 7.5 to 1 for maiden 40. But you figured off this race, okay, we're going to come to Saratoga for the maiden 25. It did not work out. Maybe this horse just wants to go around 1 turn instead of 2 turns.
Yeah, it's probably a good point. I mean, he ran well this day. Almost felt like, even though he had a lot of space, until they really drifted, he didn't look like he was as comfortable inside a horse. His head was cocked, looking at the horses a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what kind of trip he works out here. This race, to me, is a head-scratcher. I'm kind of in agreement with you, Paul. I'm looking for a fresh face here.
I think you repeat that race we just showed you, though. He becomes a major player in this spot. 6-1 right now with more on Makart. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I think the cutback in distance is really going to be key for this horse. Even the short comments last time said that he was lugging in, lost his action, and he was hanging on that left lead. He just looked like he was really struggling in the stretch and really tiring. So he does cut back in distance here to the 6 furlongs, and he's sharp. In fact, actually much sharper than he was last time out when going the mile distance too. Thought that this was going to be the right spot for him. Got pretty hot back in the paddock, but as you saw in that good solo warm-up under Jose Lezcano, brought it back to him pretty nicely. Just back to the first-time starter. Richie and I both going on my Slick Nick. In fact, all of us on firsters. This one, Kendra Carmouche takes most of his horses away from the pony for a big warm-up, and he kept this gelding with the pony and pretty quiet out on track. I noticed that he has a burr on the right side of his bit, which is basically a little tool to provide a little added pressure onto the right cheek, and especially breaking from the outside. Maybe he's a horse that has broken out in the mornings, or they're worried that he could potentially break out. You can even see it in that shot right there. It's just a little kind of plasticky circle that applies extra pressure onto the right side of the cheek and allows the rider a little bit more control. So he settled nicely in the warm-up here, and certainly a horse that I'm very intrigued by, especially with that equipment from that outside post, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. So 5-1 on my Slick Nick, debuting after training at Parks. Let's go back to the favorite, Mig, at 5-2, Devil or Angel.
Yeah, you see he's settled down nicely now with the pony, but this is why it's so good to have good teammates. Like Maggie Wolfendale informed me that this is a horse that's been bad with the pony at times, so he warmed up on his own, got away from everybody, and now he's settled in, and he's much more composed than he was in the paddock once he maybe got to expel a little bit of that nervous energy, Paul.
So 5-2, Ortiz, Donk. See if the Donk barn can keep on rolling. 4 wins, 3 seconds already at the meet, winning at 24%. Great start for him. He had a 3-win day. Was that last summer?
Yeah, I want to say so, yeah. By the way, the 5 and the 7, the 2 firsters, I can't tell if they're taking money just because of the resume of the rest of the field. Now it looks like that Luis Rodriguez, just off the one. Are they readjusted here, Mig? What's going on?
I'll let you know in a minute when they pop that overgirth, which isn't it now. It looks to me like he is going to be
a scratch.
A late scratch. They're removing the tack now.
All right, so back to the barn for the other Chad. Son of Run Happy will wait to make career start number 2. So down to a 6-horse field now.
Yeah, so remember, if you're alive in your pick 4s or your pick 5s, you'll get the post-time favorite. And right now it is the 2. Very, very close between the 2 and 6. I'm going to get on my Naira Bets app and see how close they are in dollars. But, yeah, if you did have the one in your pick 4s or pick 5s, you're going to get the post-time favorite.
See, now they're moving everybody in a stall, so they'll adjust the numbers on the starting gate. And don't forget, too, the 2 Devil or Angels getting Jose Ortiz, Dave Donk's main man.
There he is. Jose, we've talked about it the past few days here in the program, making that agent switch. He will now have the same agent as his brother, Arad Ortiz Jr., after a long, long relationship with his previous agent.
Well, you feel for Jimmy Riccio because he did such a good job with Jose, but this is a part of the game. Agents make changes. They go to, they can get a better rider. Riders have a shelf life. They only get so many years to maximize their career. You can't blame a guy for trying to do something that he thinks is best for his career. You may not agree with it, but ultimately he controls the decisions about his career.
Happens in all sports. I changed agents a couple times. It just happens. So it's part of life. So whatever he's most comfortable. By the way, the favorite is the 2 by $3,000 as we speak right now.
Who now inherits the rail with Jose Ortiz. For Donk, we're set for the 3rd from Saratoga. Let's go upstairs. Here's John Imbrial.
Captain Remington and My Slick Nick. There in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant start and an awkward beginning for number 4, Macart, who trails the field. Devil or Angel down on the inside. In between horses moving up is Jay's Talker. Jay's Talker has now taken the lead. On the outside is My Slick Nick, now up to challenge. Devil or Angel back running in 3rd. And then it is Captain Remington who's running in 4th. It's 2.5 lengths. Back to the 2 trailers, Macart and Barone Marchese. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds as the field goes into the far turn, and it's a battle up front. My Slick Nick and Jay's Talker, the 2 first-time starters, are right together. And they've got 2.5 lengths on Captain Remington next and 3rd. Down on the inside is Devil or Angel running in 4th. Barone Marchese begins to pick it up on the extreme outside as the field comes to the top of the stretch. And it is Jay's Talker who has the lead. And here is Captain Remington now ranging up the challenge. It is Jay's Talker and Captain Remington. Jay's Talker is holding on to the lead. Captain Remington is all out in 2nd. And Barone Marchese is next in 3rd. They're inside the 16th pole. And it is the first-time starter, Jay's Talker, who did all the speaking today. Won by more than 3. Captain Remington was 2nd. And Barone Marchese finished 3rd.
2 first-time starters broke exceptionally sharp, battled early here. In the end, My Slick Nick backed out of it. Jay Stalker kept going on.
Hey, Jay Stalker took the heat from My Slick Nick, shrugged him off, and then had to face a fresh challenge from Captain Remington. But he kept finding Bruce Levine so good with firsts. And Paulie, you're having a good day. Another top selection for you. And we were looking for the new face, right?
Well, that was the key, right? It was just ripe for a first-time starter because a lot of these horses just, like the 6, don't have that winning punch. And Bruce Levine is very sneaky with his first-time starters. You look down and you're like, wow, 19%? He's very, very sharp. Ricardo Santana put this horse in the game and just grinded away. And listen, beat a marginal field, but a new face was the way to go.
How about the money he took late? He got blasted late, didn't he?
He went from 5-1 in the gate around the turn to 7-2.
That's significant. Bruce Levine, well done with his first-time starter. 4-year-old, took a while to make this debut, but it was worth the wait. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard for the win. 5-6-3-4 finish.
Really professional, too. He was just cruising along when My Slick Nick was putting some pressure on him from the outside. He just seemed unperturbed by anything. He was very focused. kicked clear late.
Yeah, because when I looked at you, we were both saying, does the 7 have the 5 put away? But Ricardo was never panicking on the 5 at all.
Sitting on him nice, quiet, and then this horse kept finding more. How tough a game is this, right? The 6th Captain Remington, owned and trained by Eddie Davis, ridden by Javier Castellano. Good second here. His brother and his brother-in-law are sitting in the jock's room with Javier Castellano. This is a tough game.
5, 6, 3, 4, get 7-2 on Jay Stalker. First time out, took all that late money. So this may play a lot bigger in your multi-race wagers. We'll have the prices for you when we come back here on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live on a Hall of Fame Friday.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us here at the premier meet in the country. Program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NowRebets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Into the winner's circle here in the 3rd on this Friday card. First-time starter Jay Stalker for Bruce Levine, Flying P Stable, and Ricardo Santana Jr. Let's go to Acacia.
We've got a little sun shower happening here. We're not really quite sure whether we need the umbrella or not, but so happy to be joined by Jay Provenzano from Flying P. And I feel like we've got a really good story waiting for us here, Jay. Tell us about the name.
So the name Jay Stalker comes from actually Carol Fisher. So Dave Canizzo, Willowbrook Farm, he was a previous trainer of mine. He had this horse on his farm, and the guy gave up on some of his horses or whatever, and Dave said, I really want you to buy this horse or whatever. So I ended up with the horse. Horse was a half to a real nice Kelly Breen horse. And we kept running into problems. It was on the farm, off the farm and stuff. So about a year, a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago here or whatever, Carol called Dave Jay Stalker, you know, because wherever I was, there he was. And I said, that's an absolute great name. I said, we're naming this horse Jay Stalker. And Bruce ended up with the horse, and everybody couldn't understand what the name was. We were always waiting for the win or the race in the win and to give the interview to explain it.
So it is Jay Stalker, not Jay's Talker.
No, it's Jay Stalker, that's for sure.
Well, he was impressive today. He shook off all the pressure as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, he ran like a professional today. We thought the way he's built, he's gonna want longer, you know, and Bruce just wanted to get a race into him, but, you know, he worked him so many times. We knew he was fit. He came off the farm fit, and when Santana asked about him, we said, you know, we really don't have a gauge on this horse. So he goes, all right, well, how does he break? We said, well, we really don't have a gauge on this horse. He goes, I could fix that. And he just warmed him up, sent him on a lead, and he was fit. I mean, you know, they took a shot at him, and he just put him away.
Well, so glad he got the win so we could learn a little bit of the behind-the-scenes story. Jay, congratulations.
Yep, and Fish, I know you're watching this at home and laughing right now.
I'm sure she is. Well, there you go, Greg. Wherever Jay is, Jeff Canizzo is, I guess.
I love to hear these stories about how these horses get named. Of course, Keisha has a lot of experience naming horses herself. She gets very creative. Jay Stalker, first time out winner, $9.60.
Real professional on debut, and another winner picked by our Paulo Duca.
I'll take the second one. I'm taking the second one. I don't care if it was a DQ. It's like a broken bat hit. Taking it.
5-6-3 finish. We're going to get into the fourth coming up in a moment. On and off rain this afternoon. It's weird. Sun is shining out here. It's beautiful. But rain coming down a little bit, stopping and starting. So far, has not affected our conditions of the racetrack. Still listed as fast and firm.
This is crazy. It just reminds me when I played in Florida. True story. I'll never forget. We were in a game in Florida. Miguel Cabrera was raising his hands in right field. It was just raining in right field. And that was it. He came running in. They had to stop the game. But it's sunny out and it's raining. It's kind of weird and beautiful at the same time, right?
It is, but this is summer in the Adirondacks.
Right?
You never know what you might get.
We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll talk the fourth and a preview of what we have on tap for Saturday, that big showdown in the Whitney with the brilliant Life is Good and the horse on a win streak Olympiad for Bill Mott.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Back on Saratoga Live, thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon here in upstate New York. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy, now standing out of legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Paul LaDuca with you. Saturday, of course, it is the Whitney, the most prestigious race there is for older horses in the country. And a big showdown between Life is Good, Olympiad, who's won 5 in a row, and a strong supporting cast. Todd Fletcher, in fact, will send out 3 in this race. 6-5 morning line favorite is Life is Good. We'll start, though, with American Revolution. Grade 1 winner for Todd Fletcher, who was just second to Olympiad in the Stephen Foster.
Yeah, this is his third start off the layoff. Could be primed for his very best. It's going to have to be his very best to handle the likes of Life is Good and Olympiad. But his coming out last year was here in Saratoga when he won that Albany. That was, to me, his coming out party.
Next door, Hot Rod Charlie, Doug O'Neill, and Connection say a brilliant horse, but at the same time, he's been a little frustrating.
He's kind of frustrated because in his last race, he looked like he was home in the Salvatore Mile, and he kind of hung at 30 cents on the dollar. He does have $5.1 million in the bank, so he's no slouch, but he's got to raise his competition up a little bit against some of these.
Grade 1 winner who they feel should have a few more of those. He'll try and get another one tomorrow. Zoomer would be one of the biggest upsets we've seen in this racetrack.
Does get Joel Rosario first time off the claim. You don't see Marchese claim that many horses anymore. Claim this one for Gary Barber. Very ambitious spotting for a very honest racehorse, an 11-time winner.
Hottest horse in racing right now, Olympiad. He's won 5 in a row, 4 graded stakes for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Never lost around 2 turns, and Junior Alvarado definitely has done an unbelievable job of this son of Speightstown. He won the Stephen Foster. He's gradually gone up from grade 3s to grade 2s, and now can he get his grade 1?
Happy saver, Todd Fletcher. He started out 5 for 5 in his career, including a grade 1 win. We thought he was going to be any kind. He has not won since.
No, but he's run some good races, and he's run into tougher and tougher company. He has 2 starts at Saratoga, winning a second, and he'd like to see things get pretty heated on the front end, I think.
He missed by a half length in another grade 1 since that time. That was to Maxfield late last year in the Clark. And Life is Good. Brilliantly fast. He does it so easy. Coming off that ultra impressive John A. Nehru.
Yeah, and this is a horse that has never not been the favorite. Speed is his weapon, and he is ultra, ultra fast. They're going to be looking at him at the front end, and Todd Fletcher and Irad Ortiz Jr. going to try to win another Whitney.
Life is Good, so 6-5 Mig. He's so quick. He does it just effortlessly. And, you know, maybe there's some questions about a mile and a quarter. I don't think there's questions about a mile and an eighth, are there?
No, I don't think there's any questions about the mile and eighth. I question that, is he at his very best at a mile and eighth? I think he's a truest sense a miler that's just talented, that the extra furlong's not an issue. The mile and a quarter is a whole nother.
Nick Sco might disagree.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I'm just not convinced that this is his best distance. And that doesn't mean I don't think he's going to win. I mean, he's obviously going to be very tough. I like Olympiad because Olympiad is 5 for 5 around 2 turns. And he's proven to be a true 2-turn horse, and he's coming in here off a raging form. And the one thing that surprised me looking up all the statistics and doing research for the race, one of the few races Bill Mott has not won is a Whitney.
Yeah, that's true. The crazy part is you got Olympiad by Speightstown, who was a champion sprinter. Life is Good by Into Mischief, who's a champion sprinter, and they're both going to go a mile and an eighth. You know, Life is Good is one of those horses, Mig, I don't know if the distance really matters because he goes so fast. It's like catch me if you can. So if he breaks the other horse's hearts, I don't really think it matters what the distance is, because if he goes out and just wings and dings, the other horses get tired chasing him, and that's going to be the thing with Olympiad and Junior Alvarado. When is he going to have to pull the trigger? He's going to have to pull it at the right time, because if he goes into chase mode too quick, the tank's going to empty, no?
Yeah, absolutely. You make a great point. I mean, when a horse is that naturally fast, he's basically tugging everybody along, and they're using themselves up, chasing him. He's a very good horse. Maybe I'm just trying to come up with an alternative and make myself find a horse to beat him.
Well, Speaker's Corner, highly regarded as maybe many thought he might be one of the best dirt milers in the country, and Life is Good. Put him away like he wasn't even there. We'll see if he can do it to his stablemate on Saturday. It'll be a great matchup. We'll be back with the Paddock Report next.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Thanks for being with us on a gorgeous Friday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs, New York. Getting set for the 4th coming up next. We're going to be on the main track. 7/8 of a mile. New York Reds in a $25,000 claiming race. Gemography, you're looking at this 2-horse. Ed DeLauro, Eric Cancel will ride, coming out of a stakes race going long. Last out, it's going to cut back. Let's go to Acacia for more.
I think he has a big chance in here on that significant drop in class and cut back in distance. This is the distance that he wants to go. My notes last time for the Saginaw were that doesn't look like a horse that wanted to go that far, and he just didn't stack up versus his competition. He's in the right place in here. He also has more energy today than he did last time out. He was very subdued in the paddock prior to that Saginaw, and I appreciate, especially on the cutback in distance, for him to go shorter today, that he's showing some more energy, striding out well. He is a big, solid, heavier type of horse as well. Just think that, again, this is the right spot and the right level of competition for him. Another class dropper is the 3 Tapazirants for Gus Rodriguez, who's had certainly a strong start to the meet with a few winners, and this one going back to the 25,000, which is where he ran a good second 2 starts back, totally taken out of his comfort zone last time out when he stumbled at the break. He's typically a horse that's up in the first flight, up in that stalking spot, and he was so far back and then just never really re-rallied after that, and especially running against Tougher that day as well. He looks very fit in here. He made a lovely impression. Jose Ortiz climbs aboard. I think all things to like about the horse, who is currently your tepid favorite in this tricky race. The number 5 Magnetron, on paper and looking at replays, he wasn't a horse that I had anticipated liking, but he was a horse that just really grabbed my attention here in the paddock. Let's see how he does stack up. He was a horse that was claimed for $10,000 back at Belmont. He does cut back to the 7 furlongs once again, coming off of a hard-fought win at the Finger Lakes, going the mile and 70 yards last time. But he's much more compact. He's much more of a stout, sturdy type of individual, shorter back, great weight on him, beautifully turned out as all of Jeremiah Englehart's horses are. Thought that this could be an interesting spot, though. He will be tested to see how he matches up at this level, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. Look at those skies. Some ominous dark clouds still hanging around, but the sun is shining and the rain has stopped.
I feel like
Love it up here.
I feel like I'm in the Wizard of Oz up here. Right?
It's one side is sunshine, the other's really dark.
Oh, God. We just need the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, Greg.
Can we find it? We'll do our best here in this 4th race. This is another competitive wagering race. No question in here. Favorite right now is Tapazirans.
It is some old war horses. You got 7-year-olds, 6-year-olds. These are some horses that have been through some battles here. And, you know, it's a 25,000 state bred. And there are some conditions in here, the 3-year-olds and upwards as well. And it's a tricky race. You look at the 7 in here who was 10-1 on the morning line. He's one of the lowest picked 3s in here. He's getting hammered at the window. But, you know, Mig made a good point. 2 of his 3 wins here at Saratoga.
Yeah, when people look down and they see 3 starts in Saratoga, 2 in Saratoga Dirt, 2 wins and a second out of 3 tries, that catches people's attention.
So post parade coming up in a moment. That beautiful new addition here at Saratoga, that post paddock bar.
Have you gone yet, Greg?
I've not, but I just got invited to a party there.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
You need +1? What's going on here? +2?
You're invited as well.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
Mig is
I'm out.
too. Great spot to watch the races
No,
from.
it really
There's
is.
so many great areas, though, and I think so many people that come here year after year after year. Chad Brown said this, too. He used to come here with his family all the time, and they'd have the same exact spot they go to every year.
It's pretty cool. And you know, I ran into a couple yesterday. Said we've been here 3 years. We've found 3 different things to hang out because there's so much to do here. You're right.
Call to post coming up for this 4th. We're going to begin with Mr. Pete, Junior Alvarado, and this one has been popular in the claim box.
Popular at the claim box, makes his first start for Eddie Davis, claimed off the Marchese. Tough inside draw.
Very sneaky one right here. Gemography's a major player.
Yeah, I'm with you here, Greg. 9-2. You know, 20 out of 37 in the exacta. Eric Cancels. This is a big brown gelding.
Tapazirans, the favorite at 5-2.
Runs back to this race 2 back at this level. He'll be very tough to beat.
Breaking Stones, Dylan Davis, Rudy Rodriguez still trying to get that first win.
Yeah, took a field gate to wire with Dylan aboard, so Dylan does stick here. Might be the speed of the speed.
Comes in off a win, but will cut back in distance. Magnetron for Jeremiah Englehart.
Kind of like that move for this horse, and I agree with what Acacia said about him being a compact individual. This has been a tough, demanding track, Saratoga. I like turning back from 2 turns to the 7/8.
Forever Wicked, 2 for 37 lifetime.
This horse comes from way out of it. I mean, Castillo, a rider that you'll see at parks every once in a while will be aboard. Big long shot here.
And Gandy Dancing for John Pregman Jr.
Yeah, get 7-pound apprentice Omar Hernandez Moreno. Horse that's well drawn outside and a nice record here in Saratoga.
Yeah, won at this level at Saratoga last summer, but was the favorite in that race. This time we'll try and do it at 9-2 on the board as you get a look at the crowd on hand on this Hall of Fame Friday. Whitney Day tomorrow. This place is going to be packed on Saturday.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be really packed. And we're taking a look at the 3. And Gustavo Rodriguez, he's kind of made his presence felt here. You know, sometimes it's really hard to come up here. You know this, Mig. And to claim horses, he claimed this horse out of this race and then came back and ran. And I would think that he'll make a better account of himself today. Gustavo seems like he's come up here to try to win some races.
Yeah, he's winning at better than 20% already on the meet. Longtime assistant to his brother, Rudy. And he's just back in a more appropriate spot. You know, off the claim, they have to go up in class for 30 days. So they took a shot and tried him in a much tougher race. He's back down to earth now.
That was a loaded race he was in last time. Foolish Ghost, Big Engine, Bronx Bomber, and he stumbled out of the gate, which gave him no chance. That was a really tough spot.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, he's got some races to go to that put him right there. Now, does he have the winning punch? 4 for 34 with 8 seconds. But this race is a confusing race because there's so many different ways you can go.
Let's go to Acacia for more.
I couldn't agree more with that sentiment, Paulie. And we'll take a look at one first off the claim. This one for Rudy Rodriguez, breaking stones, and Rudy still looking for that win up at this meet here. But such a good barn that you know it's going to happen eventually. And just watching as far as how trainers have been claiming horses here, it seems Rudy Rodriguez has been really active in the claim box too. Has won some of the big shakes, and this is a horse that he claimed back at Belmont and comes back, I think, in the right spot. He is breaking stones, a horse that has a lot of good size to him, but he's a little bit more compactly built just in his frame. So I do think that the sprint, once again, is a good spot for him. Got a big warm-up under Dylan Davis, too. Right out of the post parade, took him away from the pony, gave him a good gallop out there on the track. Thought that this was a horse who, yes, had a win last time out and stepping up in class here today, but could potentially be a threat, especially as far as speed does go. Speaking to the intention with that warm-up that Dylan Davis did get him, we'll see if Rudy Rodriguez can get off the duck with one off the claim, Greg.
Thank you, Casey. Look, too good a trainer to go what he's going through right now, Rudy Rodriguez. But he was hot at Belmont, and your horses wind up winning a lot of races, and then you can run out of conditions a little bit. He's going to win his share, but it's been a rough start for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, and I'm sure it is very frustrating for him. You know, Rudy's a pretty upbeat kind of guy, and I could tell it's probably been getting to him just a little bit. He does a good job, but just what you said, Greg, that you win races, horses got to move up in company, they lose conditions, they get worn out from running hard. It's hard to maintain that consistency year round unless you've got a deep, deep bench.
Yeah, and the other part about this is Rudy plays the claiming game, so he loses a lot of his horses too as well, so he's got to claim horses back. So he runs into these slumps. That just happens. He's a great trainer, just like anybody else in sports. They go into their little slumps. But when he breaks out of it, he'll break out of it in a big way.
I agree.
Meanwhile, back to our favorite for Gustavo Rodriguez. Much easier company that he's going to get from last time. He's got to break well, though. Horse who likes to be forward. And if he can repeat what he did 2 starts back, that race we showed you, he'll be in the mix right here. Here's the 7. So Gandy dancing. And Paul, you were intrigued by this one a little, right?
Yeah, I am, because the numbers come up very, very sharp in this race. And you look at the record at Saratoga, and there's a reason why I landed on this horse. I didn't think the horse would be 4-1. But still, you get Omar Hernandez Moreno. You get the he's very, very good. I think Oscar, I would say Jose Gomez for an apprentice is a little bit better than him. He's a little bit more polished, but this kid is not bad. And this horse does possess some speed. And facing the same kind of company, I think with the layoff and liking Saratoga, I can't believe the horse is just getting destroyed. He is the second lowest in the pick 3 will pays, and he was 10-1 on the line.
Yeah, that's a surprising amount of money for this horse here. 10-1 down to 9-2. With relatively unknown rider for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Omar Hernandez Moreno has shown ability. He hasn't ridden as much as, let's say, like Jose Gomez.
Yeah.
So young rider has to ride a lot of races to really start to see the race. And you almost see that moment when that light bulb goes on and things start to slow down. I'm sure it was a lot like hitting in the major
100%.
leagues, all right? You know, at first, maybe you're not seeing the pitches as well, but then with more at-bats, things start to slow down and you see it clearer.
I think a lot of people don't understand that when they say the game slows down. It actually does. When you have ultimate confidence, a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, it goes in slow motion. And I know I only got 1 point whatever seconds to react, but you are trained and your body's trained, just like when you're riding a racehorse, that you're just making all the right moves. And right now, Joel Rosario's making all the right moves, and Rudy Rodriguez is just getting a little unlucky as a trainer. It just happens. He's right now just hitting the ball hard, but it's right at guys. It happens in every sport.
I like that analogy. Making contact, just not finding the gaps.
Not finding the holes.
No question he's going to turn it around. There's his runner stepping into the gate, breaking stones for Rodriguez. Comes in off a win. Rudy claimed him. And immediately jump up here against, State Bred 25. As we're set for the 4th, let's go to John Imbrial.
They're all in. And they're off. Breaking Stones out first. It was a slow start for number 6, Forever Wicked, who is well behind the field. Breaking Stones has the lead here with Gandy Dancing on the outside, and splitting those two is Tap Bazarance, so it's 3 of them. Heads apart for the lead. They've got 2.5 lengths on Mr. Pete, who's down at the rail running in 4th. Then it is Gemography, and on the outside, Magnetron, and farther back is Forever Wicked after a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Breaking Stones, Gandy Dancing, the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead. It's 2 lengths now. Back to Tap Bazarance, who sits in 3rd. And at the rail is Mr. Pete in 4th, followed by Gemography and Magnetron, and Forever Wicked continues to trail as they race around the far turn. The half in 46 and 3/5 seconds. Gandy Dancing on the outside has now taken the lead from Breaking Stones. And now it's 4 lengths. Back to Tap Bazarance in 3rd, followed by Magnetron, Mr. Pete, and Gemography. The field is in the stretch, and it is Gandy Dancing in front, and Gandy Dancing has opened up here. Gandy Dancing has built a 4-length lead, now a 5-length lead. Magnetron is moving up on the outside to take second, but no threat to this winner. Gandy Dancing just waltzes home today. It is Gandy Dancing by a half dozen lengths. Magnetron was second, Photo for 3rd.
That was dominant for this level. And, you know, hindsight, horse that loves Saratoga too now. 3 wins from 4 starts here. Well, Omar Hernandez Moreno did not have to do a lot.
He was a winner every step of the way. I turned to you about the half-mile pole. I said, Paul, I love the way your horse is cruising. And if you've been following along, Paul LaDuca just hit the Grand Slam. First 4.
I was almost going to say, do you have any harder races? 10-1 down to 7-2.
Don't taunt the racing gods.
No, I'm not going to taunt them.
Did you hear the
But
thunder?
this horse was second in the will pace to the 3. The public had this horse pegged. May I say this? I know you're listening, Andy. They knew, Andy. They knew.
They did, no question. 10-1 down to 7-2. This was dominant here. I just scoots away from this group. Son of Flatter. Owned and trained by John Pregman Jr. And good for this apprentice to get a win here at Saratoga.
Get a win in Saratoga. That's like a dream come true. Is there a ballpark, you know, that you just couldn't wait to play in, Paul?
It didn't matter. I remember my first hit was off Bobby Jones in Colorado, and I didn't care what was happening. And I hit a base hit up the middle. I don't even remember running to first base. I remember touching first base. I was bouncing. It was the fastest I ever was. I mean, it's just so many things go through your mind. You're thinking of who brought you here, your father, your parent. It's just an amazing feeling, and I can imagine what's going through this kid's head right now.
7-5-2-6. Omar Hernandez Moreno, the apprentice for John Pregman Jr. 7-2 on Gandy Dancing. Horse who's now 3 for 4 at Saratoga. Prices when we come back, and then it's Big 6 time.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine, Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
And it's all Tyler's Tribe to the final furlong. He's putting on another show tonight. He is 8 lengths in front. Now it's 10, now it's 12. Tyler's Tribe pouring it on as they come down to the line. He's going to win by double digits, and he stops the clock in 1:04.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at the summer place to be here, historic Saratoga Racecourse on FS2. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Whitney Saturday includes some other tremendous competitive events, including the Grade 1 Caesars Saratoga Derby Invitational, mile and 3/16, middle jewel of this new Turf Triple Series. And it is wide open. Classic Causeway shocked just about everybody in that first leg of that Belmont Derby going gate to wire. We'll have more on this field coming up in just a moment as our coverage of this Friday card continues. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports Southern California and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. It is Hall of Fame Friday on Whitney weekend here at Saratoga. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliore, Paul LaDuca. We're getting set for the start of the Pick 6 coming up, and of course previewing these big races we have coming up on Whitney weekend, including the big showdown in the Whitney between Life is Good and Olympiad, who's won 5 in a row for Bill Mott.
I think it's a great matchup. Life is Good with his blazing speed and Olympiad in his raging form around 2 turns.
Yeah, you're right. We got the the sort of the horse that's the proven fast horse against the up-and-coming horse that's very, very hot right now. We'll see what happens. It can be very interesting because Olympiad's going to throw himself in the ring and being one of the top older horses if he can at least compete against Life is Good in the Whitney.
Back in the 4th, Gandy Dancing continues to love it here at Saratoga. We talked about they knew because this horse got bet way down. Paul LaDuca knew as well. He didn't share with us. Omar Hernandez Moreno, the apprentice. Good for him, aboard for the win. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm so pleased to be joined by Omar here in the winner's circle. Your first Saratoga victory. How does it feel? Because there were no even moments in doubt. Your horse was much the best in this spot.
Yes, I'm very excited. I don't know. It's like winning my first race. Like it feels exactly the first time. I never thought, I was going to win here in Saratoga, and today's the day, and I feel very happy.
Gandy Dancing, who rode today, he seems to love it here at Saratoga too. His 3rd win over this racetrack. Did that give you a little bit more confidence in him coming into this?
Yes, actually, well, I've been on him the last few races, and this was Aqueduct Belmont, and I seen the race that he won here in Saratoga, and the way he runs here is just so different. I think he loves Saratoga, and this is his place.
Talk to me about your trip with him today. Just took over and pulled away from the field.
Yes, actually it didn't go as planned as I wanted. I actually wanted to take him out and just sit third, maybe even second, but he just took me the whole way. He took me, and I just kind of held him, and yeah, after that he did it all by himself.
Omar, congratulations. Here's to many more wins at the spot.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
A very special victory for apprentice Omar Hernandez Moreno. Greg, I'm sure one that he won't soon forget.
Thank you, Acacia. Wow, it's a great moment. Looks like he's still processing what just happened. Winning here is special. Mick, do you remember your first win at Saratoga?
I do. I mean, he's got a better percentage than I did at that point. I went 0 for 8, my first 8 mounts. Opening day, I rode every race, Paul. It was pouring rain all day long, and I finally won the last race. I went 1 for 9 opening day on a horse named Hilarious for Walter Kelly in the slop here in Saratoga, and I was so exhausted from riding in the slop all day. But much like Omar, I was kind of floating over the ground.
What a moment.
Awesome stuff.
First of many for the MiG, who, not for injury, you would have been the only apprentice in the history of this racetrack to win a Saratoga riding title.
Yeah, that would have been pretty cool. And, since they've been racing here since 1863, to be the only apprentice to be leading rider, and I got beat 1 win. Angel Cordero beat Eddie Maple and I 1 winner. Me and Eddie tied for 2nd, and I spent the last 3 days in Saratoga Hospital.
You had to watch it go down?
I was listening on the radio. They didn't have it on TV, and they got to the last race where Eddie and Angel had bounce, and Angel beat Eddie and Neck they used to run the Seneca the last day. I was rooting for a three-way tie at that point. I threw my pillow. I kicked the radio.
We're going to get into the pick six coming up, and let's review what happened earlier on in this card. Beginning with the opener, and kicking things off, well spent. Bentley Combs claimed this horse last time out off of Robertino Diodoro and Javier Castellano. We've been talking about him a lot at this meet, having a terrific meet.
Rail skimming ride by Javier. Horse had a bit of a stumbling beginning. You're dealt a bad hand. How do you play a bad hand? You got to be cool, and that's what Javier Castellano was, and that's what he's been, Paul. He's really found his form.
Yeah, Bentley Combs did a great job. Claimed this horse off Robertino Diodoro, which is hard to do, and this mare came back with an equal effort, or even better.
Javier Castellano took the first two on the card. Then in race 3, it was a first-time starter. Jay Stalker, Bruce Levine, Ricardo Santana Jr. with the win.
Yeah, this was the horse, a son of MC. And Ricardo Santana just went to the front end with the other first-time starter and just was able to hold off Captain Remington and Javier Castellano, who was looking for another one.
Made that run at him, bold, but first-time starter was well meant, and another win for Paul LaDuca.
How about this, by the way? Javier Castellano, 2 wins, 2 seconds to kick things off.
He's in fuego. En fuego.
It's in the zone, definitely.
You said he has the best percentage right now?
Best win percentage of those that qualify for enough mounts.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, of anybody in this jockey colony, which is the most stacked jockey colony we have seen in a long time anywhere in this sport.
Yeah, that looks like what I sent in the graphics.
Paul LaDuca having a very good start to the afternoon. 4 for 4, well done. Can he keep it going though? The past is the past. Pick 6.
Wow. True. Hey, listen, you're right. It's what have you done for me lately, Greg? You're right. It is tough crowd.
Mile and a half of the inner turf. First allowance condition to kick off this pick 6 sequence that includes the Troy and the brilliant Golden Pal. And we'll have that National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame, that grade 2, coming up in that sequence as well tomorrow. Loaded, one of the great days of this meet.
What a lineup. I mean, the grade 1 Whitney, the Test, the Caesars Saratoga Derby, and I like that William Buick's coming in to ride too. To me, he's my favorite rider in Europe right now.
Really?
Yep.
We're going to take a timeout. I know one of your favorites stateside, favorite of a lot of people, Johnny V. And JK has him on his latest edition of Card Talk as he closes in on an incredible milestone here at Saratoga.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
John, you've won your first Derby in 2011. I gotta imagine the second Derby also meant a ton to you because of your relationship with Todd and winning with Always Dreaming.
You know, the first one, it's with Graham and family. We've been friends forever. Having the relationship with Todd for the many years and not having one for him, it definitely would have bothered me too. They're all special, obviously. They all have the different emotions that meaning to you and your family.
As we sit here at Saratoga, you're sitting 10 away from 1,000 wins at Saratoga. You're already the leading rider here at Saratoga. What did Todd, and also Angel, I would think there's a couple of people that were instrumental in your career and where you are now and becoming the leading rider here at Saratoga. Where did Todd and Angel kind of fit?
And obviously they were great influence in my career, though. You know, with Angel and Todd, and you know, right from the beginning, Angel started working for me in 1998. Todd was already trained, and Angel always, you know, trying to get in. It's like, you're going to be the next champion trainer, and you need the next champion jockey, you know what I mean? That's how all it started. I was riding here and there for him, not a lot, but 1999 here in Saratoga, I think was the year that kind of put the stamp on both of us. He was growing, he was riding a lot, he was getting a lot of horses, and I was doing really well, and kind of connected really well from that year on. So Todd and Angel kind of kept it rolling, you know.
990 wins. You're sitting right at 1,000. Of those 990, what are some of the rides or wins here at Saratoga that just really stick out to you?
And there's so many, and there's so many. But I mean, I had to say West Daniel's always been special, you know. And since I started riding, and he was horse of the year 2 years back to back. Estarine winning on the grass for Bobby Franco is one of those things that I always had in my mind. And obviously, winning the Towers with Todd, having another travel, which everybody wouldn't count, that's for sure. You know, I'm proud of the things that I've done and with the people that I work with and the opportunities that I've been given, that I'm more proud of that than the numbers and the money wins and all that stuff, you know, so I think it means a lot.
Johnny, it's been well documented how much effort and time and energy you put into rights for the jockeys and making sure that they're getting all the benefits and making sure that the racetracks are doing what's right for them. Why did you feel like that was such an important role that you wanted to spend a lot of time in doing?
I think it's more important things that, you know, that for us to grow the sport, which would be a partnership and not an against thing against one another. It has worked in a better way that, you know, with the partnership and coverage for the jockeys. And if we can save one life, you know, I think it means a lot. And having all those things in place, if insurance are better, you know, everything is better for the racetracks and for all of us. So it's important to us to get the best product that we can get, and safety issues have to be in place as well.
As a fan, and a fan of you and a fan of racing, I'd love for you to get that 1,000th Saratoga win this summer, right? Let's just go ahead and knock it out. So I think in order to kind of get some good luck, we should bring back the mustache. Huh?
No, I can't do that. I can't do that. Really, I don't know what was I thinking when I had that mustache. Can't go back to those days.
Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway. It's been terrific this year. Good job, Jonathan Kinchin. And that was a fun one to have the Hall of Famer Johnny V. 8 away from 1,000 wins at this historic racetrack. He's already got 8 wins through the first 16 days.
That incredible number that he's closing in on. And two things that stood out about that to me, Paul. Jonathan has definitely upgraded his ride. I like the cart this year. And Johnny Velasquez has done so much for riders, the permanently disabled Jockey Fund, the Jockeys Guild, and what he said that a lot of times in our industry, we're fragmented. It shouldn't be an adversarial relationship. We should all work together to make it the best it can be.
Yeah, and he's the leader now in the clubhouse, I would say. I'm not trying to drop a golf term on you. I'm just saying that I think a lot of the younger jockeys go to Johnny V for advice, and you always need that in any kind of clubhouse, any kind of professional clubhouse.
Mentioned real quick, too, Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire 4 Belmont Stakes winners. Of course, they sponsor Card Talk. We got the 5th coming up. Mile and a half on the turf kicks off the pick 6. Let's go to Acacia.
Take a look at a couple of horses trying the turf. We'll start with the 7 Good Measure, who's getting back on the turf. Race a couple starts back to, you'd assume, was probably an opportunity for them to try and get back on the grass at Churchill. Of course, turf racing suspended during the Churchill meet, so gets to run on the grass today. The lone turf start was a mile at Laurel, and this is a horse that definitely wants some more distance. She is a big filly by Smarty Jones, and she looks really strong, really well muscled, very, very fit in here. Has a turf hoof to her as well, not to mention has have to 4 turf winners, including multiple stakes winner Concealed Identity and grade 3 place Peach of a Gal. The Maryland bred stakes winner herself has been quite a producer in this one. A Maryland bred coming here, I think, stacks up quite nicely. Next to her, the 6 Sequist is getting on the turf for the first time. Filly by Nyquist, who's by Uncle Mo, whose progeny can be very proficient on the turf, and she does have the benefit of having worked over the turf course at the Oklahoma training track. You can watch that work on XBTV. I think it's a case of a workout that maybe looks better on paper than it did in person. She just didn't have as much reach over the turf course as I would have liked to see. She has an okay turf hoof. She's very sharp in here. I'm going to take the wait and see approach with her getting on the grass for the first time. The 10 Hail 2, she is the full sister to multiple graded stakes winner Sadler's Joy, who loves to go long on the turf. Her first time going long was last time at a mile and 3/8, where she showed a lot more speed, and she is sharp once again today. It was 4 horses down to the wire, and Rayome out of that race taking a lot of attention too. She's gotten a bit hot and washed out. Sadler's Joy was always the exact same. That used to get very, very hot prior to his races. So given what I know about her pedigree and her family, I'm not too concerned about it. I do expect her to show some speed under Dylan Davis, drawn towards the outside, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Things getting a little more serious on this Friday card now as we get into this pick 6 coming up. 1.5 miles inner turf to begin it, where our favorite is Michael Dickinson's filly, who has been a hard luck second place finisher each of the last 2 starts.
Yeah, New York bred filly who did everything but win last time, was able to save ground, come out, split horses, looked like she was going to get it done just to get nipped by Queen Bourbon. But Queen Bourbon's in good form.
She is in good form, you're right. And she's a New York bred that's gone out of company and shows that she can compete with some of the Kentuckys and the Maryland breds that are in here. She's a major player. Trevor McCarthy, I thought, gave her a great ride last time. Queen Bourbon was just able to just fight her off. I don't think it really was the distance, so the 1.5 miles I think should be okay. And she's the most lightly raced filly here, so I think she can improve the most.
Here comes our post spread. We start with the remaining half of the entry, Shad Nation, who is going to break all the way to the outside.
Yeah, for Christophe Comant, drops out of a stake race, gets a little bit of class relief as she stretches out in distance.
The Railford Long Shot Noble Enterprise.
Yeah, Julian Leperoux, one of the best riders you can get when you're going long on the turf.
Ballymore Star 10-1, Kent Sweezy.
Should be a part of the pace, this daughter will see the stars.
Accept Temptation, 1 for 13 on the lawn.
Been on Belmont, Pimlico, and Tampa in the last 3 starts. Does have a win in the second. 1 for 16 lifetime, though.
Reum, the favorite for Michael Dickinson, 2-1.
Spoke with Michael Dickinson. She's a little bit tricky to train. Sometimes they got to train her out in fields, kind of change things up, keep her interest.
Dallas Stewart, first time on the turf with Sequist.
I think this horse has got a big shot to take to the turf at 13-1.
Good Measure, just the second time on the grass for Graham Ocean.
Yeah, but stayed the 1.5 miles really well on the dirt last time when she made a big middle move. You get Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah, trouble trip, too, in that turf race. Johnny V, My Sweet Story, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz and Nacho Correas. I think this horse got a big shot. Vincent Chaminade was on before. I thought can get a better ride today.
First on the grass for the 9.
Yeah, trying the grass for the first time and stretching out in distance with a trainer change as well.
Hail to Tom Albertrani has won here on the turf.
Yeah, Dylan Davis will get aboard. This is a filly by the late, great Kitten Joy, who we lost earlier this month and last month, and Dylan Davis will be aboard for Woods Lane Farm.
So 4 minutes to post. Pick 6 starts here later in the sequence. I believe most would think this is a pick 5 with Golden Pal and the Troy. Did you see anywhere else that you could narrow things down?
It's a good question. I mean, obviously, a lot of people, the key's going to be Wit, because I think a lot of people are going to look at Wit in race number 8 in the Hall of Fame, getting on the turf for the first time. It's Todd Fletcher. That horse is going to take money. And you got to decipher whether that horse is good enough to beat these horses, number one. Number two, good enough to beat these horses on the turf. You might be looking at a horse that's going to be the favorite doing the first thing for the first time in a grade 2.
But did get to work on the turf twice.
No, I agree.
And Todd Fletcher usually has a pretty good idea of, who likes it. And the fact that the horse, he's coming off a subpar effort in the Woody Stevens, but he won on the dirt the time before that. So, why the surface switch when he's actually still been running well on the dirt? Must have showed him something.
Rave reviews from his turf horse.
I'll tell you what, if you want to get to the last race, I'd get to the 6. Because the reason why I would get to the 6, Kenny McPeak won about 11 or 12 races at Churchill Downs. 9 of them were on the drop. He's won a couple races here, all on the drop. He's dropping the 6 to the complete bottom, and Julian stays aboard. That horse is going to be dangerous in the last.
Meanwhile, last night, always a fun night here in Saratoga. Jockeys versus horsemen in the basketball charity game for the racetrack chaplaincy. And Manny Franco just dominated this game.
Well, it was just evident. He was Steph Curry, and the rest of them were Greg Wolf, Richard Migliore, and Paulo Duca.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, though, man, how about the fake there, the fake pass, easy layup? The kid's an athlete.
Straight athlete.
Seems to be able to do anything well.
You've said on several occasions, you think he's the best athlete in that room?
I really do, and a room full of good athletes. That's not to slight anybody else. I just think that he's the most well-rounded athlete. You watch the way he moves, how fit he is, and how athletic he is. It all comes together, and that was impressive watching that.
No, you can just tell. You can tell that he played other sports, too, just by his jump shot and the way he was taking the ball to the hole, and supposedly he was a better baseball player, which is crazy.
That pump fake was impressive. That was for Racetrack Chaplaincy of America. You could do your part. Go to rtcany.org and donate as well. Our pick 6 coming up. It's a minute to post. Let's go to Acacia.
We'll take a look at your current favorite, Rayom, who has been knocking on the door. As Paul mentioned, she is a New York bred who was effective going back into open company last time out. 2 starts back home for Christmas, wired the field, and she just wasn't able to make a dent. And then last time when she ran behind Queen Bourbon, a much more seasoned runner who Ian Wilkes had decided to ship in from Kentucky and just had certainly quite a bit of class coming into that spot. Thought that she ran well behind her, but just didn't have quite as much punch. As Richie mentioned, she's a quirky horse for sure. She's tough to train. She's a little bit tough in the preliminaries. She's been pretty relaxed out on the track today, though. Sharp coming into the paddock. She always carries a lot of condition. That's just always how she is. She carries her weight from race to race. But I do think mentally, with some more starts under her belt, she has improved a lot and really figured out what this racing thing is all about. The number 1, Shad Nation, who will run from the outside, given that she was part of an entry in here with the furthest post, though she is the number 1. She will stretch back out in distance too. I last saw her in April, her first start off of the layoff, and when she had been training down in Florida at Payson Park, and she was really, really nervous prior to that race. They kept her away from the rest of the field. She was very tough to handle. She was really anxious. She got herself pretty worked up. She is so much more relaxed today. She isn't a filly that carries a ton of condition. She's kind of a typical Cairo Prince type of build, but this is actually really, really good weight for her in the way that she's coming into this race after training on the turf course here at Saratoga and then her last work down at Belmont. So even with that shipping, she's handled herself really well, and just mentally I'm stunned by the improvement and the progression from her, and that certainly, Greg, will bode well for her as she will stretch back out to this distance.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 5-2 favorite remains Michael Dickinson's filly by Nyquist, Rium, with Trevor McCarthy for Gallagher Stud. As we look at the 8, My Sweet Story, and Jose Ortiz at 5-1.
Yeah, and this is a horse that was at Colonial Downs last time out and ran evenly around the racetrack, but Vincent Chaminade, who had the horse, was in his irons. The horse was 4 wide the whole way around the racetrack. Now, Nacio Correas put blinkers on this filly 2 starts back, and at Hawthorne, same thing. He had the horse so far back and was literally, it says 9 wide. I want to say the horse was 12 wide. So if the 8 gets any kind of decent trip, I really think this filly's got a big shot.
And Nacho Correas is a guy who's very good with horses running marathon distances. He's a guy who puts a lot of foundation in his horses. I like the 7 good measure. The fact that she showed she could stay the mile and a half already, albeit that was on the dirt with a tougher trip and that kind of crazy middle move early. You're getting Johnny Velazquez for Graham Motion. They only teamed up to win that Kentucky Derby with Animal Kingdom.
He was an okay horse, huh?
He'd do.
Yeah, right.
Better than empty stall.
Going a lot longer last time out, Hale 2, the 10. Dylan Davis found herself in the front end. What do you think is going to happen today?
Well, I think there is a little bit of pace inside of her, especially like the 3 Ballimore Star, but also a tough post. Not a long run to that first turn. It's a 3-turn mile and a half. Dylan's going to have to make a quick decision to get his position going forward, to find inside position. She is a full-dick to the Kitten's Joy, the other horse that Tommy Albertrati trained. Won the mile and a half here.
I
can't believe I'm drawing a blank.
Not Channel Maker.
No.
I know you're talking about
Sadler's Joy. I'm sorry.
By the way,
he would come from way out of it. She's going to show him more speed.
No, and she's Greg. She's Dynaform on the bottom side. Kitten's Joy. She could jump 2.5 miles. So I don't think her being in front, she might need a target.
We're set for the pick 6. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off. There goes Ballymore Star out for the early lead with Rayum racing in second. And now moving up on the extreme outside, there is Hale 2. And St. Martin Girl has advanced. St. Martin Girl is now taking second and is a bit tough to handle there as they go around the first of 3 turns. It is Ballymore Star, the leader, and she's opened up here by almost 3 lengths. It is Ballymore Star on top as the field comes for the top of the stretch the first time. The Ballymore Star is the leader. And then on the inside, there is Rayum. St. Martin Girl is there, held 2 on the outside. Those 3 are all together. Shad Nation is next and running in 5th. Good Measure has made her way down to the inside. And then we come back to Sequest, and alongside is a Noble Enterprise. The 2 trailers are Accept Temptation and My Sweet Story. The half mile in this 1.5 mile marathon went in 49 and 4/5 seconds. And the field goes around the clubhouse turn now. And it is Ballymore Star who continues to lead. Hale 2 on the outside runs in second. And then it is Rayum, the lukewarm favorite, who is sitting in third. Shad Nation on the outside runs in 4th, followed by Good Measure down at the rail and in 5th. On the outside is Noble Enterprise in 6th. Sequest is running in 7th. Then it is Accept Temptation, and alongside is the gray, My Sweet Story. As they continue along here, 3/4 went in 1:16. It is still Ballymore Star, who took the lead right from the start, continues to lead here. Hale 2 giving chase in second. Rayum is next in third. Shad Nation now moving up a bit on the outside in 4th. Good Measure has had a good inside trip and is in 5th now, but still 5.5 lengths from the lead. And then comes Sequest. Ballymore Star and Hale 2, they are 1-2 coming to the top of the stretch with Rayum down at the rail, Shad Nation on the outside, and then Good Measure. They come into the lane now, and it is Ballymore Star. Ballymore Star trying to hold off the closers here. Shad Nation's on the extreme outside. Good Measure is down at the rail, and Rayum is there. Rayum is now kicking in late. At the rail is Good Measure coming on. Rayum and Good Measure. Oh, it's very tight. Good Measure and Rayum noses apart in a Friday photo finish.
What a finish. John Velazquez, it looks like, for Graham Motion. This would put him 7 away from 1,000 at Saratoga.
And you want to talk about a Hall of Fame ride. Saved all the ground around 3 turns, found the seam, knifed his way between horses to get up in the shadow of the wire. Rayum, another tough luck second. And Ballymore Star, Kendrick nursed her along as far as he could, but being able to switch out split horses right here, Johnny Velazquez gets Good Measure home.
I thought the 3 was home. I was yelling for the 3 to get home, but I'll tell you what, you're right. The 5 had the measure, and there was just a tiny sliver that Johnny V had to get through, and he got through that hole. I mean, like we've been saying this for the last 3 days, and I know it's a broken record, But Johnny V and Javier Castellano have been putting on clinics of late.
Yeah, and I love that tight shot. You could see both riders, Trevor McCarthy on the 4-5 Rayum, Johnny Velasquez on the 7 good measure, kind of bearing down, gritting their teeth, hollering at the horse. Like, these were two riders giving it all they had down to the wire. Good measure, who stayed the mile and a half in the dirt, gets it done here on the turf.
Yeah, indeed. What a ride from Johnny V. Tight opening, out dueling the favorite to the finish. And this horse took money, too. 8-1 morning line down to 4-1.
Yeah, and Graham Motion is a great trainer. And sometimes you go in these kind of ruts. Now, this horse had run at Churchill Downs, and Mikel Michelle is a new rider out of Churchill Downs, a girl that had ridden all over the U.S. She had tried her tack at Churchill Downs, and she had given this horse a good ride 2 times in a row and ran 2 really good seconds. Gets on the turf course here. And that fitness off those Churchill Downs dirt races paid off at the end.
I would want people to go back and watch this replay and really key in on Johnny Velasquez. He wound up following 5 Rayum, who got a terrific ride and a terrific trip under Trevor McCarthy. But really pay attention to Johnny Velasquez on the 7 good measure. This is as good a ride as you're ever going to see.
No, it is. I want you to take another look. Look at the 3 on the front end. Ballymore, look at Johnny V. He's on the rail. He's not panicking. There's still maybe not a hole. You think he's going to go on the rail, and he finds a split. Can you see he lost a tiny bit of momentum when he had that split?
Well, she jumped back to her left lead, finding that spot. And, Rayum looked like to me like she was hanging a little bit, and the one horse came outside her, and she got interested. So Trevor McCarthy's like trying to make her carry him a little, and then Johnny comes splitting up the inside.
7-5-3-1.
We got an objection?
Well,
wait and see.
That
And
was
yes, we do now.
Where we have to kind of, again, see ahead on. I didn't really catch anything at first glance, but maybe we'll get a look at it.
Well, here's the thing. From the pan view, it looked like Johnny V wanted the rail. Okay, now we're going to have to see whether the 3 shut down the rail and Johnny V created space or not. But if there's an objection, it's Trevor McCarthy.
All right, watch Trevor McCarthy go out to the one horse who's making the move on the outside, that's Shad Nation. It kind of makes his filly engage. He was hanging a little bit. There's space now. He's created space. Johnny goes to the space. Trevor realizes someone's there. He wants to keep it tighter, not shut it off, but tighter. He came down first. I thought he made first contact. Now they come together. I think this was more 50-50 than anything else.
So Velasquez owns the rights to that spot.
Once he got the spot, once the spread was there, Johnny got to the space. Trevor came back down to him. They made contact. I put the onus on both of them.
So, but Trevor did the right thing. He's got to try to close off that hole.
Well, he wants to keep it as tight as possible. Yeah, and Johnny had already gotten there.
Okay.
Now, I don't blame Trevor for going out to the one horse because his mare was hanging. And when that one horse came on the outside, it kind of pushed his filly along. But then it gave space for Johnny to get in there. This is one where I really think that the runner-up created more of the problem.
And the 3 kind of bumped a little too, caused a little, but, he ran 3rd, so it really doesn't matter. So it was kind of a chain reaction because
blue cap in the 2 pass here. Keep your eyes on it.
So watch. Does the horse in the 5 come in first? I'm in agreement with Mig.
Yes.
Now, does the 3 sort of make the 7 turn the 5 sideways?
Well, the outside horse to me it was slight, but made the first contact. She went to the hip of the 3 and then kind of bounced off of her. I really think that the onus is on the 5 Rayum.
I tell you, it was later than the race than I thought, the bump. It's right before the wire.
And, to Mick's point, too, good measure was in going for that spot, and then it got tightened up on him. You can't, at that point, then take it away, right?
No, and he wasn't trying to shut him up, but he's trying to get down close to him to intimidate a bit.
Let's go to Acacia.
I just got a chance to catch up with John Velasquez, and he said he was absolutely sure that Trevor McCarthy and Rayum came over on him first. He said the hole opened up, he took the hole, and then the number 5 horse Rayum came over on him, and there was some bumping there after that. Said he had claim to that space, and he said it felt like he robbed the bank and then called the police. And just at that moment, we hear that there will be no change in the order of finish, Greg.
All right, Acacia, taking one more look at it. So no change. This result will stand.
It was the right call, and I think there was race riding going on. I don't blame Trevor for spreading because he needed that one horse to kind of push him past. It looked like she wasn't going to go by the 3, but in that moment, it created the space for the 7.
I tell you what, Trevor has given this 5 horse 3 tremendous rides, and Rayum's a nice filly, but she doesn't have that kind of winning punch. She's waiting for somebody. She likes a fight. She really does. It's a shame she lost this race because she ran giant.
Trevor McCarthy, you gotta try and take that shot.
He took a shot, and I think he knew he was taking a shot. When he got up the scale, he
kind of
almost had a little bit of
yeah.
a sheepish, smile, like, I took a chance.
Run happy photo finish. A nose and a half.
Yeah.
One-handed.
Tell you what, we've had some good finishes. Good finishes.
It's been a
Especially on
fun
the turf.
first half of the card. Good measure. Kicks off the pick six, so 4-1. Johnny V. Plus, come on. How much respect does Johnny V get? Better be egregious, right?
Well, again,
Javier Castellano's got some good respect.
Yeah, Javier's getting the bounces lately a little bit, but good measure, a well-measured ride. Johnny V.
$10.40. That early pick five, $3,366. The late pick five is coming up next. It includes Golden Pal, top turf sprinter in this game, back in action for a third summer, trying to win a stakes race here at Saratoga.
If you're addicted to speed, stay tuned.
He's got all the speed you need, that's for sure. This was fun, guys. Let's do it again sometime.
Enjoyed it. Absolutely. Second half of the card coming up. That late pick five next as well. Tiz the Bomb back on the lawn where he's been at his best for Kenny McPeak in the Hall of Fame Stakes.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
This is how the day started. Across the street at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. 2022 class inducted this morning, forever enshrined with the best of the best. On this side of Union Avenue, things about to heat up. Time for Tiz the Bomb to go to work. Tepid 7-2 morning line favorite in the Hall of Fame Stakes. Kentucky Derby didn't work out. Belmont Derby didn't work out. What will Tiz the Bomb do today and later? In the Troy Stakes, this speed demon takes the stage. Golden Pal, 1-2 odds-on morning line favorite. Back in the States, back at Saratoga, where he won his first career race. I know that guy. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit AmericasBestRacing.net today. Warm one at the Spa, Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Lots of excitement getting started on this huge weekend of thoroughbred racing. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It is really easy to get excited about everything happening tomorrow with the Whitney, but this Friday program is about to get serious. The late pick 5 is just around the corner. Included a pair of graded stakes races, the Hall of Fame for 3-year-olds and Golden Pal, absolute superstar odds-on favorite in the Troy Stakes. But this is what today is really all about. The Hall of Fame class of 2022 inducted. First name you'll see, Beholder, no-brainer, superstar Tepin, Hillsdale, great Mare Royal Heroine, trainer Oscar White, and the pillars of the turf, James Cox Brady, Marshall Cassidy, and James Ben Ali Hagen. So I welcome in my co-host, Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens. Gary, Beholder now officially in the Hall of Fame. You were there this morning. What was that experience like for you?
It was very emotional to watch the video of all of her achievements, starting out with the great Garrett Gomez, was her regular pilot from the 2-year-old year, halfway through her 3-year-old year, and then I fortunately was able to get the mount on her. But you know, it was really emotional because B. Wayne Hughes was not there, and she was so special to him. And it was just it was a really, really emotional morning, special morning. And then when Tepin was put in and Mr. Masterson got up, the whole morning was just what it was supposed to be. So hard to get into the Hall of Fame. And, you know, what more? I can't put it into words. I think I got more emotional today than I did when I was put in the Hall of Fame in 1997.
Oh, you had so much to do with her success, an incredible moment, specifically in the Breeders' Cup, in the Pacific Classic. So well-deserved. Beholder now officially in the Hall of Fame. And in about 90 minutes, the Grade 2 Hall of Fame Stakes, 3-year-olds, a mile, wide open. Number 9, Tiz the Bomb, 7-2. Morning line favorite as I welcome in Jonathan Kinchin, JK. Great to have you on the set. We haven't had a chance to do this much this summer. Tiz the Bomb, what are you expecting from him this afternoon?
Yeah, look, I mean, Tiz the Bomb, he ran extremely well as a 2-year-old. We talk about on this show all the time. When you have a horse who's run well as a 2-year-old and runs numbers that are competitive to what these horses are now running at 3, you expect maybe another step forward. Maybe the 1.25 miles, a little bit too far for him last time. Maybe it was the pace that was the problem for him last time. But, you know, a lot of times people will say synthetic plays similar to turf. I think it's a little bit of a lazy opinion, but I think it's at least interesting to talk about. He ran extremely well in here with a very fast number. If he can prove those people right and kind of run this synthetic race today on the turf, he could be tough. But Allen Iverson, close your ears. I think Wit is interesting because he's been practicing well on the turf in the morning. Like I said, Allen wouldn't like that, but I think it's at least something to take into consideration.
Talking about practice? Not the game we love, not the game we die for. He's talking about practice. Wit, no turf pedigree, but he has been practicing very well on grass. Today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, late pick 5 starts very soon. Race 6, race 8 Hall of Fame Stakes, race 9 Troy Stakes. Main track fast, turf courses are firm. Temperature around 91 degrees, little humid at the spa. In case we hadn't mentioned, big day tomorrow, and that Naira Bets account, yeah, that might come in handy. Sign up today. Use that promo code TOGA200. Enter up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Field for the second of today's graded stakes events. 19th running of the Troy. These dudes can motor. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Number 5, Golden Pal, absolute rock star, 1-2. Morning line favorite as we say hello to our handicapper, singular, Andy Serling. Like, where's Tom? What'd you do? What'd you say? Where'd he go?
He's afraid to sit with me. I think it's understandable.
3 minutes into the show, he's already gone.
Up. He like scurried away. It was embarrassing.
You blame him?
I don't blame him. I can see why he's intimidated. He may try to come back later. We'll see how that goes.
Your pal, Tom Amos, will be with you shortly. Your thoughts on Golden Pal today in the Troy Stakes?
He won't be my pal if he wins this race because I'll be betting against him, actually. Golden Pal is terrific. There's no really knocking him. His Breeders' Cup turf sprint was a terrific effort. His effort in the subsequent start in the Shakertown was also very, very good. These were huge figures, much better than any of the races he'd run before that. And you can forgive his race at Ascot as Irad Ortiz didn't really understand the rules, and when a horse gets unruly behind the start, Irad was waiting for the horse to get loaded. He didn't realize that they'll start the race without the horse if he's unruly, and they started the race, and Irad and Golden Pal weren't ready. So you can toss that effort, and he's very, very good. But I do think he is facing a severe challenge from the number 3, Arzak. Arzak has returned as a 4-year-old, and Jonathan talks about, and rightfully so, horses improving from 3 to 4. Well, I don't think you can find a better example of a horse that took a huge step forward from 3 to 4 than Arzak. And Arzak's last race, his only race in a turf race, he was running in synthetic, was an incredible effort, even though he lost to another Wesley Ward horse, a horse who's had success over at Ascot as well. And it's not going to be easy to beat Golden Pal, but I do think that Arzak has an actual chance to upset him today, and he got the right rider in Joel Rosario.
You going to be nice to Tom when he comes back?
No.
Tom Amoss will be joining us on the show very shortly here on Saratoga Live. Golden Pal 1-2 on the morning line for the Troy Stakes. But first, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day is next. Home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. Field for the 6. Start of the late pick 5. 2-year-old filly, Turf Sprint. Maiden special weight with a restriction. Every one of these sold for $50,000 or less or did not meet the reserve. Early favorite here, Love Tank at 5-2 as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale standing by in the paddock. Maggie, these 2-year-olds, what are you noticing thus far?
Lafitte, I do want to take a look at 2 first-time starters that are receiving a bit of attention on the board, as well as 2 horses that have run, but not on the turf, that are big prices that I'm actually really intrigued by. But yes, Love Tank, she's run twice, albeit at Belmont, and we haven't seen too much production from those Belmont races, but those were in open maiden special weights. Now she gets to run with horses that sold for around about the same price that she did, $30,000. She continues to develop, no problems with your favorite in here. But number 1, Run for Cover. I saw my good friend Susie Rasher on Twitter say, very cleverly named filly by Get Stormy out of More Than a Warning, who was an accomplished turf runner herself. She made over $200,000 on the turf, and looking at her, she just looks like a turf sprinting filly. The problem is Get Stormy is not very much of a precocious sire, in that he only strikes with 2% of his first-time starting 2-year-olds. But she does come in here looking very, very fit from that leanness perspective. She was a little green when she first walked in, but she's handling being saddled with aplomb here, so I appreciate that about her. An interesting runner. She just looks well suited and ready for this condition. Number 4, Aztec Knights. Speaking of precocious sires, well, Sharp Azteca has proven to be one, as he is hitting at 25%, 7 for 27. Whoop, with his first time starting 2-year-olds this year. And while, we haven't seen many on the turf, he was by Freud, and Freud is very good with his turf sprinters, and she too looks like a turf sprinter. Watching her OBS sales workout in the spring sales, she worked 10-1, which isn't that fast, but she really wasn't asked for much either, and she just really lowered herself nicely into stride. She's a bit of a smaller filly looking at her here in the paddock, but she's well made, she's well balanced, and boy, really professional first time out. I know she looks really tiny, but that groom is very, very tall. So I like what I'm seeing from her. As we'll check in with number 5, Sirius Light, daughter of City of Light. I don't know. What are we going to get on the turf here? Honestly, there isn't much immediate turf pedigree, though I will say the Dam have to multiple graded stakes place turf runner by the name Lime Ricky. First time she was wired by Shoplifter in those restricted maiden races. Obviously, there was no turf to try her on at Churchill Downs, but I thought it was interesting that trainer Ron Moquette reaches out to the best turf sprint rider, arguably in the country, in Joel Rosario. And despite not having abundance of turf pedigree, she looks like a turf horse. She is about the slackest and pastern, flattest foot you could ask for. She was a little rambunctious when they brought her out from saddling, but she's since settled. I like the way she's put together. She is wearing short cup cheater blinkers like she did first time out. Notice she looked as though she was getting out a little bit on the turn at Churchill. I know she is wearing a ring bit here just to give Joelle a little bit more leverage. Number 7, Peach Street. We don't see horses often coming from Presque Isle Downs, but she broke outwardly from an outside post position first time out, and then she was wide, then the rider got to the rail, and it was kind of one of those rides where really wasn't asked for much, just kind of giving her an education, so to speak, and she still ran on without being implored at all. So she's the one who caught my eye in here. She's a lovely physical being by FedBiz who strikes the highest percentage with his turf sprinters, albeit there's not much pedigree on the first generation, but the dam have to multiple graded stakes winning turf horse Twilight Eclipse. She looks like a turf horse. I love the way she's put together. I feel like she just got a race under her belt first time out. Yeah, she might not be fast enough for 5.5, but maybe one that's going to be running late here. Guys?
Sneaky, sneaky. Maggie likes what she sees. Peach Street, 20-1. There's Love Tank, trained by Mike Maker. Congratulations, Mike Maker. Just saddled his 3,000th winner at Ellis Park. We thought it happened about an hour ago here at Saratoga. The horse he trained crossed the wire in front, was disqualified, back to 2,999. Now, Mike Maker at Ellis Park saddling a winner there, 3,000 career victories on this milestone Friday. Here's Tom Amoss. He's approaching a serious number, serious milestone, closing in on 4,000 career wins. Current number of victories, 3,997. Next, a chance to move one closer with She'll Never Know. Pulling for your time. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1.25 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Charles Fight running on. Mason in front. Charles Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back in time for the late pick 5. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started. NairaBets.com. Today, here at Saratoga, 2-year-old fillies. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Wide open. Updated odds. Love Tank. For trainer Mike Maker, just saddled his 3,000th winner at Ellis Park. Let's see if he can get 3,001. Here at Saratoga. You'll see Love Tank shortly. There's run for cover drawn inside at 6-1.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffleone aboard for Marchese. This one's got some solid works behind her.
Number 2, Love Tank. edge in experience for dangerous connections.
Experience is a plus, but also speed. Speed in these turf sprints, always dangerous.
Number 3, Extessa, debuting filly, co-owned and trained by Amira Shishakli.
Big price right now, 44 to 1, 20 to 1 on the morning line. Workouts don't tell a whole lot here.
Bounce in her step. Number 4, Aztec Knights, first-time starter by Sharp Azteca. Look out.
You get Johnny V here, who's chasing 1,000 wins at Saratoga. This horse has been working at Keeneland. So to be taking this amount of money, there's got to be a story.
Johnny has that cart talk mojo working. Number 5, Serious Light, non-factor in her debut at Churchill last month.
No, that was on the dirt. She's trying turf for the first time for Ron Moquette.
Number 6, Influentialist, dull debut, but exits a live race at Belmont.
Yeah, she didn't take enough money in there and didn't run that well for me to find a reason to kind of change the story here today.
You got to make these names so complicated, man. Pete Street, Maggie like what she's on the paddock.
Yeah, I like that she likes, but this filly went off at 45 to 1, first time out at Presque Isle Downs, and a little action right now, 15 to 1.
Stellar Lady, 7 to 2.
She ran extremely well last time on the dirt. If she moves up on the turf, she worked last time on the turf, I think she could be tough in here.
Bellicosa, first-time starter by Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh.
Yeah, and the American Pharaohs have handled the turf just fine so far and got some solid works behind her.
And on the outside, she'll never know. Dylan Davis in the Serengeti Empress colors for Dr. Joel Politi and Tom Amos.
She took a ton of money on debut, and she's worked on the turf. I trust Tom in this spot. The board, a little cold.
That's the field. Late pick 5 starts here. 2-year-old fillies. JK, I know you're firing. Let's see the pick 5 ticket now.
Yeah, I'm going to go, I'm going to single Golden Pal here in the middle, but I'm going to go 1, 2, 8 to get started. The 1, Run for Cover. The 2, Love Tank. The 8, Stellar Lady. If you're so inclined, add the 4, Aztec Knights, taking a lot of money here in this first leg. In the second leg, 4, 5, 9. The 4, Direct Order. The 5, Ragtime Blues. And the 9, Auburn Hills. And then in the Hall of Fame, I'm going to spread a little bit here. I'm going to use 4 horses. The 1, Chanceau. The 3, Wit. The 8, Celestial City. And 9, Tis the Bomb. I'm going to single the 5, Golden Pal and the Troy. And to wrap it up, I'm going to go 4, 6, 7. The 4, Big Beam Christine. The 6, Wicked Lady. And the 7, Skyward Princess. If you're looking for another single, I would single the 6, Wicked Lady in the last. It's a tough race, though. Hard to lean on a horse in there.
$54 investment. Best of luck, JK, and everyone playing this late pick 5 at Saratoga. Andy Serling still with us on the handicapping set. Love Tank for Mr. 3000, Andy, Mike Maker.
Yeah, I mean, she's the horse to beat. She's supposed to be favored. She's got the experience sprinting. She showed speed. Her last race wasn't bad. She lost to a sort of good thing first-time starter from Tony Dutrow that ran very well. The horse who finished 3rd came back and ran a decent 2nd in yesterday's second race. There's really nothing not to like about this horse. She's just the horse to beat. The question becomes, are there first-time starters, first-time turfers that you want to take a shot against her with? I don't have any knock on her. I just picked her 2nd behind the 4 Aztec Knights. Maggie mentioned the work. I think we have the work. I thought the 10 and the 5, a time may not really matter, but the horse did it so fastly, and it's the 4 Aztec Knights. It just seems like a well-meant horse. There's plenty of pedigree in the dam side. It's a 2nd foal, and, Sharp Azteca, as Maggie said, a Freud. He started out as a very live sire, and I'm talking about the 4 Aztec Knights. He started out well as a first-year sire, and as a son of Freud, you'd think there's some turf pedigree there. I thought Aztec Knight's a very interesting alternative, and may come down. Looking at the doubles, I think this horse is actually a slight favorite, believe it or not, over the 2 Love Tank. I mean, my plan here is just to bet against the 8, a horse who, I didn't think the dirt race was that good. I thought it was dressed up, but also a horse that doesn't really have any pedigree. The interesting horse is probably the 1 Run for Cover, who's taking money here, and I'm sure Jonathan aware of this as well, supposedly working very well. The dam was a decent turf horse. There's plenty of turf pedigree on this horse, and I think Run for Cover is maybe the sort of wise guy horse to throw in, but you're not getting much price on that one either. That one's going off at 5 to 1 now. I'm sort of on the 4 with the 2 and 1. We'll see how things play out.
Run for Cover, Andy, training steadily for her debut for a while now. She should be fit for her debut. And here's our friend and colleague, Tom Amos. There he is, watching on TV in the clubhouse, dodging Andy as long as he possibly can. And the filly he trains, She'll Never Know. 2nd career start, Dylan Davis rides for a first time. And for Tom, he's getting close, and JK, a busy weekend, especially tomorrow, Horseshoe Indy, multiple runners.
Well, what I love to see about that is a lot of single-digit odds up there, which suggest, knock on wood, if you guys can find any, suggest that he should get it done this weekend. We'll see what happens, but we're obviously rooting for Tom. What a great accomplishment.
Closing in on 4,003 victories shy. Tom Amoss has She'll Never Know here. Maggie, the filly who will break 2 stalls to her inside, Stellar Lady. Your thoughts on her for Kenny McPeak and Julien Leparoux?
And I'm really confused by this entry. I know that she worked on the turf on July 31st. That worked not on XBTV, so I couldn't judge it myself. But a lot of times we see Kenny McPeak kind of going by the way of the condition book, and I'll admit, I haven't really researched. Is there another one of these restricted maiden special weights on the dirt? I don't know. I don't see turf with her, to be honest. I mean, she gets a little bit of influence from Shackelford, who's not a bad influence when you're dealing with turf sprints, but there's really not much. On the bottom, though, I will say a half by Birdstone broke her maiden on the turf, but it wasn't a very fast race. She could win because she has improved, at least in my eyes, from her first to second start. She was green that day, she wasn't that fit, and she just has improved in those areas. And also she's very, very sharp this time around. I'm wondering if she does show a bit more speed. Number 6, a huge price in here, whatever, for Danny Gargan. Showed some decent speed that day, and then she wasn't persevered with late in an open maiden special weight. Now a fairly full cut blinker goes on, and she finished behind Half a Chance. I mean, well beaten by Half a Chance, who did come back, albeit on the dirt, to win with the 79 buyer for Wesley Ward. I just thought she was completely being forgotten here, and at least she has some experience on the turf, and I thought the first race she just needed, Lafitte.
6 wins, I'm calling her whatever. Just to make it clear. Kendra Carmouche aboard. There's Aztec Knights. JK run for cover drawn inside. Cassie Gaffleone. That's a Got Stormy 4-star Dave connection.
They just got a break from the inside. It's a little bit of a theme in these turf sprints you might hear about a little bit later. Got a break.
Best of luck, Tom. She'll Never Know to the outside, steps forward, ready for the late pick 5. John Embrial with the call. Post time for the 6th, live from Saratoga.
And they're off. From the outside, Stellar Lady. Now moving up in between horses is Influentialist. And down at the rail is Run for Cover, and alongside Love Tank. Influentialist is the leader, with Run for Cover running in second and Love Tank next in third. Then comes Aztec Knights and Stellar Lady. They're right together, 4th and 5th. Bellicosa is on the outside and in 6th. Extessa runs in 7th, followed by Peach Street in 8th. At the back are Serious Light and She'll Never Know. Long shot, Influentialist, ran the quarter in 21 and 3/5 seconds. Now challenged on the outside by Love Tank and Run for Cover. 3 of them across the track. Stellar Ladies on the extreme outside. Aztec Knights is next, and the field is in the stretch. It is still Influentialist trying to hold off the charge here of Aztec Knights, who is coming on the outside. Here's Aztec Knights now to take over. Serious Light is putting in a late run. Aztec Knights, Serious Light, Aztec Knights. Johnny Velasquez wins another. Serious Light was second to complete the exacta.
994 victories at Saratoga. John Velasquez, back-to-back Aztec Knights, the first-time starter by Sharp Azteca. Impressive in victory. 7-2 at post time.
Got a great trip, broke just a little bit slow, but then was in a great position going around the turn. Johnny V gets a great opening at the head of the lane. This filly accelerates, comes away a nice winner in these Sharp Aztecas. I don't know about the turf. I didn't know going in, but it doesn't seem to matter what surface they're running on. They're just winning races.
And to be fair, she didn't get a great trip. She kind of got shuffled early. When these turf sprints, you want to break well. She didn't break particularly well, but she ended up finding herself in a good position. And as they turned for home, Johnny kind of produced her. And at the top of the stretch, she looked like a winner. And, you know, she just kind of grinded away at the end. But love to see it. Johnny's going to make this real interesting.
994 victories. Andy, Aztec Knights, Sharp Azteca, leading freshman sire. I believe that's 13 individual winners.
Pretty amazing, actually. And you know, John Velazquez turned sort of mediocre luck in the beginning when she did break a little bit slow, but keep in mind this race essentially collapsed in the late stages, so that worked in her favor. But he turned it into a good trip because, as you see at the top of the stretch, she was sort of in a good position, saving ground after that, got her into the race. And then when the 1 and the 2 kind of drifted top of the stretch, it opened this huge gap for him to come through. So Johnny put himself in a position to get a very good trip. But it's because he got her moving forward after the slightly slow break, and he saved ground on the rail, and everything worked out. She was best, and Serious Light, Joe Rosario, he sort of makes lemonade out of lemons. A horse, a big price in here, got a good trip, and got it for second.
4, 5, 8, 6. You saw trainer Wayne Catalano, Gary Catalano, one of these guys, when he wins, like everybody wins.
Absolutely, and his owner, Jerry Caroom, wins too. Congratulations, Jerry. Wayne Catalano. Nice filly.
We got to get that Catman Mig cook-off together at some point.
Right?
Right. We need to make that happen. When we saw her in the, Maggie and you said it at the very same time, when Gary saw Aztec Knights in the paddock, he's like, is she really small? Or is her groom just really, really tall?
Well, Wayne's my height, and Wayne can see over that filly's back, I think. So she's not huge. But the groom, he's big.
Big guy, and has to be very proud of what Aztec Knights just did. JK, Sharp Azteca he was a talented, exciting middle distance type, and as you know, breeders tend to lean towards those type of horses that excel at a mile distance, especially those that flash speed.
Yeah, and look, I'm not gonna beat around the bush here. I think with the big issue with Sharp Azteca is you have to ask yourself the question is, because of his involvement with Jorge Navarro, Google that if you have any questions, you wonder, it makes people question a little bit the performances that you saw from Sharp Azteca, but he was fast, and he did do some really special things on the racetrack, and to see his offspring win is good for the horse himself.
Sure.
Forget all the other nonsense.
Results reaction when we come back, and Todd Fletcher. He's, of course, in the Hall of Fame. Know what he wants now? Another Whitney win. Life is good. 6-5 morning line favorite. He is different. He is fast. He is special. American Revolution, Grade 1 winner. New York bred, has a puncher's chance. And Happy Saver, Grade 1 winner, but he runs second often. That's next.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's Known Agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Lexitonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west. A debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexitonian, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
What it looks like head on in the stretch battle. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Aztec Knights. Congrats, team! Except JK. Everybody else on. Aztec Knights in her debut. In the winner's circle, John Velasquez, Gary, back-to-back wins on the Friday program.
Yeah, and getting inching ever closer to that 1,000th win here at Saratoga, the all-time winningest, and still riding like he's 20 years old, Lafitte.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Aztec Knights, trained by Wayne Catalano, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle. Maggie.
I love a Catman interview as Aztec Knights. Wayne, you had ready to roll. She was so professional throughout everything, whether in the paddock, on the racetrack, and especially during the race, listening to the cues of Hall of Fame rider John Velasquez.
She was very professional. She did everything good, and when she was acting like that, that's a sign of a horse can run some, or maybe of a good horse, but let's just say she can run some right now.
Yeah, well, this is a restricted, maiden special weight to horses that sold or RNA for $45,000. So picking her up from the leading freshman sire, Sharp Azteca, you had to feel good about your chances heading into this meet here.
Well, I got to tell you the truth about this, this auction race is like, on the grass with the way these babies been doing from him. I was licking my chops. I said, if I come here, I'm not going to run against $1 million horses or $500,000 horses. So here we are, and it worked out. It's great when a plan comes together.
It did, and it did beautifully. Speaking of chops, though, could we get a little, veal chop, pork chop cook-off between you and our very own Richard Migliori someday?
Migliori's always been wanting to test me in the kitchen, but I think I got an upper hand on him. I'm going to put a little Cajun flair. He's going to put the New York flair, and we're going to do with the new part of it, New York, New Orleans style on them.
I love that. As somebody that lived in both places, I am going to be the first one to buy a ticket, Wayne.
You got it.
Congrats anyway.
Thank you.
All right, the Catman firing sharply here with Aztec Knights, but also going to fire sharp in the kitchen someday soon, Lafitte.
We got to see this. Like, no lack of confidence from either corner. Catman, Mig, cook-off. We've got to make it happen.
I don't want to see it. I want to eat it.
Yeah.
Either side.
Where would your money be?
They're both great cooks. It's going to come down to a photo finish.
Andy Capper.
Wayne didn't tell me you liked that horse. I'm going to go with Mig. I'm mad at him for a little while.
Said he was licking his chops with this particular condition. Aztec Knights, impressive on the grass here, graduating in her debut. Race 6 to kick off the Big 5 at Saratoga. We march forward. Race number 7 back to the main track. Start of the late Big 4, 1 mile. Out of the Wilson Chute, $16,000 claimer. Scratch number 3, Lil Commissioner. 5-2 favorite. Direct order with about 20 minutes to post. The 7th race is not part of the Week 4 stakes schedule. Looks like this. 10 stakes races remain. It's loaded. 8 graded, 3 Grade 1 events. Those are all tomorrow. The Test, the Whitney, and the Caesars Saratoga Derby. Let's meet the field for the 95th running of the Grade 1 Whitney. Number 1 is American Revolution, the New York-bred Grade 1 cigar winner last December. Looking at the field, Breeders' Cup Challenge event. There's American Revolution.
And he's won 5 of his 9 starts. He's a New York-bred. He's earned over $1 million. Very, very consistent. Was second to Olympiad last time out with Stephen Foster.
Louis Saez rides, looking for a first Whitney victory, and then Hot Rod Charlie, second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at 2, Belmont at 3, Dubai World Cup at 4, JK.
Puts the blinkers back on. I wasn't crazy about his race in the Salvatore Mile, but I think there's an opportunity for him to take a step forward. The problem is he's got 2 monsters to his outside.
Owner Bill Strauss told the Daily Racing Form, quote, he is the most exciting and frustrating horse I've ever owned. Hot Rod Charlie. Number 3, Zoomer. Fresh off the claim, now he gets to face Life is Good.
Yeah, Marchese claimed for $50,000 last time out for Gary Barber. Gary loves to claim these horses, and he's not afraid to take a shot. He did win by 7 lengths with Flavian Pratt. Goes to Joel Rosario with Zoomer in this spot.
Onion beat Secretariat in a Whitney once. Anything around here is possible. Olympiad, razor sharp winner of 5 straight.
Yeah, you look at Olympiad, you can see he can be a lot closer to the pace than some might have the impression that he can. The problem is that Life is Good is faster than any horse he's ever faced. He's obviously the second choice in here. I think Life is Good is going to be hard to catch.
Perfect around 2 turns Olympiad. Number 5, Happy Saver, 2020 Jockey Club Gold Cup winner.
Yeah, 10 starts, in his career, 5 wins, 4 seconds, and a third. Never been worse than third. He'll get a piece of this. Is he good enough to win? If the race falls apart, he's going to be sitting in the right spot.
Todd Fletcher has the volume, has the talent. 3 trained by Fletcher, including that guy. Life is good. 6-5 morning line favorite for the Whitney.
As of late, we've seen a lot of quote-unquote freaky horses. You know, Nick's Go, Flightline. This is another one. He's a freaky horse. I think he'll make the lead in here, and I think he'll be hard to pass.
Thought Richard Migliori put it really well. A sprinter speed, brilliant sprinter speed, and he can carry it a long way. Life is good. In terms of race shape on paper, Gary, how do you see this one unfolding for Life is Good and Olympiad?
The same as we've been seeing. He's going to go to the lead. Life is Good. And Olympiad's going to be chasing him, and he's going to be chasing him, and he's going to be chasing him, and then he's going to chase him some more. I don't see him getting beat.
I thought you made a great comparison, JK, between the Whitney with Quality Road and Blame. Blame was more blue collar. Quality Road was the brilliant one. Blame wound up in the winner's circle.
Yeah, the thing about it is I think Blame might be like just a touch better, and he also came a little bit further out of it. I think that's actually probably to Olympiad's dismay is the fact that he's going to be close enough, and like Gary said, he's going to be chasing Life is Good. He's not going to get a breather. Chasing, not able to really keep up at a comfortable pace with a horse who's much faster than him.
Can Hot Rod Charlie, do you expect him to try and make things uncomfortable early on? Life is Good?
It's one of those situations where he could try to make things uncomfortable for Life is Good, but it's going to be to his own detriment.
Vicinity.
It's going to be to his own detriment. If he's up there with Life is Good, he's in trouble.
Leandro Amaro, the assistant for Doug O'Neill, already said that they're going to send him away from there, and he's not near as quick as Life is Good as the opening fractions.
Can't wait for this one. 95th running of the Grade 1 Whitney. Compact field to 6. No lack of star power. 6-5 morning line favorite. Life is Good. Yeah, it could be a ridiculous weekend for Todd Fletcher, Saratoga. 3 runners of the Whitney, including Life is Good. That's not him. That's Annapolis. 5-2 Caesars Saratoga Derby favorite. Fletcher running 3 in that one as well.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
what an exceptional racehorse he was. A lot of class, a lot of quality. And what I'm seeing in his offspring is exactly that.
They've been very consistent. They, favor the sire, and hopefully his babies will have the speed that he has.
Look, they're built like they should have speed, but they also have the size and scope. I didn't just buy a sprinter today. I think I bought a classic type horse.
Very athletic looking, his balance, he had a tremendous walk. Seemed like he had a lot of sense about him. Overall, just loved his presence. I always look at first-year sires, and of course, I'm a big Into Mischief fan. I just loved her scope, her presence. Beautiful filly.
I love the filly. She's got a lot of stretch, got some leg under her. Looks like she's going to go the right way.
I haven't seen one that I didn't think settled, had a good eye, good head, and looked like it had some sense.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, Grade 1 Caesars Saratoga Derby. Field for the 4th running tomorrow. Second leg of the Turf Triple Series, 7 back from the Belmont Derby, including the winner, Classic Causeway, 3 Europeans, including the 2-3 finishers, Nation's Pride and Stone Age. Andy Serling, Tom came back. I would have lost that bet. Welcome to the show, Tom Amoss.
He did. He thinks his horse losing the last race was the worst part of his day. He has no idea how much worse it's about to get.
Look, I'm just be quite frank. I drew the short straw. Somebody had to get it, and it was my turn.
What happened? You lost a bet to Jonathan or something, and they made the big switch? It was either money or this. The funny thing about the Caesar Saratoga Derby is you obviously have a lot of them coming out of the Belmont Derby.
7 of them.
I think you and I kind of agree that Nation's Pride's the one that probably had the worst of it and probably ran the best race. Then you got some new shooters. I guess you got Main Event. You got Emmanuel, who couldn't run that day, who may show some speed. But Annapolis does feel like the one out of that group that may be the toughest one. I think he's the morning line favorite.
I think this last race by Annapolis, a 1-turn mile in the Manila, is really, really attractive. He's stuck behind horses with nowhere to go, Andy. He has to wait. Shows he'll rate well in a race that's going to be a lot more distance and is going to demand patience. And he kicks home clear. He's much the best in this spot.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting because the horses who finished 2nd and 3rd behind him are coming up in our 8th race today, the Hall of Fame. Both of them are players in there. Now, let me ask you a question. If they run poorly, do you maybe downgrade Annapolis a little bit? If they run well, do you upgrade them? As far as the Belmont Derby, probably the horse who had the most ridiculous trip in here is actually running the Hall of Fame, and that's Tiz the Bomb. He got some ride and trip. But Nation's Pride was very unlucky. He didn't break that sharply, and he was wide every step of the way. While Stone Age was wide in the first turn, he saved ground in the second turn. And keep in mind, the rails had come down, Tom, so that position that Classic Causeway, the winner, was in, was very advantageous. Nation's Pride took all the worst of it.
As advantageous as that post may have been for the horses on the lead right there and the winner of this race, Classic Causeway, he fights off some challenges early, Andy. Has to use horse to do that. And I think that was a very impressive on-the-lead type of race for a horse that's starting on the turf for his first time.
Listen, I made fun of him running in this race, so there's a limit to how much I can knock him. And he did run well in there. It was a slower race, though, than Belmont Oaks for the fillies. That bothers me a little bit. And I wonder if with the presence of Emmanuel, if maybe his job in the front end's a little bit tougher.
Well, that's the point. I mean, there's other speed in this race that can challenge him early and make his job more difficult than it was. And he's, look, the mile and 3/16 is, that's a wearing type of race on a pace setter if he's challenged.
And also, while those courses got so firm at Belmont Park, they're very firm up here, but we have not seen in any way the turf courses favoring speed so far. If anything, closers have done very well in a lot of the races.
That wide sweeping move at the end, coming down the middle of the lane, seems to be the winning move here.
Yeah, it does. Now, I imagine the rails may be coming down this week. Not sure if they are. Maybe they aren't. We'll see how things play out. Excited about this race, Tom? This is your kind of race.
I'm excited about all kinds of races.
This is your kind of race.
Well, it's a $16,000 claiming race, meaning these horses can be bought out of the race for $16,000 if you put in that money in the account 15 minutes before the race. And so any horse in this race can be bought, and you can run them right back here at Saratoga.
Well, claiming is the reason you're on the cusp of 4,000 wins.
How about that?
Closing in on that big number, Tom Amoss. We're looking at direct order. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this paddock report. Maggie, how does the co-favorite look to you?
Yeah, Lafitte, and these races are the backbone of racing in America. So we need them, we respect these horses, and there's a lot of warriors in this field, and namely Direct Order is one of them. And last time out, he was wired by another one of those warriors in It's All Relevant, who had to work on the front end, set some fast fractions after braking slowly that day, and Direct Order did have things in his favor, and he was getting to him, but he just could never quite get him going the mile and a 16. Now, I know it sounds counterintuitive to say that I prefer less ground for him, but I do based upon his physicality. I always have thought that these flat miles are best for him because, yes, he likes to come from out of it. He needs the distance to unravel that stride, but he is a smaller, more short-coupled type. But he's kind of the gift that keeps on giving. No matter what barn he's in, he often shows up with a good effort, and he's marching around this paddock for Gustavo Rodriguez and acting like he is up for the challenge today. So I do like what I'm seeing from Direct Order. Another horse I'm a bit interested in is number 2, Dark Storm for Marchese Cantermasi, who this barn looking for their second win on the card, takes a slight drop in class today. And Dark Storm for the Cantermasis, physically at least, I know it hasn't necessarily shown up in his running lines, but he looked really bad over late winter, early spring, and they have gotten this horse to blossom again. He's put the weight back on, his coat has come around with that great hydrated look to it, whereas he looked really dull throughout, and again, he's making a great impression. Now, last time he seemed very quiet and dull acting in the paddock, and today he's a bit more engaged, which is usually when he does show up with a decent effort. And last time, I think it's important to note that while the track was labeled fast for that first race on opening day, don't forget, there was a delay in the paddock because we had one of the typical Saratoga freak rainstorms and the track was open. So I would beg to differ about it being truly fast that day. If anything, it was probably more good, and I think getting back to a more truer fast track today may aid his chances, and I really like what I'm seeing from him. Lafitte?
Absolute downpour for about 20, 30 minutes opening day. Dark Storm. Tom, is Dark Storm on your late pick 4 ticket? We'll find out in a moment. Want to remind you, you can join us at Naira Bets. Play all the action on our show. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. That late pick 4. Tom Mamus, let's see the strategy.
Well, you know, look, in this race, this 16,000 claiming race, horses that have run against each other multiple times, I am spread out. Look, he is my top pick, the 2 horse, but there are others in here, so I'm spread out. 2, 4, 7, and 8 here. I'm going to narrow it down in the Hall of Fame. I really like the 6 horse Ready to Perform. We just watched him on replay behind Annapolis, and he's a horse that looks like he will really benefit from making that transition from 1 to 2 turns. So a single there, which gives me an opportunity to spread my ticket out some more. In the sprint, the Troy, either we're going to get the Golden Pal we got this past spring at Keeneland, which means he's not beatable today, or the trip to overseas and coming back and running in 50 days after that trip, and maybe he's not quite the same. I'll back it up with the 3 horse in there, Arzak as well with him, and then spread it back out in the last leg.
I feel good, by the way. I'm using 2 in the last race, and one of them you don't have in your ticket, so I'm going to have to double my play.
It's funny you say that. I feel better when I hear that.
Dead Rail Horse in the last race. You didn't use him.
There it is, Tom. $24 ticket. Best of luck. And to everyone playing this late pick 4 at Saratoga. We'll step aside when we come back. Riders up, post parade, and the 7th from the Spa. Still 2 graded stakes races coming your way as coverage continues on this eve of the 95th Whitney. Arad Ortiz to ride Life is Good tomorrow.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net.
From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Single-day tickets for Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. Secure your seats in the clubhouse or grandstand, Miller Time 4-Star Dave Sports Bar, or Pick 6 Vodka Picnic Paddock. Experience the excitement through Labor Day. Buy now at Naira.com.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale Adelapa. Horses still circling about in the paddock. And there's Ragtime Blues, the current favorite at 2-1. There's a delay. We're not quite sure what it's all about. No announcement. But yeah, a delay before this 7th race at Saratoga, showing 7 minutes. Going to be a little bit longer than that. Every night an event seemingly in Saratoga, and last night for the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund, the Jockey v. Horseman charity basketball game. And how about Manny Franco, JK? Look at that. He's got game.
I was there. He had a run where he got an and one.
Look at that.
He hit this floater, he hit this one, and then he hit a 3. He was balling.
Is that left-handed? Went up with the other hand. He had the runner, the outside jump shot, all for a great cause, Gary, and the riders getting together, and you don't associate jockeys much with basketball, but you get to see, look, aside from just being world-class jockeys, world-class athletes, right?
Yeah, they are. And he was on fire, man.
That was impressive.
Hook him up with Ken DeSormo back in the day.
Jorge Nakatani, he could play. Athletes, Manny Franco yesterday. Would you say he ran 10 straight?
Yeah, I swear he had 10 points straight, and they went. The Jocks right before the half went on like a 9-0 run, and then they ended up winning by open lengths.
For the racetrack chaplaincy last night, jockey basketball game, and there is Manny Franco. So you saw what he can do on the basketball court. You know, he won a Travers here, a Belmont at Belmont Park. 'Tis the law, and yet he wanted to grow up to be like the next Derek Jeter. He wanted to be a shortstop.
And these guys are so athletic. Watching them play last night, and they were playing hard too. Like it wasn't like they weren't out there kind of like letting people go. It wasn't an all-star game like in the NBA. I mean, there was people on the ground. Jose Ortiz was on the ground. Someone on the jockeys team, I think it was Angel Cruz, took a horrible shot, and Jose and Irad were yelling at him. It was a lot of fun.
And Gary, you would think because of risk of injury, maybe they go 50%. I've been to a bunch of these jockey basketball games, like they go hard.
Not going to happen. These guys, I don't care if it's baseball, basketball,
karaoke,
skiing. Oops, I can't say that.
I've actually heard that, I don't know if Mig told me, but I've heard that the ping pong battles at Belmont in the locker room are pretty intense, especially between the brothers Irad and Jose.
I know they used to be back in the day. Santa Anita. I've traveled with my own paddle. Bi-coastal.
So competitive.
Something tells me that there wouldn't be a better reality show. I probably shouldn't say this. I should probably pitch it to somebody. Between just a jocks room. That's it. Just a jocks room.
All you would hear is a bunch of beep, 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 beep.
There is nothing better than being in the jocks room after they all come back, and maybe there was traffic in the race. Maybe it was a big field. This is a kid growing up going to Santa Anita. Maybe it was a downhill 6.5 furlong race down the hill. And there's the one jockey who won in the winner's circle and 11 others circled around one TV and watching them describe what happened out there and the arguing and bickering that goes on. That was pure entertainment for me growing up, Gary.
A lot of times it would get heated and everybody would just kind of back up, and that whoever the two were going to dance and let them dance. Fortunately, there was security guards in there that would get there fairly quick.
Manny Franco lit it up last night. See what he does in the 7th race at Saratoga. Called to post for the $16,000 claimer. Invest, there he is, typically forwardly placed.
Yeah, not sure he's good enough to win here, but he can have an effect in the outcome because he is a horse that will be ridden aggressively from the start.
Headed straight out. There's Dark Storm.
Yeah, Dark Storm, a horse that's going to get a good warm-up. He's going to come from back, try to pick up the pieces here.
Direct order, Manny Franco, then the favorite, Ragtime Blues, defeated favorite in his last pair in Maryland.
Yeah, this is a horse that I think is a horrendous favorite. For a trainer who has one win off the turf here, who's been very cold lately, and I don't think he's a miler, and I think there's too much speed for him. Bad favorite.
Parade Field winding up.
There's a horse stepping up from out of town, coming from Finger Lakes. Got to step up in his talent, too, to win here.
36-1 outsider, waiting for Handy. Irad Ortiz does ride him back when he enters your screen.
It really shows you the power of Irad Ortiz. This horse could possibly be 9-2 in this race. On paper, even with a huge pace, Handy looks like he's 3rd or 4th best, but Irad Ortiz rides, and you're getting 9-2 on a 12 to 15 to 1 shot.
Wow. Leading rider, Irad Ortiz. O'Shea, can you see off the board in 5 straight at Saratoga?
But he's going to get what he wants, which is a fast pace up front to hopefully help his close. He'll be running late.
12-1 currently. Mar Hernandez looking for a 2nd win in the afternoon. Auburn Hills, a 3rd start already at the meet.
Ran a race could win this on opening day in that first race. Ran very well. Disappointing last time when cut back in distance, but Randy Prezzo's mind coming right back. And at least as a speed drawing the outside post, he can survey the situation a little bit. Didn't think he was impossible.
Field for the 7th. Start of the late pick 4. Post time in 2 minutes. Andy, there's direct order. Currently 5-2. In his most recent effort, there he is, mid-pack, gathering momentum. This is at Belmont on the 24th of June.
Yeah, I mean, his last race looks better on paper than it was because he got a very fast pace and the winner was involved in the pace and he was coming apart a little bit late. But at the end of the day, he's running figures that make sense. He's claimed by a guy, Gustavo Rodriguez, who got into training a year ago, worked for his brother before that, and his numbers off the claim with Dirt Ratters, Tom, have been probably as good, if not better, than some of yours. Which is
a good grinding out finish right there. By direct order, and a horse that wants that pace up front. Andy, I think they get it today. I mean, these horses that want to close here, I think, have an advantage based on how the race is going to set up. The 1-horse Invest, the 5-horse Ragtime Blues, and even our outside horse, Auburn Hills. I think they're all going to be challenging early in this race.
You know, as you know, I have this sort of general skepticism, and I know I've got you to sort of agree with me at times. You think there's pace on paper, and it doesn't develop on the track, but Tom, I can't argue with you here. I mean, Invest has one way to go. He's got the inside. He's got to go. Ragtime Blues, Luis Saez, he's got to go. And Auburn Hills on the outside. Now, Junior's not a super aggressive rider, but I have trouble believing this won't be at least an honest pace.
And remember, today's race is in the Wilson chute. We're going 1 mile out the chute. You know, that makes a pretty hard turn to the left, and everybody needs to get positioned. So the guys that do have speed have got to hustle to get that spot. You know, they don't use the inside part of the gate here. You can see the portable rail there, so they're going to break from outside of that, and then everybody's going to have to maneuver over and get their spot.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Now, I am against the 5 Ragtime Blues, but I'm curious to see if Maggie agrees or disagrees.
I'm on Team Andy with regards to Ragtime Blues. Andy, for the reasons you brought up, dealing with the other speed, stretching out, he's not that convincing, getting the mile physically, looking at him. Now, the one feather in his cap, where watching his last race at Pimlico, which did take place over a sealed track, he just never looked comfortable. So he does have a fast track here today to deal with, and he did warm up well, because sometimes it's a horse that takes a little while to get things moving. And he got things moving rather quickly today. But again, I just don't see him being effective given the conditions. Lafitte?
Ragtime Blues, Maggie, 2-1 favorite. JK, your top selection?
Yeah, I'm Team 5 Ragtime Blues. I think in these lower level races, I think speed is extremely dangerous. And although I you know, I trust Maggie a lot more than Andy. I'm just kidding, Andy. I do think from a physical standpoint, if he doesn't want to go that far, he doesn't have to. Just simply has to be better than these other horses that I just don't think are very good.
Direct order, Gary, and all-world athlete Manny Franco.
Yeah, and this horse, I mean, 40 starts in his career, 11 wins, and he's consistent. He's clean last time out by Gustavo Rodriguez. Manny's ridden him his last 3 races. I like that they stuck with Manny.
Johnny I standing by.
Race up the Wilson chute. And in the white blinkers there, it is Ragtime Blues. Down on the inside, moving up, is Invest. And then it is Dark Storm. Invest is the leader. Dark Storm racing in second with Ragtime Blues now being passed on the outside by Auburn Hills. Auburn Hills making a big move there up to challenge Invest. So it's Auburn Hills and Invest, and they are heads apart for the lead. Just in behind is Ragtime Blues, who's racing in third. Dark Storm down on the inside in fourth. Then Handy, the gray, runs in fifth. On the inside is Direct Order in sixth. The break of 3 back to Parade Field, and 3 more to O'Shea Can You See. The quarter went in 24 and 3/5 seconds. And it is Invest, the narrow leader here over Auburn Hills. Invest and Auburn Hills right together going into the far turn. And Ragtime Blues on the outside, moving up now from third. Dark Storm is down at the rail. Auburn Hills is now taken over as Invest drops out of it. It is Auburn Hills the leader here. And Ragtime Blues is now moved up into second. Dark Storm is down at the rail. And then it is Direct Order in fourth. Parade Field has advanced up into fifth. They're at the top of the stretch. The half in 48 and 2, 3/4 in 1, 13 and 4. And they are in the stretch. And here is Ragtime Blues up to grab the lead. Parade Field looking to come through in between horses down towards the rail. And on the far outside, it is Direct Order. Direct Order kicking in late here to take the lead. Ragtime Blues now in second. Direct Order, Ragtime Blues. Direct Order is the winner. Ragtime Blues was second. And Parade Field finished third.
The hot hand of Manny Franco. And this one from downtown with Direct Order from off the pace in the 7th at Saratoga, Gary.
Manny earned his money here. He knows his horse well. He wound him up about 3 furlongs from home. He was in a good spot, saving ground down on the rail, but he got him stoked up around the turn, put him in a drive from a long ways out, and he just wore him down in the lane.
I just can't believe Manny has any energy left. After this ride, after going for 20 and 4 last night.
Winning cures all.
Very impressive.
Top selection for Andy and Gary. Direct Order, Andy, well done.
Well, thanks. It's 5-2, but thanks. He just was a grind. The pace was honest. It's a slow track, you can see, so be careful of thinking those are super slow paces. And the reality was he wants the distance more, and he just outground him to the wire, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, this race played out like we talked about, Andy. The speed that we thought would materialize early from the 1, 5, and the 9, it came through. Ragtime Blues really hung tough.
He ran well.
In a race where he put away the other speed. But the whole idea behind how the race was going to set up, it favored closers, and Direct Order took full advantage of that.
Right, Direct Order is one of these horses that's probably not going to make his own trip to win, but if the race is in his wheelhouse and he gets the right pace and the right dynamic, he can outgrind him to the wire.
It was today, took advantage. And JK, what about the meet Gus Rodriguez is having at Saratoga?
Well, I mean, look, he's having some wins. I mean, ironically, Rudy's having a tough meet.
His brother.
You got to think they're probably doing similar things in terms of their training style after working together and living together and going up together. You think they'd kind of see it the same way. But yeah, it's always good to see new trainers do well here, because having a good meet here can propel you into getting a lot of new owners and a lot of other horses that have a little bit more talent than the ones you might be working with.
Where the lights are brightest at Saratoga, and for Gus Rodriguez, another trip to the winner's circle. Direct Order 4, 5, 6, 2. When we come back, memorable morning across the street. 2022 Hall of Fame class inducted, including 4-time champion Beholder Gary Stevens, a huge part of her success, and Tepin, 6-time Grade 1 winner. Highlights ahead from this morning's ceremony. You're watching Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live. It's Hall of Fame Day, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Manny Franco, he can do it on the track, he can do it on the court too. And we know that you're one of the fittest riders out there, Manny. As direct order, he took every ounce of your energy to implore him to the wire. But that's how he is, right?
Yeah, that's the way he runs. You know, I kind of get along with him really well. I win on him a bunch of times in the past. So, yeah, he take a little bit to get going, but as soon he get going, he's a tough horse, you know.
He shows up, and Richard Migliore talks about being a bicycle horse, and I think he kind of fits the bill. Talk about riding horses like that. I mean, you really have to have your air and your legs underneath of you.
Yeah, I mean, you got to prepare, and like I say, I know the horse, so I know what I have to do. I got to pedal him almost the entire way, so like I said, I was prepared for him, but he get it done. That's the important thing.
Manny, we saw you last night in the Trainers versus Jockeys charity basketball game, and once again, you're the MVP. Talk about playing basketball. You're obviously a very versatile athlete.
Yeah, I kind of play a little bit.
A little bit.
And we beat the trainer again, like we've been doing like for maybe 4 or 5 years already or more. So we have fun yesterday, and it was for a good cause.
Well, height isn't anything but a number, right?
Nah, I mean, I just, you know, try to enjoy, and that's what we did out there.
Manny, thank you for raising money last night and being a superstar on the court, but also here at the spa, too.
Thank you, Maggie, anytime.
Manny Franco, one of the most affable jockeys we have in the jocks room, and as you can tell with his win on direct order, Lafitte, also the strongest.
For the racetrack chaplaincy, Maggie, Manny Franco guiding this one home. Took a lot of encouragement. Direct order 7-10 at post time over Ragtime Blues Parade Field, 46-1 completing the trifecta. Gary, who is the best grinder, the best bicycle-type horse you ever rode that needed that constant encouragement?
Probably a horse named Cutlass Reality that I was fortunate enough to win the Hollywood Gold Cup on him. Beat the likes of Ferdinand Alashiba that day.
They were pretty good.
He ran lights out that day, but I was after him the whole way, and the harder I rode, the faster he ran. And, you know, back then I didn't get tired, though. Later on in my career, I didn't like those bicycle horses.
It's almost exhausting to watch. Manny Franco getting direct order home here in the 7th race at Saratoga. That pick 5 follow along. Here's what we've seen thus far, JK. Rather formful in the first 2 legs.
Yeah, but you're beating favorites, and it might not be beating huge favorites, but you got to keep in mind when you can beat horses that other people might have singled, it really does help the payouts at the end of the day.
Now it gets serious with the first of 2 graded stakes races. 38th running of the Grade 2 Hall of Fame, 3-year-olds, 1 mile, inner turf course, firm, wide open, and 3-1 down at the bottom. Tis the Bomb at 3-1, and that's where it all happens every summer. The National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. On the other side of Union Avenue, a new class, the 2022 class, inducted this morning. Great speeches, some memorable moments, and it is official. Here are the newest members, Beholder and Tepin. Today's Saratoga Special cover girls, Hillsdale, Royal Heroine trainer Oscar White, Pillars of the Turf, James Cox Brady, Marshall Cassidy, James Ben Ali Hagen. Incredible honor, Gary. Like, I get it. Everybody wants to talk Beholder and that 2016 distaff with Songbird. The race I wanted to ask you about, though, was the Pacific Classic and what she did to that male competition in Del Mar's biggest race.
Yeah, you know, Lafitte, a lot of people ask me who the best horse that I ever rode was, and I hate comparing horses from different years, but on this particular day right here, there was no horse that I ever rode that did what she did this day. It gave me the feeling that she gave me. A lot of people say, man, you moved at the 3/8 pole. I said, no, I didn't move at the 3/8 pole. She moved at the 3/8 pole. I never moved on her until we straightened out for home, and she hit another gear with me, which I thought she was pretty much wide open. I knew I had a little bit left, and I one time to her, she dropped and put on a show that day. It was a special feeling, special moment that I hadn't experienced before, and I never experienced it again.
I know I speak for lots of people that say that I wish we would have seen a few months later her hook up with American Pharoah at Keeneland and see what would have happened on that day, because if she ran that race, it would have been a tough one for him.
My feeling, and like everybody said, well, she was, I would have given him, she would have given him all that he could handle. We were very confident. I was as confident going into that as, if not more, than we were going into the Pacific Classic. She'd been training actually better than she even had going into the Pacific Classic. And when I got the phone call from Richard Mandela, I was going over to pick up credentials on a Thursday, and my phone was sitting on the kitchen table in Louisville, and I was driving to Keeneland. My phone buzzed, and it just said Mandela on it. And I go, uh-oh. And it was one of those calls. He said, she's got a temperature, we're not going to be able to run, and it was disappointing because it would have been a show.
2 days before the Breeders' Cup Classic, American Pharoah, and the final start of his career. But that's really what today is all about, celebrating the best of the best in thoroughbred racing. The ceremony that took place earlier today, lots of emotion, the speeches, the tears, the laughs, as we look back at some of the highlights from today's Hall of Fame induction just across the street.
She was an 11-time Grade 1 winner. She was the 3rd all-time highest earning dirt female with over $6 million in earnings. One of the only thoroughbreds ever to win a Grade 1 stake every campaign from ages 2 to 6. She was the Eclipse champion 4 times, matched only by Azeri and Zenyatta among females all time. She was the fastest female since 2009, the fastest 2-year-old filly this century. In fact, no 2-year-old has run faster in the last 15 years, regardless of sex. She's one of only 2 horses all time with 3 Breeders' Cup victories. There's one person missing. He should be standing here right now instead of me. His name was Wayne Hughes. We lost Wayne in August of last year. And while we're sorry he didn't get to see Beholder win her final honor, we take solace in remembering how much Beholder meant to Wayne. You see, Wayne never really got too attached to the racehorses, and they meant a lot to him, but he wasn't the type to allow his emotions to come along for the ride. Until Beholder, that is. She changed him in that regard.
But the one thing about Pepin that I really admired was the more she raced and the more success she had, the greater the following she seemed to get from the people. The fans seemed to start to really love her. The first time I recognized it was when she overcame a 13-link deficit to win the Grade 2 at Tampa Bay Downs. When she crossed the finish line, there was just this eruption of applause. It was like a crescendo in a concert. It was so good. And then when she won up in Woodbine in Canada and she beat the boys in the Grade 1, we're having the trophy presentation, and we stopped the trophy presentation to recognize the fans shouting loudly, "Tepin, Tepin, Tepin." It was such an appreciation from the Canadian fans. And then again, when she finished second at the Breeders' Cup, when she was leaving to go back to the barn, the grandstand started going, "Tepin, Tepin, Tepin." And again, I think that was because she finished the last quarter in that Breeders' Cup, the fastest quarter ever recorded on the grass at Santa Anita. And the fans really appreciated that, even though she came up a half a length short.
Really miss watching them race, hearing those speeches and thinking back to those moments and how popular Tepin was and how brilliant Beholder was, as we salute the newest members of Racing's Hall of Fame. What a day it's been, and it's not done yet. Horses on their way over for the Grade 2 Hall of Fame Stakes, and here's the morning line favorite, Tiz the Bomb. Current tepid choice, 3-1. 10 starts, 8 tracks, and yet he's never made this walk. Tiz the Bomb Saratoga debut next in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tiz the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tiz the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tiz the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Horses in the paddock for the first of 2 graded stakes races, Grade 2 Hall of Fame. See the updated odds, 3-year-olds, 1 mile. Tiz the Bomb, still the lukewarm favorite at 3-1. There he is, Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Maggie, and I am fascinated. I can't wait to see what Witt does in his grass debut.
Lafitte, I think you and a lot of people here, as Witt has been lighting up the Oklahoma turf course in the morning, and his Hall of Fame trainer, Todd Fletcher, has liked what he has seen from his charge. This Son of Practical Joke, though, does not have a screaming amount of turf pedigree. We've seen Practical Joke, I mean, his progeny are okay on it. They don't move up by any means, kind of like Into Mischief was at first when he went into stud. And then the dam was unraced, and 2 siblings have tried the turf with no wins. But watching those workouts in which, yes, he worked the bullet of 63, albeit he's been working on the rail as opposed to around the dogs, and because he was nominated to a graded stakes, that's why he gets that preference to be able to work on the rail. So naturally, you're going to see faster times. Yeah, the rider was sitting nicely on top of him, not asking for much, but it was a loose rein. But watching his movement suggests that he should be able to handle it. Now, from the overall perspective, this is the best I've seen Witt look now in his 3rd start back as a 3-year-old. This is the strongest, the fittest, the most well-conditioned he's appeared, and it almost feels as though he's grown a bit even from that disappointing Woody Stevens effort. If he likes the turf, he's going to run big here. But I can't say that based on pedigree or physicality that I feel that confident in suggesting him, and you're going to take the worst of it based on connections here at 7-2. Next, we'll move on to number 9, Tiz the Bomb. He is your current 3-1 favorite as he drops out of the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Things definitely didn't go his way. They went well for the other Kenny McPeak trainee in Classic Causeway, where he got to dominate on the front end. Tiz the Bomb was wide around that first turn and never really got any live cover that day. Furthermore, in the paddock, he got kind of hot and agitated, and he just didn't make the best of impressions. Today, while he was a bit obstreperous to get the tack on, he just seems a bit more settled overall, as if they have been schooling him quite a bit up here at the spa. And you would have to think that a little, I should say, quite a bit less ground, cutting back a 1/4 mile, should suit him well as we head across the paddock. Andy, I know you were intrigued by Tiz the Bomb's trip last time out in that Grade 1 Belmont Derby.
Yeah, he got an absolutely ridiculous trip, and any chance he had was hindered by that. Stolen Base didn't have a great one either. Tom likes Ready to Perform. I'm not sure that I like Ready to Perform more over Double Clutch as they hit the wire together last time, but maybe he did a little bit more work earlier in the race.
I just thought the race had the real look of a horse, and I'm speaking of Ready to Perform, the 6 horse that runs today, of a horse that is going to really enjoy going back to 2 turns after this 1-turn Manila against Annapolis, who's the winner here. So that transition is attractive to me, as is, you know, Joel Rosario. Can you do any better on the grass than him?
No, he's absolutely tremendous. And I mean, I think this race is okay. I wonder if Double Clutch has some more upside. I think both of them are pretty much players in this race. I think a lot of them are players in here. You're just supposed to bet against Witt. A horse like Witt at 7-2 with no turf pedigree, they have to beat you. If they beat you, so be it. Celestial City interests me a great deal here. He ran against some tough older horses. Jerry the Nipper, who's been a very good dirt horse for Todd Fletcher and Mike Rapoli, he turned into a better grass horse. They tried him on the grass, and I thought that Celestial City had very well to close for 3rd, a race that was dominated on the front end. And you know, what Javier wants to do is wheel out, right, to get to the outside, but he realizes he can't. It's not quite as easy to get your momentum going in behind horses and weaving between horses, and I really liked the way he was finishing. I do worry a little bit, though, Tom, that he won't get a lot of pace today.
Strange race, that last about Celestial City. No sense of urgency from Javier when there should have been. There's only so much of the race left. He's got to get out if he wants any chance to win. He doesn't do that, and when he finally does get out, he's not going to catch the winner, but a very, very good finish on the end. Maybe that race leads to this race.
And he feels like a Shug McGay horse that's moving forward in increments, and I think maybe he takes another step forward. I don't have a problem with Tiz the Bomb. My only problem with him in general is he's 3-1. Are we sure he's really that good, Tom?
Well, are we really sure he's as good on the turf as he is on the synthetic? Well, I think that's the question.
That's very, very true, and I guess that Kenny could take him to Canada for some races in synthetic if that works out. Anybody else? What about Stolen Base? I think he's going to run better today, Tom.
So, Stolen Base, I mean, he makes that wide move in his last race. He gets headed. He fights back 2 races back, at Churchill Downs. I thought that was a gutsy performance. But a lot of these horses' success is going to depend on how the pace sets up, Andy.
I agree.
Todd Fletcher holds all the cards. The 1 horse, Chanso, and the 3 Witt are the 2 most potential to go to the lead. I don't think he lets Witt go to the lead. He thinks he's going to like the grass. He's not going to just send him. So the pace all belongs to the 1, in my opinion.
I hate to say it. I actually agree with Tom.
And there he is, Chanso, who figures to find himself on the lead early.
Yeah, he most likely will be on the lead. He's never been worse than 2nd at any call in any race that he's been in. Irad's going to just try and nurse his speed.
Witt, grass debut.
He's scary. You asked me who I'd like to be on in here. I think I'd like to be on Witt after what I saw in the paddock.
Wow, what a summer. 83-1, Penn Mile spoiler
This horse has a little bit of early speed. It just feels like kind of up against it from a speed figure standpoint.
Stolen Base, Grade 2 American Turf winner at Churchill Derby Day.
Yeah, didn't do any running in the Belmont Derby, but if he repeats at American Turf at Churchill Downs, he'll have some say-so in there.
Ready to perform. Joel Rosario looking for an 8th graded stakes win at the meet.
Yeah, Tom a little bit more enthusiastic than I was. I thought Double Clutch ran better, but I do take Tom's argument that maybe he wants 2 turns.
Second to Annapolis in the Manila. You just saw Double Clutch. Here's Celestial City and Andy's top selection.
That's another one I was interested in. Closing into a slow pace last time. The pace wasn't particularly quick. Came running late. Could improve.
Tis the Bomb, tepid favorite 5 minutes out.
Yeah, and he's going to be sitting just off the pace. Had a rough trip in the Belmont Derby. I think that your most likely winner.
There he is. 2-year-old grass form stands out. What about today? Competitive edition of the Grade 2 Hall of Fame Stakes. 5 minutes out. This countdown to the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame Stakes is presented by Longines, the official timekeeper of Saratoga Racecourse. Over to Maggie standing by with Tis the Bomb's trainer, Kenny McPeak.
Kenny's got me in stitches here telling some funny jokes, but as we'll take a look at your charge here, tepid favorite, Tis the Bomb, Kenny, cutting back from the 1.25 miles last time out in the Belmont Derby. Talk a little bit about what you saw from his trip and how you think cutting back to a mile today should help him.
Well, for one, he's a really good colt. I think you can take the last 2 races and toss him. I mean, the Kentucky Derby, we really wanted to run him in Europe, in the English Derby or the Irish Derby. I really had ambitions to do that. I thought he's a horse that could handle that. In the Belmont Derby, really nothing went right. He actually, when he shipped a week early, and we weren't happy with the way he got off the truck. He was pretty tired, and we debated on not running him at all, and in hindsight, I wished I hadn't. Yeah. He ran flat. He never really got into the race for Dylan. Nothing really unfolded. And, of course, my other horse won the race, so it worked out fine. But, you know, this is a good spot for him to make amends. And I debated on going tomorrow in the Saratoga Derby, but I thought that the Hall of Fame, this is a tricky distance, though. Tricky distance, tricky angles. You know, he's in the outside. Things are going to have to go his way to win, but he can do that.
I want to ask you about your other horse in Classic Causeway as he stole the Belmont Derby, Saratoga Derby. Doesn't look as though he gets his time on the front end. What are your tactics tomorrow?
I'm not worried about that at all. I think this horse is going to relax now. I think his mind is really kind of turned off a little bit for us. You know, we've got Julian's really good at getting horses to relax. We're going to leave him alone. You can't try to overcoach a jockey in that kind of race, but he's doing fantastic. And, you know, I think 8-1 is a great number for everybody out there. You know, that's a really good number for this horse. I mean, because he's really good right now.
He did seem ultra relaxed in the paddock at Belmont, too. Kenny, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck.
You're welcome.
All right, Tis the Bomb here, Lafitte. He's still holding strong at 3-1.
Confident Kenny McPeak. Gary, you have to appreciate the fact that A, he's not afraid to take a chance, and B, if he feels he made a mistake, he's going to own it.
Yeah, and listen, Kenny isn't afraid to take chances, and he's always very confident going into a race. And like you said, if things kind of go south, he'll find another spot for him, admit up to it. You know, if they're not going to be good horses, he will run them right down their throat and move on to the next project.
With the picks up there on the board just now, I picked Wit. I didn't expect Wit to be 7-2. If I'm going to get Wit at 7-2 or Tis the Bomb at 3-1, I'd rather have Tis the Bomb. I do think Wit's going to run well, but I'd rather have Tis the Bomb.
Todd Fletcher, Gary, very pleased with Wit's training on grass. Wit is on the inside. He is breezing with Scottish Star, a Grade 1 winner from Argentina, on the outside.
But he's doing things easier on the inside than horse on the outside is. He's taking one stride to his couple, a big long stride and cold. I like what I'm seeing here, the way he's getting over the grass. No wonder he's running him and testing him in the afternoon on it.
How often did you experience that, a horse that was not bred to handle grass? Because Wit isn't, and then handled it just fine.
Well, you know, you look at certain horses, like I would have loved to have ridden Beholder on the grass, you know, and she's full. I mean, she's impeccably bred in the mischief, you know, and this is in the mischief. So on the bottom side, so you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't love grass.
Final thoughts, Andy, Tom?
Well, I think I think Witt's about as bad a gamble at 7-2 as you can find at the racetrack. Because in my opinion, Tom, he's got to improve in the turf to win this race. And the likelihood of that happening, to me, is insignificant.
And the fact that his family and his siblings have had no success on the grass in 7 different starts makes you question whether this is going to be the right move for him.
Yeah.
But again, I really think it comes down to the 2 Fletcher horses, Witt, the 3, and Chanceau, the 1, as to how they're going to play it. You've got the Ortiz brothers riding those 2 horses. Todd has had a conversation with these guys, and he's not going to take these 2 horses and battle each other on the front end. One is going to go to the front and go by himself because there's no other speed in here, and that horse's chances are going to jump dramatically.
The only horse could be a fly in the ointment, I'm saying will be, is Wow What a Summer, the huge-priced horse. He potentially could be forward, but I don't disagree with Tom. I expect the 1 to be in front. I still like the closer, the number 8, Lafitte Celestial City.
With Javier Castellano, 2-time Hall of Fame winner. Gary, how far can Chanceau take this field? No, we're about ready for a start. Tis the Bombsteads forward. Johnny I with the call, all set for the Grade 2 Hall of Fame.
And they're off. From the inside, Chanceau, ready to perform, now moves up, ready to perform, grabs the lead. And Chanceau is racing in second. Right alongside is Tis the Bomb in third. Then Double Clutch in fourth as they go for the clubhouse turn. Witt is down at the rail and racing in fifth. Passed now by Celestial City. Stolen Base is next to last. And trailing the field is Wow What a Summer. The 3-year-olds head for the backstretch. The quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. And the leader is ready to perform in front here by a length. Tis the Bomb tracking in second. It's 2.5 lengths. Down on the inside is Chanceau. And alongside is Double Clutch. And then a break of 3 lengths back to Celestial City, followed by Witt and then Stolen Base and Wow What a Summer. Half mile, 47 seconds. Ready to perform, Tis the Bomb. They remain 1-2 going into the far turn. Chanceau is down at the rail. Ready to perform is clear here by a length and a half. And Tis the Bomb is now being passed on the outside by Double Clutch. Double Clutch is on the move. Then Celestial City and Chanceau, 3/4 and 1:10 and 3. And they are in the stretch with Ready to Perform, still the 1 to catch. Celestial City moving up on the outside. In between horses is Double Clutch. Down at the rail is Tis the Bomb. Witt putting in a late run on the outside. Ready to Perform, a front-running winner of the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame Stakes. Ready to Perform, and Joel Rosario.
8th graded stakes win at the meet. Joel Rosario, Ready to Perform, who winds up in front and steals this thing at 7-2, Gary.
And it was done with early on. Joel just put him to sleep on the lead. I didn't expect to see this horse on the lead. Joel dangerous on the lead. If he's on the lead, he's got a lot of horse, and he just showed that right there.
The fractions were honest enough to be fair. It's not like he walked around there. I will note that Andy's worst bet in the history of the world did run pretty well for second for a horse who went wire to wire. But Ready to Perform, Tom nailed it. This horse wanted to go 2 turns, and Joel took advantage of that.
Tom, what were you thinking when you saw Ready to Perform in front, though?
Well, in Joel Rosario we trust, Lafitte. I mean, it's about intent. And out the gate, Ready to Perform goes, and you can see Irad Ortiz on Chanceau, who actually broke best of all, look over and say, well, I'm not going to go with this horse. And Ready to Perform takes over early in the race. And Andy, use a term, and I'm going to use it for Joel Rosario. He just knows. I mean, to go to the lead today, I mean, I didn't see that as the way it was set up. I didn't see Tis the Bomb laying close either, but it was the right move.
I think they all were aware that the paces get tepid, and both those riders were smart. As it turns out, Tis the Bomb wasn't good enough, but Joel was on a horse that was good enough to win. I'm glad that Jonathan takes ridiculously overbet horses, and he claims a moral victory when they run
that horse
second.
ran good, Andy.
He did run. No, he ran well in there. He was a horrendous bet at 7-2. He ran well. But I'm glad that Jonathan's really excited about his moral victory as an underleg.
Watch Irad in the 1 look over to his right. He just did it just there. And he's like, what the heck? Who is this? And he's going to let him go. He thinks he's doing too much on the front end, and that's where the race is won, right there, going into the first turn.
The funny thing, though, is if Irad is more aggressive with Chanceau and he pushes Joel, maybe Witt does win.
Maybe he does. I look, back to Witt. I thought he ran a great race.
He ran very well in here. I will not deny it. No doubt about it. Ran better than I thought he did. I still maintain it was a horrendous gamble at 7-2.
Half a length away from cashing your ticket.
No, he wasn't.
Look, let's be fair. We love Andy. He's having a tough time with this 3-year-old turf division. Classic, classic Causeway, the worst bet ever. Witt runs a really good second. We'll forgive him. Hopefully he'll do a little better tomorrow.
You see Witt get sandwiched leaving the gate?
Yes.
Hit from both sides, Gary.
He
Still
ran
runs
huge.
second. Brad Cox, winning trainer. There he is. Took down last year's Jim Dandy Travers Essential Quality, 2-time Eclipse Award winner. Donegal Racing co-owners, Mo Donegal Belmont Stakes. And for Joel Rosario, a 4th win in the Hall of Fame. And the horses he's won this race with, J.K., Decorated Invader, Raging Bull, Bricks and Mortar eventual horse of the year, and now Ready to Perform.
Yeah, I like this horse a couple races back at Pimlico. I just didn't think he was good enough, and he showed up here today. And Joel, it seems like when I don't think a horse is good enough, the ones that beat me more often than not, Joel's involved. So it must be him.
In his own 8th graded stakes win of the meet, Joel Rosario Ready to Perform 6-3, 8-9. Brad Cox to the winner's circle and another stakes win. When we come back, there he is, Golden Pal on his way over for the Troy Stakes. Perfect at Saratoga. Maiden Skidmore win. Last year's quick call opening day. Blinding speed. Come and catch him if you can. The Troy is next.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 101st Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, offering the best of the North American yearling crop this Monday and Tuesday. Where will you be? They're celebrating that win with Ready to Perform. Joel Rosario at 980 over Witt. Some trouble early. Closing in the stretch. Celestial City, solid effort, 1-3-8 for Brad Cox. A graded stakes victory here. Also has Matarea, odds-on favorite for tomorrow's Longines test. Joel Rosario, he spends a lot of time in that winner's circle, Gary.
He does, especially when they've got a lot of zeros behind the prize money. It's bigger the purse. I don't know.
It's just incredible. With 4 weeks, 8 graded stakes wins for Joel Rosario at Saratoga. Over to Maggie, standing by in the winner's circle.
Here with winning trainer Brad Cox, ready to perform. I mean, could you have a horse any more well-named than that? And Brad, he got things comfortable on the front end today. Was that always going to be the plan with him?
No, not really. He's never really showed quite that much speed, but looking at the race on paper this morning, kind of thought it was one of those things where there was a lack of pace, and obviously Tom Amos's horse scratched, so we thought, told Joel just a break. If the one horse goes, set off of him, but he broke sharp enough. He showed the way, and they were strung out a little bit. I mean, I was maybe a touch concerned going up the backside, but I think the 9-horse was our player, and he kind of checked out of it at the 3/8. I thought, we got a big shot here, so it worked out well.
How good is Joel Rosario with horses? On the front end, I feel like, people regard him as a great come-from-behind rider, but he gets one to melt into his hands.
Yeah, no doubt. He's rode Kofefi and Nick's go for us, so I prefer him on the lead, actually. So,
this is very true.
Yeah. So we've had a good run over the last few years with horses that are forwardly placed, and we can add this horse to the collection, and hopefully, this is it's a big win for this horse and Donegal as well, and hopefully we can build off this, and this horse can be a major player at the turf division, for a couple years to come.
Right, I quickly want to ask you about tomorrow with Matarea. She's a favorite in the Grade 1 test. I mean, cutting back a little bit, does that even suit her more, it feels like?
I certainly think it does. I think she's really cut out to be a 7/8 filly, one turn 7/8. She's solid. I mean, she's so consistent. Someone asked me earlier, are you nervous about tomorrow? She's 2-5. I said, no, she's ultra consistent. And when they're consistent, that they bring it, and she's doing well. So no real reason to worry. Post may be not ideal, but, she's a good filly, and I think she can overcome it, and I'm hoping she overcomes it.
It's a great feeling to have heading in tomorrow. But, Brad, congratulations with this win here.
Thanks, Maggie.
Ready to perform all the way in today's Hall of Fame. Guys?
For Donegal Racing, Jerry Crawford's Donegal Racing ready to perform. Brad Cox being asked about if he felt pressure in tomorrow's test. Gary, you know all about riding heavy favorites in big races. It's amazing. It's like, no, not really, just because of the confidence he has in the racehorse himself.
Yeah, listen, I don't think the one hole is going to make a whole lot of difference tomorrow. She's quick away from the gate. She adapts. She doesn't need the lead. If for some reason she does happen to get left a little bit, I don't think it's going to have an effect on her.
On paper, she deserves to be the short price that she is. What she's accomplished so far makes her the leader of that race and that division, to see what if whatever happens with Echo Zulu. But I do think there's some interesting horses in there. I think Wish You Well, who ran well on debut and then had the off track last time, I think she's a little bit interesting with some really fast pace figures.
Longines test, Brad Cox seeking a second, one with Kofefi, who we just mentioned a few years back. One of 3 Grade 1 races tomorrow on the undercard of the 95th Whitney. JK, pick 5, 1.1 million in the pool, ready to perform 980.
Yeah, you're beating favorites. And I think when you're beating favorites, those payouts can always kind of sneak up on you and surprise you. Now, the sneaky thing about it is I think most people would assume, and the board right now at 1-5 on Golden Pal, this is not really a pick 5. It was kind of a pick 4 with a free square on Golden Pal. But we'll see what happens. If you beat Golden Pal here, you're looking for a real big score. But if you give Golden Pal here, I think it's still going to be better than you thought it might be.
He's 1-5. The Troy is next. How much do you guys know about Troy, New York? 30 minutes south, a home of Samuel Wilson, namesake of the American character Uncle Sam. Well, learning just about horse racing today, gentlemen. During the Industrial Revolution, late 1800s, Troy was the 4th richest city in the U.S. Did you know that, Gary?
I had no clue.
I wish I had notes on Troy. This is just off the top of my head.
You're right.
Home to the Tri-City Valley Cats, minor league baseball team of the Hudson Valley. Russell Sage College, originally founded in 1916. There you are, the background. Troy, influence of the name of the stakes race, the second on the program here at Saratoga. That's next. Older horses, fast sprint, 5.5 furlong turf sprint, $300,000 purse. One name jumps off that screen. Number 5, Golden Pal, 1-5 current favorite. Gary, we had this conversation last week before the Vanderbilt with Jackie's Warrior. There are certain horses that when they run, you watch. Regardless of where you are, like you're going to watch. Golden Pal is one of those horses.
Yeah, and he's just fun to watch. He's so quick leaving there. But he's able, he relaxes now somewhat early on in the race, and then he's explosive coming off of the turn as well. Big, good-looking horse. It's been very well managed by Wesley Ward.
One of my favorite things about Golden Pal is the first 4 to 6 seconds of his race. When he pops away from there and he's 4 in front, and if you've wagered on him, you can say, okay, I'm good.
I'm good.
Good.
Not last time. Not his fault.
No.
But not last time. Here in the States in turf sprints, he has been absolutely perfect. That's coming up. Golden Pal. We talked about exciting racehorses. Life is Good would qualify. Another look at the field for the Whitney Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. $1 million purse, number 6. Life is Good, 65. Morning line favorite. Life might be better right about now with a little Woodchuck hard cider. Yes. Start your weekend with Woodchuck. Beat the heat. Gary and JK with a variety of refreshing Woodchuck hard ciders, America's original and official hard cider of Saratoga Racecourse. Woodchuck on Bill Mott's tab. Should this colt win tomorrow's Whitney, JK? Key to success for Olympiad to upset Life is Good.
Well, I mean, I think that he needs Hot Rod Charlie to pop away from there and to somehow pressure Life is Good. If Life is Good gets comfortable on the front end, I think Olympiad will be up against him.
5 straight wins. Perfect around 2 turns. Bill Mott, how is Olympiad coming into the Whitney?
He's doing well. I mean, he's had 5 good races this year, and he's trained well up to this race, so we're anxious to get started. Everything depends on the start. You know what I mean? When they go in that gate and they break, I mean, a lot of times you see different scenarios and some that you didn't anticipate, but it's a fair estimation probably to see that Life is Good is probably going to try to go to the lead from the outside. And then, we don't know what the rest of the field is going to do. You got Hot Rod Charlie that's got speed on the inside, and the jockeys have to determine what to do after the gate opens. I'd love to win the Whitney, and I'd love to win the Travers, and those are 2 races I haven't won, but I think we've won the majority of the rest of the stakes up here at one time or another.
Hard to believe Bill Mott has yet to win a Whitney. Maybe that changes tomorrow. Andy and Tom, Whitney is always special, but that much better when you do have a bona fide superstar like Life is Good.
No question, but I'm not sure that Olympiad's not a bit of a star himself. I mean, he's been absolutely terrific. Now, Life is Good. He sort of breathes that rarefied air, and he is very fast, and he's very, very good. But I think he could be in for a dogfight tomorrow, Tom. I'm not saying I don't think he's way the horse to beat, but there's some good horses in here.
Yeah, if you watch this last race at Belmont, the Nehrud, this is a 7/8 race. He's going to be going more than 3/8 of a mile further in this race. The transition mentally for a horse to go from middle distance to 1.1 miles can sometimes be a very difficult one for the rider on his back as well as the trainer preparing for that kind of race. Look, Life is Good has got a great post position all the way in the outside. Everything that's going to go on out the gate, he's not going to be a part of that. He's just going to go. And the question is, the 2-horse, Hot Rod Charlie, change of equipment, blinkers on. How much is he going to try and press Life is Good, and at what point can he get to him to press him? Let's not forget his Belmont. That Belmont was amazing by Hot Rod Charlie.
When he's on the engine is when he's best, but it's a problematic situation. And I like his chances tomorrow, but it's problematic because Life is Good's not only good, he's fast.
Yeah, no,
and he's faster than this horse is. But he's a horse that runs his best races on the engine. I almost wonder if this could be more of those old-time races when they actually used to go pretty quick early. And you know what? Good horses still finished when they went fast early.
Well, he's the kind that can do that.
Yeah, this is a good field. And it's not a 1-horse race. It's not a 2-horse race. It's at least a 3-horse race. The big 3 in the Whitney. It's going to be a great day.
Looking forward to it.
95th edition, Grade 1 Whitney, tomorrow here at Saratoga. As for the star of this show, there he is. Golden Pal, unblemished at Saratoga, won that Skidmore as a 2-year-old. Quick call last year. What will he do in the Troy Stakes this afternoon? We'll find out in 14 minutes.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality field, city speed. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matoli, he did it again. Matoli's a monster. Matoli wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. The mighty Matoli.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the board.
Echo Zulu Harnish. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
The field is in the stretch, and it is Golden Pal in hand here with an eighth of a mile to the finish. Golden Pal opening up here by almost 5 lengths. Golden Pal will get his maiden victory in Saratoga's Skidmore Stakes, and he did it impressively.
We knew right then. Wesley Ward knew before then, Gary. Before the Skidmore, Wesley Ward said, this will be the best horse I've ever trained.
Yeah, look, he ran him on the dirt the first time that he ran at Keeneland, going 4.5 furlongs. Then he takes him to Europe. He runs second in one of the most prestigious 2-year-old races they have at Royal Ascot. Brings him back here and puts on a performance like this. And I think his style suits more to American racing with the turn involved, those straightaways. There's always funny things that happen in those big races, and glad to see him back here in America compete today.
JK Golden, one of those horses that just gets the blood pumping, man.
Man, look, it's, especially in turf sprints, like so many random results in turf sprints. If you watch a lot of racing, they're not really that random with him. He pops, he goes to the front, he advances his position, and he does it impressively. I love watching this horse run.
Moment to be embraced. Golden Pal will be retired at the end of the year or shortly thereafter. Then it's off to stud. But first, Maggie, there's work to be done. Golden Pal, 1-5 favorite for the Troy.
Yeah, and reading the write-ups leading into this Troy Lafitte, it sounds as though Wesley Ward has not ruled out a start on dirt for Golden Pal to prove that, like his sire has shown in the breeding shed, Uncle Mo, that he can be effective on dirt too. So we'll see how that unfolds, but right now he's on the turf, and he's a fast turf sprinter. He's with his pony as he typically is. He looks much the same as he typically has throughout my 2 years of seeing him. Now, I have noticed that this year, since coming back off of the Breeders' Cup win, he has been outfitted with a Sherwin. So the Sherwin is that piece of rubber that is connected to the head stall that runs down the middle of the horse's face and splits and attaches to either side of the bit to keep the bit up in a horse's mouth to prevent them from maybe having an obstructed airway. And 2, he is wearing a nasal strip. So I feel as though maybe there has been that compromised airway along the line somewhere, but he runs well with it. And as you heard Andy say last time at Ascot, it was Irad just wasn't ready because he wasn't prepared for them just to leave a horse out and scratch it and not go on with it. So look, I don't see him not breaking well here. He looks great. he's much the horse to beat. Though there is one horse in here that I have just been in love with, and I don't get to see him that often, but number 3, Arzak, is one that I remember going back to the end of last year. He was meant to run another time at Belmont, and it was a weird situation in that I think the pony kicked him, and so he was actually a late scratch that day. And coming in off of an effort, and actually, you know, prior to the Highlander effort, he had 2 wins, and he was just beaten by a very accomplished horse and bound for nowhere, and arguably he was the one who moved a bit early. I love this horse's appearance here from Mike Trombetta. Has that strut about him. He's such an athlete. He's made an excellent impression on me. As I also want to talk about number 1, that is Spycraft. Joe Sharp has done well when he acquires horses and gets them into turf sprints. We've seen him be effective in these stake races, sprinting on the turf. And Spycraft, well, he's always been such a good-looking horse. He won handily last time at Canterbury, and I remember talking to Joe after that race and him saying that the Troy was definitely where they were heading. So they've had this race in mind, and I think that speaks volumes when they have a plan and they can stick to it, and he has run on his mind here today as we head across the paddock to that Tom Amoss guy and Andy Serling.
Yeah, we all know that Golden Pal is going to win if he runs his big race. But the question, if he doesn't run it, is the 3 good enough to beat him? We'll show Golden Pal. I would like to have shown the race the 3 ran, Arzak. I guess Golden Pal, he's a big favorite.
He's a big favorite, and look, he wins his races right out the gate. He's extremely quick, Andy. So he's coming back in 50 days after a trip overseas. Are we going to get this Golden Pal that we had in the spring? Because if we do, they're all running for second. But if he somehow, the wear and tear of going overseas and coming back, which can take a toll on any athlete, especially the equine athlete, then he's vulnerable.
I agree. Arzak ran a huge race last time. He broke a length to a length and a half slow in the race. He rushed him up, basically, not immediately, but relatively quickly. You see him hustling there out of the gate. He made a big 4-wide move, somewhat prematurely, which is even more incredible considering he didn't break sharply. He kind of broke the race open. The race came apart late. Now, I'm not saying Bound to Nowhere is Golden Pal, but I recall he won a stake over at Ascot for Wesley Ward a few years ago, and this is an improving horse that is a completely different horse as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, a big wide move from Arzak. This is going 6/8 of a mile. He gets a football field shorter distance today, which I think is going to help him going 5.5 on the turf. And he's going to look for some pace up front. Potentially, we have it here. We have some horses that want to be up front early.
See if they can run with Golden Pal. It does not hurt to have Joel Rosario defeat.
Arzak improved, Andy, absolutely the second choice 5-1 post parade for this Troy Stakes. And we start with Spycraft and Tyler Gaffalione seeking a 4th straight win in this race.
Well, he's going to have to run a lot better than he's been running, even though he's improved, to win this race.
There he is, 19-1. Number 2, Yes and Yes, will enter the picture. John Velasquez, 4-time Troy winning rider.
He's got a great trainer that's having a hot meet and a great rider that's having a hot meet. He's shortening up in distance. He's got to improve.
Number 3, Arzak. Watch Joel Rosario wind up on the lead with him, Andy.
I just think he's an interesting player. I don't have any illusions that he rates to beat Golden Pal, but Golden Pal better have his running shoes on. This guy's okay.
Karatari, best when he makes the lead. Probably doesn't happen today.
You know what? He is fast, though, and he's got Luis Saez in the irons. I think he's one of the best gate riders out the gate that we have in the business.
6 for 6 stateside. Golden Pal, 2-time Breeders' Cup winner.
You know, I agree he's the fastest horse, but I'll be surprised if Luis Saez just lets him cruise to the front in here.
True Valor. Graham Motion has him going well. 3rd in the Grade 1 Jaipur.
Yeah, don't sell him short. This is another horse that's wants to be on the front end early, wants to go early. We'll see what their tactics are from that outside post position.
Thin White Duke, 2nd and 2 for David Donk, wheeled back in 8 days.
Yeah, I mean, he got some ride by John Velasquez to be 2nd last time. This is a much tougher group.
Turf sprinters in the Troy Stakes. 7 runners, all eyes on one. Golden Pal. Maggie standing by with his trainer, Wesley Ward.
As he watches his charge here on the big screen at the paddock, Wesley, Golden Pal, and Andy explained it accurately with what happened over at Ascot in the King's Stand. But from a horseman's perspective, can you kind of shed light on what transpired that day?
Oh, we try to do everything we can, especially going over there to minimize anything that can go wrong. And so I called my great buddy, Steve Cawthon, and we walked the course with IRAD. He gave him all his ins and outs for all those years of riding over there. And when we got back to the 5 furlong start, I told Irad, I said, this is a bit like the Derby. Like when the last horse goes in, they kick the gate. They don't care how they're acting or whatever. And unfortunately, Irad really didn't understand the rules over there. Like if the horse is out, the starter just goes without giving any notice. They kicked it, and Irad was looking completely back at the horse that they scratched. So it was just quite unfortunate, and these things happen.
It's racing. A lot has to go right, I think, and there's just so many things that can go wrong. But Wesley, looking for a quick break today, I don't think that'll be a problem. Talk about, too, I noticed that this year he's been wearing a Sherwin. Talk about your decision to put that piece of equipment on him.
I just kind of gets to playing around with his tongue a little bit, and when we put a tongue tie on him, he kind of was a little bit aggravated with that, so we just put a Sherwin on, and that kind of cured everything, and so we just left it on.
Wesley, best of luck with him. He's such an exciting horse, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Wesley Ward looking to rebound here with Golden Pal in this Troy. Liffey?
1-5 Golden Pal. JK, real dumb question for you. What are the keys to this Troy Stakes?
Well, this graphic requires 3 things. So I just think, number 1, he needs to break clean. I think number 2, he needs to break clean. And number 3, I think he should try to break clean. And I'm being silly, but this horse is so fast. The only time he gets, he's gotten beaten, he doesn't break. If he breaks on top, and it's exciting to watch because he opens up quickly. If he breaks on top, he's going to be really hard to beat in here.
Overseas is where he's struggled. 6-for-6 turf sprints here in the States. However, Arzak, for the reasons Andy mentioned, is dangerous, and Joel Rosario riding, Gary. Just the presence, if I'm associated in any capacity whatsoever with Golden Pal, I'm just uncomfortable that Rosario's riding someone else in the race, period.
I hear you. I understand. But
look at that.
I think the important thing here is Arzak does not need the lead, and don't expect Joel Rosario to rush this horse. I mean, he's going to have to put him in a spot where he thinks that he has a chance of running by Golden Pal, but I don't see him. Listen, Joel's realistic. He's going to give this horse every shot that he can, and it is Joel Rosario. It's getting a little warm right there, Arzak is, but Golden Pal is just simply so fast. Something is going to have to go wrong, I think, for him to get beaten, for Joel to capitalize with Arzak.
Andy, Tom, 3 of our 5 handicappers going with Arzak.
Well, I mean, no, it's no secret that Golden Pal is a very likely winner of this race, but I think you have to ask yourself, what are the situations he doesn't run as well? As Tom said, shipping over to Europe, run his best race, doesn't run as fast in New York maybe as he's run out of town. And the 3, he's a dangerous newcomer.
Hey, look, it's no fun to bet $5 to win on a horse and they give you back $6.
It's more fun than betting $5 and getting back 0.
Yeah, it is more fun than that.
It's better to bet 5 and get back 30.
So when you're looking at my pick of the 3 horse, I'm attempting to get a better return on my investment, and that I'm not disrespecting Golden Pal. If it's the Golden Pal of the spring, this race won't be close, and we'll all be wowed, and that's the way it's going to be. But there is other speed in here, so yes, he's very quick out the front of the gate, Andy, as you know. Let's see what these other speed horses do in position as far as the Golden Pal, the 5 horse is. And they're all over the place. The 1, the 4, the 6, they all have positional speed. Let's see if he can put them away early or not.
He's very quick, but those horses aren't slow either. And Luis Saez in the 4, he's not a guy who's been known to give up the lead. It should be a fun race. And, if nothing else, like Tom said, we are seeing a pretty darn good horse in Golden Pal.
No doubt.
What are we looking for right from the start, Gary Stevens?
A clean break.
A 4th.
And a clean break.
Key to the race.
And please, Irad, don't be looking back when they kick
Eyes
it.
front. Eyes front. Caratari steps forward. There he is, Golden Pal. That was him. That's how fast he is. Blinding speed. Thin White Duke. Golden Pal steps forward with the Rat Ortiz. Wesley Ward, neither have won the Troy. See if that's about to change. Post time for the Grade 3 Troy. John Embriel standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And there's True Valor, who goes out for the early lead. And then Caratari racing in second. Moving up at the rail is Spycraft, and alongside is the big favorite, Golden Pal. Up the backstretch, True Valor is the leader with Caratari and Golden Pal second and third. Spycraft is next in fourth, followed by Yes and Yes, and then Arzak, and further back is Thin White Duke, who trails the field in seventh. The quarter went in 21 and 4/5 seconds. True Valor by a half length. Caratari in second. Golden Pal, the 1-5 favorite, moving well on the outside now from third. And then it's Spycraft next in fourth, followed by Yes and Yes. Arzak is down at the rail. Thin White Duke is the trailer, and the field comes into the stretch now. And here is Golden Pal up on the outside to challenge True Valor for the lead. True Valor digs down on the inside. Golden Pal is right there. So it is True Valor and Golden Pal and Thin White Duke putting in a late run on the extreme outside. They come for the finish here, and it is Golden Pal, I believe, narrowly. And the final time on the board, 1 minute and 4/5 seconds. But it's a photo in the Grade 3 Troy.
Many expecting a blowout. Instead, driving finish. 4 of them within a length and a half. Golden Pal in between horses. Did he hold, Gary?
I think he did. One was positive, and Irad reached down and gave him a pat on the neck as they were crossing the finish line. He broke a little flat-footed, Jonathan. He didn't break clean.
No.
Did not break clean. But the thing I liked about
Gary?
He just broke flat-footed, and Caratari was just quicker leaving there. Thing I liked is about Golden Pal's race is he did relax. I mean, he was pulling a little bit, but remember when he was younger, he would pull down the backside. He didn't pull as hard today. He actually settled up nicely off of there. Caratari, he just flat ran a great race.
At the backstretch of the Breeders' Cup as a 2-year-old, he threw his head up in the air midway through the race and still won. JK, we just saw Golden Pal do something he's never done in his life. He passed a horse.
Yeah, he did, and I also, I'll let Gary kind of elaborate on this, but I was impressed that Irad had a little bit of a dogfight in this situation, and you saw a couple of, the shoulder taps. He finally flipped the crop over, but he never used it. He just showed it to him, and he was just kind of handwriting him there while he was trying to lug in a little bit.
Yeah, I think he was fairly confident coming into the final 3/16 of the race and found a tough customer. And yeah, he turned the stick over and showed it to him. Let's look at this.
Here's the head on, Gary.
He broke clean. He just was out-footed the first 100 yards or so, and he elected. His choice was made for him.
Andy and Tom, it was just odd seeing Golden Pal off the pace up the backstretch.
I think Irad is more comfortable rating speed horses than you would be, Tom.
I don't know. As a trainer, I don't think I'd be comfortable down the backside of that race. That's what you're asking. I mean, look, Golden Pal's race today, I think you label it as courageous.
Yeah.
What a champion does when he's not at his best and can still get the job done and fight to the end and put his nose down. That's what I saw in the Golden Pal today. But as far as Golden Pal, the horse we saw this spring, I don't think we got that today. 4 horses within a length and a half of each other at the finish line. Golden Pal is used to destroying his opponents, and we didn't get that today, despite the very fast time.
When a trainer says he ran courageously, he's really saying, he didn't run that well, but I'm going to try to be nice.
Hey, look, it's Saratoga.
And he's a very good horse.
It's Saratoga, and it's a greater stake at Saratoga. Who wouldn't be smiling after that if you win?
I got excited from my friend Steve Christ, who has a piece of Thin White Duke. I mean, he made a run like he might upset them all at the end, Tom. And True Valor ran well. Joel gave Arzak a good ride. He just never got the momentum and never had the kick. He didn't run as well as I expected him to. Today was his chance, Golden Pal was a little bit vulnerable today, but I think a lot of horses ran well today, too.
I like what you said. Today was his chance. There's so many times you're in a race against good fields, and you walk away from it, and that's an opportunity. They weren't on their game or things happen in the race. That's your opportunity to try to take home the lion's share.
I sometimes wonder, Tom, when you have a horse in that situation, are you even more disappointed? You feel like, I had
absolutely.
my chance today, and I just wasn't there. And there's sometimes they'll run a big race, and the other horse will just run better, but Golden Pal gets it done. But I wouldn't say he won like a 1-5 shot should.
You saw Irad Ortiz, guys, big smile. It looked like Golden Pal was checking out the replay on the big board.
He was feeling himself. Look, I feel like this performance kind of reminds me of like in the NFL, like the Titans. Say they put 9 guys in the box against Derrick Henry, and Ryan Tannehill goes out and throws for 600 and wins. This is not what Golden Pal does. He goes to the front, he advances his position. I think he was courageous, and I think he showed a different dimension kind of outside of his comfort zone.
Passed a horse for the first time in his career and still perfect at Saratoga. Golden Pal, Troy winner, driving finish. What an effort. True Valor on the inside, giving him all he could handle. Irad Ortiz, Golden Pal holds on in the Troy. Results, reaction when Saratoga Live continues.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Gorgeous evening. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Golden Pal entering the winner's circle. A win, Gary, but a little bit different and a lot closer than I think most expected.
Yeah, and there were a couple things going on through the stretch with him laying right on top of the other horse. Irad couldn't really go left-handed because he wouldn't have had any room to use his riding crop anyway, and he was hand riding so vigorously, and he was wanting to lean in, and if he takes half a step to correct, both horses were laying on each other, but if he would have attempted to switch stakes, it would have taken him out of the rhythm he was in, and he probably gets beat.
Run happy photo finish, JK, by that much, Golden Pal.
Yeah, it was close, but you know, he felt like he had it in control. I mean, if you bet on the 5 Golden Pal, you probably had some nervous moments. I'll be honest, I'm excited to see if they try the dirt now. Not because I think he's a dirt horse, but because I like seeing great horses accomplish different things.
Over to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Pleased to be here with owner MV Magner of Golden Pal. And MV, he just got there just like you just got here for this race. Talk a little bit about the trip. We were used to seeing him with that brilliant speed. Today, he didn't necessarily have it.
Yeah, Erad said he just barely missed a break and he went to plan B and just kept quiet on him. And that to do what he did today was exceptional, really. And then, like, in Ascot, sadly, everything went wrong and he missed a break. But here, listen, thank God he came back today and showed the horse he is.
I've read that Wesley has it in his mind to try the dirt with his son of Uncle Mo. Is that something that you both have talked about, and is that an option going forward?
Yeah, sure. Here, listen, we'll hopefully get him back to the Breeders' Cup there in Keeneland in a couple of months now. So it's up to Wesley what he wants to do with the horse, you know. So here, listen, he's a very good horse, and we're lucky to be part of him, really.
He's an exciting horse, and looking forward to what the future may hold. MV, congratulations.
Thanks very much, Maggie. Thank you.
MV Magner, part of the Coolmore, and as he was saying, he's trying to get back to win another Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and really stamp himself as a sire moving forward. Lafitte?
If it sounded like he's been there before, won big races before, it's because they have many of them worldwide. Golden Pal, but that I think is the point. The fact that, maybe not his best stuff. Like a pitcher who doesn't have his best fastball, but still figuring out how to get guys out.
Yeah, and one reason that Wesley had talked about possibly running this horse on the dirt in the Phoenix Stakes, as an example, was for stud value. If he can win a race on the dirt, it will increase his stud value. And he also remarked that there may be even one more after the Breeders' Cup, and that might be in Australia, to market him over in the Southern Hemisphere and let the people see him over there perform as well.
Had to dig, had to fight. Golden Pal, 3 for 3 here at Saratoga. One left in the pick 5 sequence. 260 Golden Pal and many singles, JK, on the pick 5 ticket, but still some sweating that took place from the top of the stretch to the wire.
Oh, yeah. That's not how you want your 1 to 5 shots to win, but more importantly, they won. If you singled Golden Pal and you trusted in Golden Pal, then you're alive. You're alive to the favorite here, the 4, the pick 5, 50-cent pick 5, paying $306.
Love anybody in the 10th, JK? New York bred, $25,000 maiden claimer. What'd you come up with?
If anyone tells you they love anyone in a maiden claiming 25, they're lying to you. I thought the 4, Big B and Christine, made sense, and the 6, Wicked Lady. The 6, Wicked Lady, my top pick.
9 to 5, Big Bean, Christine. The stakes racing continues throughout the course of the weekend. One of the biggest weekends at Saratoga tomorrow. A trio of Grade 1 races. The 95th Whitney Longines Test, 3-year-old fillies, Caesars Saratoga Derby on Sunday. 3 more stakes races, Saratoga Oaks and the Adirondack for 2-year-old fillies. As for the Longines Test, a lot of history, prestigious race, one of the most prestigious for 3-year-old filly sprinters. First run in 1922. Who was fastest? Lady Tack, 2003, Gamine. Just a couple of years ago, whistling 7 furlongs in 120.83. Most wins by a jockey. Jerry Bailey, 6 of them from 1988 to 2003. Most by a trainer, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons. 5 wins in the test, 35 years apart. Most wins by an owner, 3 for the Wheatley Stable and the famed Phipps Stable. Test winners named Filly Sprint Champion. Only 3, newer category, Indian Blessing, Covfefe, and Gamine. Test winners named 3-year-old filly champion. There have been 7 of those. New York's Darling, Go for One, and Covfefe. What a year she had in 2019. Test winners in the Hall of Fame. And this Hall of Fame induction Friday, fitting 7 of them. Lady's Secret, the Silver Bullet, highly decorated, Horse of the Year in 1986, the Test by the numbers. Andy and Tom, there have been so many memorable editions of the Test. Takes place tomorrow. Tom, I wanted to go back to the Test here a few years ago in that epic stretch battle between your filly Serengeti Empress and Covfefe. What's the first thing that comes to mind?
Well, there's a few things that come to mind. I'm in front here, but Covfefe's on my hip, and Serengeti with those red and white silks on the inside. This is a great stretch battle between 2 really, really good horses. I would like to point out that I think I was on the worst part of the track down the rail, and I had to carry 4 more pounds in the saddle. We carried 123 pounds that day. Covfefe only 119. If I sound like a crybaby, it's because I am.
I just think that at the end of the day, Serengeti Empress ran out of training around the 8th ball.
Yeah, this one.
She was good enough to carry the 16th ball, but she just couldn't overcome Tom. Tom, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons has 5 wins in this. You'd settle for 1, wouldn't you?
I'd settle for that one right there. Let me tell you something. You can tease me all you want, but when it comes to this girl right here,
horse.
She's family. No, you cannot tease.
And this was a great race, and I am kidding, but Covfefe was a legitimate champion, and she was an extraordinarily talented sprinter, coming off this huge effort down in Maryland on Preakness Day. And I mean, obviously you wish you'd won. I wish you'd won, as you know. but you can't be more proud of how your filly ran that day. It was an incredible performance.
I think in my career, which goes back to 1987, that is probably the proudest I've been in defeat of any horse I've ever trained.
Yeah, it was incredible. And you know what? Tom just wishes the Covfefe had been back in the ballerina so he could have taken another shot to kick her butt the next year.
No.
You were happy she was
to win
gone?
the ballerina without her.
She was a good horse, no doubt about it, but they were both good horses. And that's what the test is all about. Not just a good horse winning, but more than one good horse in those races, because we've seen some great stretch battles, including you and Carson Hollow a number of years ago.
And maybe, just like in the Troy, tomorrow's Longines test will be a little bit closer. Maybe it isn't a one filly race. Matarea, Gary, 2-5 on the morning line. This was her coming out party. Echo Zulu scratched just before the start of the race. Matarea, devastating in the Acorn on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, and Echo Zulu, she was going to have to find her best race, I think, even if she wouldn't have scratched that day to beat Matarea this day. She's reaching, she's striding out. Shortening back up to 7 furlongs, which I think is good for her. Going to 7/8 here. Yeah, she drew the one hole, but she doesn't make mistakes. Like Brad was saying, she brings her A game. She's consistent, and he's not nervous. I'm not nervous.
He just like, no, I'm not nervous because of her.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look at her speed figure, she absolutely deserves to be the favorite in here. Now, is she like unbeatable 2-5 favorite? I don't know about that. Her numbers aren't that much better than what some of these could be capable of running. It's not like she's so far ahead of them. She's ahead of them, don't get me wrong. I'll be singling her, but I will have some saver tickets on some other horses just because I think she's a little bit vulnerable from a speed figure standpoint.
Who do you think has the most upside to potentially pull off the upset?
Well, speed is always dangerous. I think the 5 November Rain is one that you might want to consider. She has some speed. She can be in front of her. And then, like I mentioned, the 4 Wish You Well, who hasn't really had a whole lot of opportunities to run, but her debut was pretty good. She ran really fast early. She got a little bit tired late. Maybe she's grown up a little bit. I think those are 2 horses that could be interesting, but don't get me wrong. Matarea should win. I just think that she's more vulnerable than her price will suggest.
Brad Cox had Covfefe, has Matarea 2-5 on the morning line. What a great day of thoroughbred racing. Tomorrow, 3 Grade 1 events, Longines test, and of course, the Whitney featuring Life is Good. These are not Whitney-type horses in this 10th and final. New York bred $25,000 maiden claimers. There is Wicked Lady, who is currently 5-1 for Kenny McPeak, Julien Leperoux. They're back tomorrow with Classic Causeway in the Saratoga Derby. Ominous Clouds. Much more coming up on Saratoga Live.
Here comes Tama. Tama in the center of the track with good-looking stride. Squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Tama going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front. And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
Good runners on top of the world.
Come dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Ruler along the inside in second position. Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Secretariat now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Fente just hand-riding him under the wire. He takes this in cover by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was.
Run Happy's got him. Run Happy has won the sprint.
Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
Immortals that have occupied that space. Legendary stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, our coverage brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Didn't work out for Tiz the Bomb today in the Hall of Fame, Gary, but Kenny McPeak sounded awfully confident, even by his standards, about Classic Causeway for tomorrow's Caesars Saratoga Derby.
Yeah, I talked to Julian Leperoux's agent and Frank Lyons, and they're very confident. They say that he's training unbelievable up here and really looking forward to tomorrow's race.
How much tougher, JK, is this one going to be to steal than the Belmont Derby was when kind of snuck in the back door at 26-1?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be more complicated because you just don't, they're not going to let him get loose. But I will say this. He did get a soft trip last time, but that was his first time on the turf. We don't know how good he is. Maybe he is good enough on the turf to overcome some adversity. We'll see. I don't think so, but we'll see.
Witt ran second in his turf debut. Manuel won his turf debut, the Pennine Ridge. And same with Classic Causeway, third of the 3 Grade 1 races tomorrow at Saratoga on the undercard of the Whitney. Horses in the paddock for the 10th and final. We check in with Maggie.
Let's take a look at the 2 drop downs in here, Lafitte, beginning with number 3, Regal Rebel, who switches back to the dirt. Now, I do think this is the right surface for her, and 2, the 7/8 makes a lot of sense. She's a good-looking filly, and I've always thought that about her. So when they start adding up disappointing effort after disappointing effort, you can't really rely on the fact that they look great before a race. But she gets a serious class drop here. And like I said, at least she's really well suited to the conditions here today. And second off the layoff, she's fit, she's eager here, and that's what you want to see with a horse in her position. Now, moving on to number 7, Skyward Princess. She'll try the dirt for the first time. Now, ironically, Air Force Blue, while he was more accomplished on the turf, his progeny have actually been more effective on the dirt, especially going longer. And Skyward Princess will try the 7/8 on the main track, but there's a lot of turf on the bottom, and she looks like a turf horse through and through. But sometimes when you just get the class relief, you can overachieve on a surface you're not meant for. But I don't know, she just doesn't carry the muscle mass that is often needed to be effective on the dirt. Now, she does add a pair of short-cut cheater blinkers for Chad Brown, but I'm not in love with this switch of surfaces. But as we head over to Andy and Tom, Andy, what are those pick 5 wheel pays looking like?
They're better than the pick 4, I think, that Tom's live in. Somebody's going to have to pick a part of the check tonight when Tom goes to dinner. The pick 5s are okay. And listen, you got some short prices home.
My single came home.
You did?
Ready to
At
perform.
7-2. I'm proud of that. I am. No, that was a great call. No doubt about it. It looked pretty good. I didn't do the math on it, but it's probably pretty good parlays. But I'm sure there's a lot of people out there to tell you make money by throwing out Golden Pow in the pick 5. I'm just not one of them. This race, I do think the 6 is the horse to beat in this race. Wicked Lady, I think she just makes an awful lot of sense. Dropping down. Last time she ran on the dirt, she ran against a much better horse. Horse come out of that race to run well. This was her last start as a 2-year-old. No reason she can't improve from that. It's a horse to beat.
Yeah, look, the last year she ran 3rd twice in much higher level competition. When she came back, and that's not the race we're looking at on June the 16th.
This is 3 starts ago.
Yeah, that was a wicked trip, June the 16th, her first start back. And, you know, she lost all position and wasn't even ridden the last 3/16 of miles. Kind of a get-ready race. They went to the grass. The grass is not for her, so it disguises her form. And this drop by Kenny McPeek, I think, looks very attractive. I'm not going to say I love this horse. As we heard from the other desk, it's a maiden 25. Don't say that for those races, but I do like the horse.
All right, guys, post-parade, 10th and final. New York bred $25,000 maiden claimers. 2-1 currently. Big Bean Christine. Start with an outsider, Miss Malala there at 37-1.
Yeah, big price here. The closest she's ever got was a 4th place finish at Aqueduct back in April, beaten 2 1/4 lengths, but double figures every other time.
Kookaroo, first-time starter, cold on the board.
Yeah, looking up some of the workmates in the morning, not very talented horses, haven't been running very fast. I'm skeptical.
On her toes post-parade, Regal Rebel. Red Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
She makes sense with the class drop here. She's had trouble getting away from the gate without bumping other horses, though.
Big Bean Christine, the favorite, 2-1.
Kind of thought she should have won last time, but she did run a figure that's competitive with this group.
Roz, 6-race maiden.
Dylan Davis aboard. Blinkers are going on today.
Wicked Lady. Julian Leperoux, Kenny McPeek, there she is.
Yeah, my top pick in here as well. Andy nailed it. This horse has had some nice dirt races against much better.
Blinkers on, Skyward Princess for Chad Brown.
I like Skyward Princess in here. Blinkers going on, as you said. She was 5th last time out, dropping from 40,000 in for 25 today and trying dirt for the first time.
That debuting filly, cold on the board as well, Kairosa.
This horse was entered on the turf. Scratch that day, shows up here, a little bit cold on the board.
And finally, Jet Set Juliet. There she is with Apprentice Jose Gomez.
Yeah, she was 2nd in her first out, then came back, was beating double figures, and they bet her on her in both those races. She stumbled badly last time out, so needs a clean break.
Field for the 10th and final. Whitney, tomorrow. You don't have that Naira Bets account, get involved. Sign up today. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Andy and Tom, we saw Regal Rebel. What's it going to take for her to graduate in her 5th career start? There she is.
Well, she's a tough horse for me to bet on because Irad Ortiz is riding her. Not because not Irad Ortiz, but because he's knocking a point and a half off the price for no good reason. There's a jock room full of great riders here. This horse on a dead rail last time out, he ran in the dirt. I don't care he did in the turf last time, he's not a dirt horse. Now, I get it. He hasn't done much running in his dirt races either. But horses that run on dead rails are very interesting to me, especially dropping down a maiden claimer for the first time. I just don't love the bad value with Irad riding. That's why I picked the 6 on top. Otherwise, I would have taken the 3 on top.
Is the odds on the 3, 7-2, off that form, is that potentially one of those they knew? Because this horse doesn't really run at all.
It is a little, well, he's on a dead rail in his last dirt start, so there's a massive excuse. But I don't think those people betting it. No, I think it's a combination, probably, but also the Irad factor. I mean, wouldn't he be 5-1 if Irad wasn't riding him? But I don't disagree. I'm not sure he's supposed to be 5-1 off that form. Big Bean Christine is the favorite right now, and I understand. She lost to a big favorite last time and ran okay, but man, she's had so many chances. And the thing about the 3 and 6, they're going in for a maiden claiming first time out, and they've had a handful of chances, whereas this horse has had many chances. So maybe she wins today, but she's supposed to bet against her if she's favored, right?
Yeah, look, she ran a good race here at Saratoga, so she's got a race over the course. She broke sharp. She could not keep up with the lone speed and the big favorite that's on the lead right there. And she did all the work from the 3/8 pole to the wire to try to catch this big favorite. This was a good effort. Such a big effort, Andy, that a lot of times you got to be careful how quickly you bring these kind of horses back to the races off of that kind of race.
And if you're somebody who thinks that's a problem, it's probably even a bigger problem with cheaper horse or lower level horses, I should say. Tom, you think the one Miss Malala as a long shot, maybe throw in somewhere in the bottom of your tries or supers? Is that your kind of
take out those turf races. That's the last 4 races. Yep. And I think you see enough. I think you see enough in her performances at a huge price of 38-1 to think about putting her in your exotic bets.
And these are the kind of races you don't need much to find a reason to throw in a 40-1 shot, Maggie.
No, you don't. As we'll take a look, though, at a horse who is a short price. And rightfully so. She is the other drop down that I didn't talk about in the paddock, and that's number 6, Wicked Lady. Now, when she came back to the races for her 3-year-old Bal 2 starts ago, yes, as you guys were talking about, she was beaten by 3 nice fillies who've come back to win. And now it's her third start off the layoff. She has gained a bit of strength, a bit of muscle mass. I was not in love with her in the warm-up. She just was not, just not into the bit the way I like to see. She's going a little bit better now, and she, on paper, makes a lot of sense here. But just watching her warm up on the track was enough for me to just look elsewhere, and I'll go with number 3, Regal Rebel. Liffy?
Presence of one of the best jockeys on the planet, Maggie, but you pay for it. Irad Ortiz, Regal Rebel at 7-2. JK, we just watched the Troy Stakes and Golden Pal. For you as the handicapper, what's the biggest adjustment, the biggest difference between handicapping, class versus some of the lower level claiming races?
Well, I think that the main thing is intent. We know that everyone that was entered in that stake was trying to win, and they were putting their best foot forward. Sometimes when you get to these lower level maiden races, sometimes they're just trying to move the horse. They're dropping the horse in, so maybe someone else will claim it, open up a stall. Sometimes they're dropping a really talented horse to try to get a win for the owners. There's a lot of different behind the scenes things that can be thrown into the equation that make it a lot more difficult, in my opinion. But I do want to talk about the 7 a little bit, Skyward Princess, because although she is a turf horse, she's been running on the turf, she feels like she's better than these other horses. G, in your experience of riding these types of horses, do you feel like class or surface, which one did you kind of prefer if you're running in a maiden 40 or maiden 25?
Well, look, this filly, obviously, Chad Brown's the trainer. She's worked on the dirt. She's been at Monmouth. So she's been training on the dirt. Her workouts are decent on the dirt. Air Force Blue, he gets dirt runners. So as a rider, I'm trusting in the trainer, and I'm going to know within the first 100 yards. A big problem can be the kickback when they're going from turf to dirt. But she's got a decent draw. There's only 2 horses outside of her, so hopefully she won't get a lot of kickback. Blinkers are being added, which tells me they want her to show some more speed, obviously, and be forwardly placed.
And winning at Saratoga, JK, we've discussed this since opening day, treating class droppers differently here than anywhere else just because of how much people want to win here.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talk about the nightlife. We talk about the sale coming up. We talk about all these big stakes races, all the best riders, all the best trainers, the best owners, millionaires, billionaires, and people who bought a horse for $5,000. Everyone wants to win here. So to me, a win here can sometimes, in a lot of people's eyes, be worth 2 wins somewhere else.
There goes Irad Ortiz. He's hoping for multiple wins tomorrow. Life is Good. He'll pilot for Todd Fletcher, 6-5 favorite in the Grade 1 Whitney. One final time on the eve of the Whitney. We turn things over to John Imbrial, 10th and final from Saratoga.
We are set for race 10. And they're off. Jet Set Juliet from the extreme outside as Regal Rebel now moves up to challenge. Regal Rebel and Jet Set Juliet, they are right together as the field races up the backstretch. Wicked Lady sits just off of them in 3rd. Skyward Princess is next in 4th. And then it is Roz and Big Bean Christine. Those 2 right together. It's almost 5 lengths back to Miss Malala. And alongside is Kukuro. And farther back in the field is Kairosa. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Regal Rebel has taken the lead from Jet Set Juliet. Regal Rebel by a half length. Jet Set Juliet on the outside in 2nd by 2. And then comes a Wicked Lady, who's next in 3rd, followed by Roz. Down at the rail is a Big Bean Christine. As they race around the far turn, now Jet Set Juliet goes on to take over the lead. Regal Rebel is dropping back. Wicked Lady has moved into 2nd. And Roz is next, followed by Big Bean Christine. Jet Set Juliet challenged here on the outside by Wicked Lady. Wicked Lady and Jet Set Juliet, they are together with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Jet Set Juliet on the inside and Wicked Lady on the outside. These 2 will battle on to the finish with Wicked Lady prevailing here, and it will be Wicked Lady to break her maiden in the finale. Jet Set Juliet was 2nd, farther back Roz, and then Kukuro.
Team Classic Causeway. Julian Leperoux, Kenny McPeak, Wicked Lady, 3-1, graduates in their 5th career start.
Yeah, and she set a perfect trip just off the pace all the way down the backside and around the far turn. It was just a matter of when Julian wanted to pull the trigger. He started head of the lane and just gradually wore down Jet Set Juliet, who ran huge at 12-1.
You know, Wicked Lady had that bad race on the turf last time. I think maybe dirtied up her form a little bit. And her dirt race two-back wasn't particularly fast. But her first two races were fast enough against better horses that she was meant to be the favorite in here. And it always kind of felt like she was going to run a race like this. But at this lower level, it's just hard sometimes to trust exactly what you're going to get.
Kenny McPeak on his way to the winner's circle. Again, Classic Causeway tomorrow, 6.952. Guys, a big run for Rudy Rodriguez. Still looking for that first win. Jet Set Juliet finishing in second. And Tom, for you, that's the $64 you didn't have hitting the Lake Big Four.
I think this was a race where, I like Wicked Lady. Got a little lucky with her because I'm not sure Jet Set Juliet can just run the best race, especially at 7 furlongs, you know?
You know, look, Wicked Lady got the right setup.
Yep.
But, you know, if you're tactical speed-wise, as Wicked Lady is, you can create your setup. She broke very sharp. There was a speed duel that ensued between the 9 Jet Set Juliet and Regal Rebel, the 3-horse. Regal Rebel gave way, turning for home, giving the race to Jet Set Juliet. But she had battled quite a while. And for a horse like Wicked Lady, there was still a lot of energy in the tank, a lot of gas in the tank. She was able to run her down.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, and people I think are a little overly harsh at Julian Leperoux. By the way, congrats on winning the Mike Venezia Award. It was announced today. He's not as unaggressive as people tend to say, and he did a good job of getting this filly in position to take advantage of the trip, Tom.
Perfect spot early. Watched it unfold in front of him, stayed to the outside of those 2 speed horses, clear of any dirt in his face, and was able to just come home to get the win.
Totally agree.
The Mike Venezia Award winner just been named Julian Leperoux. Gary, what does that mean?
Well, it means that he's being honored by his peers, Mike Venezia, class act, and Julian Leperoux, a class act, on and off the racetrack.
A win here, perhaps a sign of things to come for Leperoux and McPeak. Classic Causeway tomorrow in the Caesars Saratoga Derby. Top class female turf runner pictured there, Warlike Goddess. Awfully good. Flower Bowl winner last year, 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. Odds-on favorite in the Glens Falls, one of 5 stakes races at the Spa tomorrow.
Standing at Gainesway.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
festivities, the pageantry at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And here's something you'll want to get involved with. Stay lucky. It's simple, free to play. Just select at least one race each week. That's it. Choose the winner and start your streak. Prizes are awarded at select levels. Pick 20 in a row for a chance at the grand prize, $1 million. Visit www.americasbestracing.net to download Stay Lucky and start building your streak. Could have started with this one in the nightcap, whose name almost eluded me. Wicked Lady, graduating in her 5th career start. Kenny McPeak, Julian Leperoux, 8:20, JK.
Yeah, look, she had those back races, maiden special weight on the dirt, and it kind of suggested that she would run well in here, and she did.
Maggie with winning co-owner Harold Lerner in the winner's circle.
It's always fun to catch up with Harold here in the winner's circle. And as we were discussing, you thought a lot of her as a 2-year-old, but as we know in this business, a lot of times things just don't go right. But this was the right spot for her today.
Definitely. We decided to drop her, and it worked out really good. Last year, we thought she had a fair amount of talent. She ran 3rd twice at Belmont in the fall, and we had to stop on her over the winter. And she didn't really come back the same way as what she was in the fall. So we took a shot here. She got claimed, but we got to the winner's circle, and I'm a happy camper.
And it feels right that we hear Frank Sinatra in the background as you're donning a new chapeau that you bought in Greece.
That's correct, right. Grecian holiday, my wife and our family, 14 of us. We were away for a couple of weeks, and I saw this hat and it had my name on it, and that was it. So
you had to stock up for Saratoga with the hats, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I had to bring it, right. I would have been upset if I didn't take it with me.
And now it's lucky. Harold, congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
And he's not going to be taking that hat off anytime soon here today, Lafitte, as Wicked Lady, she got the win and got the McPeak barn off the duck.
Superstition, only stupid if it doesn't work. Work today, Harold Lerner. It's bittersweet, JK, as you look at the late pick 5 here. They're just shocky throughout, ready to perform the biggest price in the sequence.
Yeah, I mean, you're all, single-digit payouts with a horse like Golden Pal that everybody likely singled. I can't do that thing Andy does where he starts the parlay 4-7. I can't do that. But I think they paid all right.
And that's always bittersweet. He gets the win, does Harold Lerner, but has to say goodbye. As he mentioned, she was claimed Wicked Lady. All the graded stakes racing tomorrow. This grade 2 Glens Falls with a $250,000 purse. Fillies and mares, older fillies and mares. Warlike Goddess, 1-2. Gary, she's very good here at Saratoga. One of the top older turf females on grass in the country looking to defend her title.
Yeah, and listen, she should be 1-2 in here, defending champion. I was just coming off of a win in the Bewitched last time at Keeneland as well. She deserves it.
She's just so good at this 1.5 miles, these long distance turf races, and it doesn't matter if the pace is really slow. She just kind of seems to always overcome it. You saw how wide she was there. There's a couple horses in here I think could beat her. Maybe Virginia Joy, maybe Temple City Terror. But if she shows up and runs, and oh, by the way, she's got Joel, I think she'll be tough to beat.
Looking for his 22nd graded stakes win of the meet or whatever it is. It's for horse racing fans, it's like Christmas Eve. So excited about tomorrow and all the great racing. What are you looking forward to most?
Yeah, I love the Whitney. I love the test, but I'm looking forward to seeing Life is Good. He's such a talented animal, and I'm looking forward to being able to watch him run around there.
Gary?
Ditto.
Ditto. Life is Good, 6-5 morning line favorite for the 95th running of the Grade 1 Whitney. That's all coming up tomorrow. 3 Grade 1 races, Longines Test, Caesars, Saratoga Derby, and the Whitney. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. 12 races from the Spa. Have the Hall of Fame earlier today. The ceremony, congratulations to the 2022 class. Tepin, Beholder. Today, Joel Rosario, another stakes win, ready to perform in front. The closer made the lead, takes down the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. And later in the Troy, still perfect at Saratoga. Golden Pal delivers with Irad Ortiz. A day tomorrow with Life is Good. Whitney Saturday tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire, Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare.